then Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Fun in the Commons. Very excited to have everyone here. Day 1 was fantastic. I hope you all had a great time and met tons of, very interesting people. There was a lot of fantastic conversations. So I'm very much looking forward to day 2. And happy Saturday, everyone. All right. So my name is Matthew Freilich. I'm the network funding lead at Protocol Labs, also involved in organizing this event among the army of people that are behind the scenes doing all the great work. So if you see an events person running around, please say thank you because they've done a fantastic job with this event so far. So quick couple logistics to kick this thing off, then we'll have you right into the speakers and the end conference. Recap of day 1, what happened? We had an amazing set of speakers in the auditorium. I'm very excited about that. We had 50 years impact capitalism in the library. As you can see, we had some great crowds and a very, very good hallway track, which was the goal of this. Let's get as many conversations as we can happening in the hallways. We have a very concentrated group of super interesting people who are very aligned with public goods and commons. So let's keep that going today. And just to note that all videos will be uploaded to Protocol Labs and 50 Years YouTube channel and our respective partners as the videos become available today. So what's in store for today? We have more great guest speakers coming up in the auditorium, many academics, Web3 builders, investors, funders. So we're super excited about the lineup. We also have the Schelling Point pop-up. So the Unconference, it's in the library. You may have seen the signs. Super excited to have them partner with us. And the quick schedule update, we now have 2 additional speakers. Nuran Barbalo, my apologies, Nuran, if I misspelled your name. And we also have SJ Klein, who's coming back from the main stage today to give a follow-up workshop. So very excited for both those. Also, quick shout out to Pooja Shah from Tephra Labs. She's running a workshop from 1 to 3 p.m. It's about long-term research and funding long-term funding mechanisms in research. You can still sign up. It's limited availability, but highly encourage you to go check out the website and hit the sign-up link. And also, the hallway track continues as always, and we have a reception at 5 p.m., so drinks will be had. All right, quick reminder here, just to jog everyone's memory. Evan, I think, has done a great job explaining this yesterday, but we're trying to run a live experiment at Fun in the Commons around impact certificates. And for those of you who may not have followed some of the impact certificate discussions, essentially we see this as a core building block of retroactive funding mechanisms. So what we're trying to do is, in some ways, prove the basic concept of impact certificates by having each of our speakers who have done a great job in essentially building a proof of concept and minting something that they did that they felt was very impactful. So we'll release a full list of these, and you can actually see how these mechanisms work in real life and we'll tie the knots together about how this can actually be used to more generalizably fund impact on a scalable level. And for this conference, we're basically just trying to bring visibility to this. It's a test, and we value feedback, but also go take a look. And I think it's a good gateway to a very potentially highly scalable and impactful mechanism. One thing also I wanted to outline is, I think within Fun in the Commons, I've had various conversations with people in the audience, and our team has as well. But it's worth noting that Protocol Labs, beyond hosting Fun in the Commons with our various partners who we're really excited to have, we also have a dedicated internal team working on public goods and commons funding. And I think this is super interesting because we're not just having these discussions, we're actually taking all the discussions that we have and the feedback that we get from speakers and people and putting it to work in terms of how can we fund public goods and commons and how can we deploy these mechanisms in the Protocol Labs network as a test bed for expanding this into more generalizable cases within Web3 and beyond. So that's really the goal of what Protocol Labs is doing and how we've started this event as kind of a I'll steal this one, but a Schelling point of being able to bring the right minds together, find out what we're doing, what's working, and then find out where there's areas that we're missing. So we've been doing experiments in terms of we've actually been building out impact certificate infrastructure. This is this impact certificate thing we just discussed is a first step in that, almost proof of concept. But there's also a lot of rigorous thinking, theory, and development being done behind the scenes. So if you are interested in that area, feel free to reach out. We're doing constant work, and we love collaborators. There's also, we've done internally multiple retroactive impact evaluation experiments. So across various areas, we're really trying to de-risk impact evaluation and retroactive funding as a mechanism to provide the right incentives for public goods being built in our network. So I'll have to put together a broader presentation on that at some point, but there is a lot of interesting stuff going on there. We also have experimented with directed public goods investments through blue funds, which Juan mentioned yesterday. This is kind of a balance of retroactive and proactive. We think there's a really interesting synergy in terms of like signal propagation of what is a valuable public goods, both forward and retroactively, that I think works together, or we believe that works together quite well. So we're working on that as well. And then beyond that, we have a research acceleration team and a network research team that does a lot of great work in thinking about how can we accelerate the state of research itself. How can we take valuable research projects and bring those into kind of scalable impact and really cross the innovation chasm, which Juan would want me to say here as well. So if you are a developer, a builder, a mechanism designer, a mission-aligned team, I think you know who you are at this point at Fund in the Commons. We welcome all discussions. Come find us today, reach out to us via email. We have dedicated teams that are working on this and would love to have the conversation with you. So a couple logistic items. For those of you who weren't here the first day, we have Wi-Fi. There's various things posted around here. We have a specialty coffee shop, Parliament, on the first floor. Really good coffee. I brought the coffee in here by accident, so don't do that because no food and beverage in the auditorium. There's also Courtyard around the corner. We will try to actually shift a little bit of interest for the happy hour today to the Courtyard because it's beautiful, and I think we ended up with momentum in the main area, but we'll try and do that today. And just a quick reminder that there's a code of conduct. I think everybody's been fantastic. Keep the positive vibes going. Please follow the code of conduct that was generated by the community, and we try to push forward at every single one of these events to make it a very inclusive and open environment. And I'll leave with a just a quick rehash of what Evan said earlier, which is like, what is the goal of this event? And the reason we're so excited is because we're trying to bring together almost these three different groups of funders, builders, and experts to push forward the state of public goods and commons funding within Web3 and then more broadly. And I think this is a really interesting event because we've seen progress every single time that we've had these events, and we've seen projects kind of emerge from the first Fund of the Commons, build out proofs of concept, find the connections they need, get funding, and actually present the results that they've had at a following Fund of the Commons. So I think the challenge would be, or to this crowd, and everybody here attending, and then everybody here who actually sees this later, is what can you do and who can you talk to that would most push your research, or where can you contribute to push something forward in the next 3 months? Find that connection, commit to it, and if you have an example of this where you met at Fund of the Commons or you made a connection at the Fund of the Commons, or you were just, your thinking has advanced since then, come to us and present at the next Fund of the Commons, maybe 3 months from now, and we will give you the spotlight to show what you need from this community and like the progress you've made so far. So that's super exciting, and we really want to push this narrative further. And happy to have any conversations about that, about how Protocol Labs can help as well. Perfect. And I think that's the last little bit. Just a quick note that we'll record all sessions. Please, take all directions here, surface them, make them actionable. We really want to take all the really good thinking that's here and push it into actionable outcomes. Whether that's collaborations, whether that's projects that come out of this, whether that's people here meeting new connections and saying that like Fund in the Commons is really something that brought them together, but also give us feedback about how we can make Fund in the Commons better and how can we really continue driving this community forward. So we're having another event soon. Again, would love to highlight the progress there, and stay tuned. Should be in about 3 or 4 months. Perfect. And on that note, we'll end a little bit early, and I will pass it off to our esteemed MC, Eugene, who's done a fantastic job so far. So Eugene, we'll get you to hop on here, and thank you so much.
Let's give a round of applause for Matt. Thank you to Matt and everyone else at the Protocol Labs crew for really organizing this wonderful event, of course, with the sponsorship of Gitcoin in 50 years as well. None of this would have been possible without those three teams. So yeah, if you are enjoying yourself throughout the day, you're having a great time, great conversations, make sure to catch someone from the PL crew and just give them a thank you for getting to put all of this on. So we're going to be kicking off shortly with Professor Nikhil Garg, who is going to be who's a professor at Cornell Tech University here in New York City. As soon as his tech is ready, I will go ahead and pass it off to him. But in general, today is going to be a great mix. Again, as Matt was saying, here on this stage, there are going to be talks or panels throughout the day. There really are some great conversations. For anyone who was around yesterday and caught Michael Zargham's talk, he's going to be leading a panel discussion, and barring any AV issues, we're going to be having someone zoom in from Australia, from RMIT University, as Professor Ellie Rennie is a great ethnographer and doing a lot of relevant work for that panel. So I'm excited for some of those conversations as well. And then upstairs, there are workshops throughout the day. As mentioned, Tephra Labs is hosting its own workshop. I think it was said from 1 to 3. So it really is a great mix of content. And just to add a little bit more about myself while we wait here, I'm Eugene Leventhal. I'm the head of operations at the Smart Contract Research Forum, or SCURF. We're a grant-funded organization supporting research in the Web3 space. So our focus very much is providing grants and building a forum pertaining to Web3. But the goal is not for me to talk about myself or SCURF, but just to fill some time before we're ready to hand it off. So with that, Nikhil, all yours. Yeah, let's give a round of applause for Nikhil.
It's great to be here. Folks can hear me? So I'm going to talk about something that I've been sort of thinking about a lot on and off. I don't have any great solutions, but it's sort of more of like a challenge talk, or at least the first 5-10 minutes is sort of more of a challenge talk for things that I hope people will pick up. So yeah, the title is What Do We Do When Participation, sorry, my clicker might not be, oops, okay. When participation is unrepresentative or non-representative. And maybe I'll just start with a little bit about who I am, in that I might not sort of, I've always been blockchain adjacent in some sense, but never sort of really part of the community, so maybe folks here don't know me. So my research is at the intersection of economics and computer science and operations research. And what that means in practice is sort of things I've done in the past is like participatory budgeting, algorithmic pricing, rating systems. Today I'll talk about sort of a crowdsourcing system, but really what I think is a democratic system. And so, for example, in participatory budgeting, I think this was back in like 2016, 2017, sort of showed how you can sort of allocate money via sort of what at that time sort of what we, I think, viewed as like a local quadratic funding mechanism. And that sort of people can make local changes to sort of a candidate solution, and hopefully sort of you can mimic gradient descent to converge to an optimal societal budget. But sort of that's all sort of a long way to say is I've never directly worked in blockchain type things, but sort of I've always been adjacent. And so hopefully we can take some sort of challenges from the things I do think about a lot more and apply them to sort of the things that y'all are building. And I think what sort of energizes me about the conversations I've had yesterday and today is really sort of folks who are building things and sort of just trying out mechanisms that maybe folks in my community are usually just thinking about theoretically or proving things about. Okay. Okay, so that was a long-winded introduction to myself, but so let's get to the problem that I want to talk about, which is in classic voting and social choice theory, like classic if you just think about how we vote, the sort of 101 on how we do majority rule, sort of the goal is almost always to correctly aggregate the preferences of those who show up, right? And clearly that's not sort of what's the problem. The problem is not everyone votes. So this is a graph of a sort of the percentage of the adult population in the United States that voted in an election, sort of voted in presidential election going back from 1789 to 2016, right? And so like what does this graph, clearly for a long time, a lot of people were sort of ineligible, were sort of oppressed and not able to vote, not given the vote, right? So sort of this graph shows maybe a very long winding path to the US becoming more of a democracy. Especially this week might show that we're not there yet. But so clearly not everyone is eligible, but even amongst the eligible, not everyone votes, sort of depending on presidential, off-cycle elections, sort of what have you. And this problem is everywhere, and it's especially true for like fancy mechanisms, new technologies, and so on. So for example, in grad school, when we were I was part of a lab that my advisor had built sort of a participatory budgeting platform, and sort of was this platform was being used to run PB elections. I think at this point, we've run well over 100 elections in different US cities. And sort of one thing that always bothered us was who are the people voting in a random off-cycle Tuesday election, sort of in this like new fancy mechanism, right? So like, even if we prove all the theorems we want about how our mechanism is good, converges for amongst those who's voting, what about those who are not voting or are not able to vote or sort of for whatever reason? And I'm going to claim is that this is something that you can't just set aside. Sort of this is like actually a bad thing. And sort of I hope sort of the governance protocols that y'all are building sort of treat this as a first order problem. That sort of like if you actually want the outcome to reflect your community's will, sort of you can't just make arguments about why it works amongst those who are voting or funding or contributing money. Sort of you need to tackle this problem. Okay, so what are various ways that sort of clearly this is not a new, like, I'm not the first one to, this is like a very long standing problem that a lot of people have talked about. So what are ways that we sort of traditionally tackle this problem in standard mechanisms in standard society, right? So perhaps the most canonical way that has many different implementations is re-weighting votes by observable characteristics. And now, y'all are thinking this is crazy. Clearly we don't do this in like US democracy, but we do, right? So in the US House of Representatives, the seat count per state is based on the total population. It's not based on the voting population. It's not based on the number of citizens. It's not based on those who showed up at the last poll. It's based on population. And the reason for that is sort of, maybe I don't want to say the reason because, who knows what the sort of, I don't want to make claims about what the founders thought or, I don't really care. But sort of one argument to defend that is sort of the claim that the people sort of spatially related to each other, so spatial neighbors, can represent sort of interests of sort of the citizens who vote can represent the interests of their spatial neighbors, even if their neighbors cannot vote or do not vote. Now, clearly that's not true in the case of, for example, especially incarcerated populations and sort of often in rural areas and sort of are their interests being represented, but that's the claim, right? Is we're upweighting the votes of sort of citizens in proportion to sort of the non-citizen population. You can also think about just like not just revoting spatially, but sort of other observables, gender, we see this in various other applications. Maybe I can give some examples, right? Race, gender, party. So, maybe outside of democracy, but in sort of trying to predict elections, this is what polling companies do, right? Is sort of they call a bunch of people, they know their sample population is not representative of the full population, and they reweight by observables. There's, fancy ways to do this in various settings. I really like this paper, sort of not by me, Fair Algorithms for Selecting Citizen Assemblies. Sort of what they do is they're in a deliberative democracy setting where a lot of organizations sort of, essentially collect groups of people to sort of like talk through issues, and that sort of normally they write reports and produce outcomes. And the goal is to sort of try to capture what people would believe after like 3 intense days of deliberation. So not necessarily what the population believes going in, but would believe after potentially being educated, being exposed to each other's views, and so on. And one big problem that many organizations face here is participation is again not representative. That you can cut it on any dimension. That the people who volunteer to participate are not sort of representative of the population they care about. And so they sort of do some nice ways to sort of select the actual participants from the volunteers such that sort of each individual person still has a pretty good shot at being selected, but then the overall composition of who's selected is representative. You know, there's all this work on liquid democracy where maybe one way to solve this is you just ask people to delegate their votes to other people. So, you know, I don't want to vote, I can't vote or whatever, but I just choose who gets to vote in my stead. Sort of this is the stuff that, you know, I've been adjacent to, like, you know, read some stuff about like DSOC, decentralized societies, and sort of from what I might be wrong about what I'm about to say, but my impression is sort of they've built in ways or sort of proposed various ways to do this reweighting based on essentially how correlated you are with other people in your community. Okay, and so this is all to say is there's a whole bunch of ways that, you know, people have tried that, you know, I think roughly fall under the banner of reweighting observations. And sort of this might be the first thing that you should try thinking about. I really hope that some of you sort of implement in your various, you know, voting, funding, sort of governance schemes. But I don't think this is enough. The reason why I don't think this is enough is because there's a lot of implicit assumptions here that, you know, if you're all on the Twitter thread, you know, sort of, there was a back and forth. I don't want to screenshot and share, but there was like a back and forth between some of the folks in DSOC and others of like, sort of, is this like weighting even the right thing to do? How do you find who are the right people to weight? Does it do it implicitly, and so on? And so, you know, what do all of these existing approaches assume? It assumes that, okay, so it's good on one end in that they recognize that voting is not representative. But, you know, they do assume that we know what representative means, right? That like sort of that we have some sense of the target population that we care to represent, that, you know, we care that our outputs correctly aggregate the preferences of. They then assume that there's enough people who are like those who don't vote, that even if sort of not everyone shows up, the people who do show up can be weighted in a way such that you can mimic the true population. And perhaps the hardest part, I think this is the sort of the challenging part in general, is that they assume that we can meaningfully identify who those people are, right? So like, and by meaningfully identify, I mean sort of like, not just like, oh, like, you know, y'all match on observables, race and ethnicity or so on, but we can agree that because of these, like sort of, these are the features of, that deserve like weighting up, weighting down, and so on. And I think this was what some of the sort of, a lot of the discussions about sort of I think this is where a lot of the difficulty in coding up any governance mechanism that does this will be, right? So like, clearly in the US, we face a lot of challenges with this, with sort of like gerrymandering is a problem with exactly this, right? It's sort of like, it's a way political parties are sort of deciding who to upweight in order to maximize their own outcomes. Yeah, and then there's the sort of, that there's some mechanism that you could actually make those people's opinions more important. And sort of what I want to sort of say is the challenge is that I don't think these assumptions often hold. In a lot of governance mechanisms that you might be doing, sort of, especially the third one, but sort of I think all of them are challenging. And I don't know what the solutions are, and I hope sort of maybe someone smarter than me will sort of try to think through what are the right governance mechanisms when these assumptions don't hold. And so like here are some like fun, maybe the opposite of fun examples. So just as an illustration. So in election polling, you know, many of you might have read that you know, in 2016, the major polls were off by, you know, certainly on the binary outcome of the U.S. presidential election, but sort of in like continuous sense, we're off by like I think around three-ish points on what the overall vote would be. And sort of like why did that happen is because sort of they were already doing this weighting, right? So like what they did was, they called a bunch of people or online polls, got a bunch of responses, knew observable characteristics of those who responded, so primarily race, gender, sometimes party identification depending on the state. And then they just tried to rebalance the people who answered with what they guessed would be the voting population. And the big problem in 2016 was sort of they didn't reweight by education. And it turns out that education was correlated with who answered the polls, so in that sense, who showed up. And it was also correlated with sort of people's preferences in the election. And so that was a setting in which reweighting sort of did not work. Okay, so 2020 came around. All the pollsters sort of recognized that failure and started weighting by education. Turns out in 2020 that wasn't enough because sort of even after controlling for education, there was still this residual sort of people who supported Trump were less likely to answer the polls. And so all the reweight that was another failure of like identifying sort of who amongst the answering population represents the true population you cared about. And so, I think I just wanted as an example of this might be iterative. If you're implementing these re-rating techniques, you might want to be iterative, but that's still, you can't always fight the last election. Right, and then, similar things. In that, like, in standard voting, sort of deciding who to upweight might be problematic. Okay, so that was, these are all things that I've been thinking about at a high level. What I want to spend maybe the last 10 minutes that I have is sort of giving an example of a system that sort of all of you, like none of you might even think of as a democratic system, but sort of one that just to show, I think, of how common these problems are of unrepresentative participation. So not just applying to those of you building governance mechanisms, but also sort of all sorts of crowdfunding, sort of crowdsourcing, sort of just like learning mechanisms. And like how I think some of these problems show up in quite subtle ways. And so, I want to do this sort of because this was really my entryway to start thinking about what might be context-specific solutions to some of the challenges I talked about here. And so what's the context? The context is equity crowdsourcing, is resident crowdsourcing. So for those of you who are New York, and so this is joint work with my PhD student, Jialu. And so what's the background? So for those of you in New York, you might know about the 311 system, which is a number that you can just call to complain to the government about things, right? So you call 911 because you need an ambulance right now. You call 311 because there's a pothole or a tree falling down on a power line, graffiti, noise complaints, sort of complaints to the local government about things. And like, this is a huge system. So New York receives about 2.7 million requests last year. And it's like easy to be cynical that you're complaining to the local government and nothing happens, but there's entire government agencies organized around resolving these complaints. So for example, we're partnering with the Parks Department in New York City. The Parks Department is responsible for maintaining about 700,000 street trees. So these are trees lining the streets of New York, not counting trees in parks. So there's about 700,000 trees, even if you don't count Central Park and all like the many of the other amazing parks we have. This is virtually impossible for the agency to monitor in any real-time sense from like employees, right? No one's being funded by that large amount. And so what they rely on is people calling in to complain about problems about their trees. And so what's like the pipeline that happens? There's, an incident occurs. At some point, hopefully, and this is what sort of I'm going to view as participation here, is at some point, hopefully, someone is going to call in a report, right? Is going to say that, hey, this tree has a broken branch, is about to hit a power line or about to fall on a person or whatever. And the subunit of the Parks Department we're working with receives about 85,000 reports a year. And then, this is an intensive process. So more than half the time, almost 2/3 of the time, the agency sends out a forester to look at the tree in question and to determine like what's going on. And about half the time they do that, they actually schedule a maintenance crew to come in and fix the issue, right? So this is a really capital-intensive, sort of labor-intensive process. And like, this is how allocation of government services happens. And what we try to understand here is reporting behavior, right? So like, in what circumstances does an incident actually generate a report? How long does it take? And why is that important is because this is exactly the question of participation, right? So if one neighborhood systematically underreports compared to another neighborhood, even given what the, if those neighborhoods are facing similar issues, then the neighborhood that reports more is going to systematically get better government services, right? This is a system where we're already doing the weighting by geography, right? It's like I never have to report if like I have like a neighbor who's amazing who like walks around every day and like sends in all the reports they want, right? But what we're worried about here is even that's not enough, that they're just neighborhoods that systematically underreport. And you can tell all sorts of causal stories why that might be true. Things about trust in government due to historical services, access to technology, time, educate, right? You can tell all sorts of stories about why some neighborhoods might be, the squeaky wheel that gets the grease and others aren't. And so we wanted to, first of all, measure this, because measuring this is, and I think in your applications too, measuring this is the first sort of step of resolving it, right? Is we can sort of do, and this is what we're working on now, is think about all sorts of fun downstream interventions to correct for underreporting, but you have to know what they are first. And so what's the statistical challenge? The statistical challenge in our problem is how do we distinguish between underreporting and that neighborhood truly having fewer problems, right? So by definition, we don't observe reports. We don't observe data on missing reports, right? The entire reason these systems exist is because we don't know the ground truth. And so just like this in your systems, it might be easy to say, and we say this in American politics all this time, that those who don't vote are like maybe apathetic or don't actually care about the outcomes. But that's almost never true, right? It's sort of, is the question that they don't care, that they're truly facing fewer problems, or is it just some other reporting hurdle or voting hurdle for participation? And so, I'm not sure I need to walk through this example, but very quickly, two neighborhoods exist, one with 10 incidents, the other with 5, and the one with 5 reports all of their incidents, and the other one reports just half. From the eyes of the system, these two neighborhoods look exactly the same, right? We only observe 5 reports for 5 reported incidents per neighborhood. How do we statistically distinguish these things? And this is, I think, a benchmark problem that's fundamental in a lot of settings, even outside of participation. So this is sort of perhaps the hardest thing when sort of trying to do statistical analyses for inequitable policing. A lot of really good economics work is around getting around this problem when sort of showing sort of that policing is inequitable. And maybe I'm going to skip through the methods a little bit, just because sort of maybe that's not what y'all are interested in. But maybe as a few sentence summary, the classic thing to do, the classic approach is to go out and walk the streets and get a snapshot uncensored view, right? So like go out and try to figure out some alternate way to get ground truth, and then just compare the number of reports to this like true ground truth that you might have. You often don't have this, right? It's often, especially in this setting, it's like really expensive. I'm just poor professor who hopefully someone will fund, and I don't have time to hire a bunch of people to like walk around the streets. And so the statistics question we wanted to answer here was, were there ways to measure this underreporting without actually going out and walking the streets? I'm going to skip how we did it just because I only have a few minutes left. I was always planning on skipping this. There's fun math, you know, happy to talk about this offline for those of you who like fun math. But sort of maybe the upshot is what we ended up measuring was, on average, how long does it take for the first report to come in after the incident happens, right? So what's the delay between reporting and between the incident happening and the report? And the claim is that's like sort of, if that differs by neighborhood, that's going to be a bad thing. Okay, so I'm going to skip the methods and go through sort of the results. And maybe the first result is just like the good news, which is that the system is mostly efficient, that things that are hazardous get reported faster. Things that are maybe less dangerous, like roots, cracking sidewalks, things maybe overgrown, things that need to be pruned, like things that are less hazardous get reported slower. So this is all good news. It's also a verification of the method. But then the bad news, which is on the same order that hazardous and less hazardous things are differentiated, we have vastly different reporting rates by neighborhood, even after conditioning out incident characteristics, right? So for those of you familiar with New York, so here in this map, the darker areas are where we have lower reporting rates, and the lighter areas are where we have higher reporting rates. And for whatever reason, sort of the Columbia area and a little bit north of it was just, regardless of whatever robustness we did, always came out as the highest reporting rates. Okay, anyway. Sort of what we found is that reporting rates are super variable by neighborhood, even conditional on incident characteristics. And the difference, in the highest reporting rate neighborhoods, you might observe a report 3 times faster than you observe in another neighborhood, in sort of the slowest reporting neighborhoods. And I'm not going to show the regressions, but those of you familiar with New York are not going to be sort of, I don't need to tell you that sort of the colors on this map correlate with basically any socioeconomic thing you care about, right? Sort of education, race, income, sort of population density certainly, but yeah. So like this is a bad thing, right? This sort of, it took a lot of work, but sort of in the system we were able to identify in what ways participation was not representative. And sort of this was just contextualizing some of these things and just saying that in Manhattan, on average, we're seeing about 2 times faster than on average in Queens. Yeah, so that was, I think, my sort of, the reason I went through this work is sort of, it took us a lot of effort to, so even in a system that seems perfect for representation, in the sense that it doesn't require individual representation, all it required was like some notion of groups. We had, a very natural notion of the group, right? Like spatial neighbors, and that was reasonable. And even here, sort of like, and like this was almost the best case scenario for, I think, participation being representative. But, it wasn't. It dramatically isn't, because, who uses, like, if I asked who here has used the 311 system, my guess is like maybe 3 of you, and that person has used it 100 times. And like sort of no one else has used it even once. It was like, is my guess, right? So like, what can we do about this? This is what we're actively working on now. And in general, I don't think there's easy answers. And so I'm going to end with just asking you, in your work, in your governance work, who is the community whose opinions you care about? Whose voices are you missing? Can you add them to your system? If you can't, are there ways to identify and upweight similar voices? Probably not. And if not, is voting as governance even a good mechanism? That's all I had.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nikhil, for getting us kicked off today with that great presentation. And I think asking some immensely important questions that all of us building in this space should actively be thinking about very frequently, because it's easy to think just because you have a token that anyone can theoretically buy that you now have representative governance of some kind. But I think very intensely thinking about especially those questions that Nikhil ended off with is tremendously important for all of us to think, who are we actually representing when we build these systems, and who are we making these accessible for? So yeah, thank you very much, Nico, for giving that presentation. And in a moment, once the stage gets reconfigured slightly, we're going to have the first panel of the day, which is all going to be on measurement systems and contributor rewards. We're going to have Michael Zargham, who was here yesterday as well. He's the founder, of Block Science, as well as being involved in MetaGov. We're going to have Aaron Soskin as well from Govern, giving people a voice and power in politics and democracy. We're going to have Jeff Emmett from CommentStack, who also has been involved in a variety of communities focused on governments. And hopefully, barring any surprises, we will have Professor Ellie Rennie joining us virtually for this conversation. She's a professor at RMIT who's done a lot of really interesting ethnography work and is doing some cool research right now with Michael Zargham and some of the others as well. So as soon as the stage is set up, we're going to have them join. And yeah, I think that, are we good to go? Can we get them up? Cool, yeah, so let's get the panelists up on stage. And yeah, we're going to be getting kicked off shortly. I see Ellie's already here with us. Hello, Ellie. Great seeing you from at least virtually on a big stage. Usually it's computer to computer, so weird to have on the big screen. But yeah, wonderful to have this panelists with us. And so they are all here, so I will get off stage and leave it to them. So round of applause for our panelists.
So thank you guys very much for joining us. So anyone who's participated in a DAO or in any other sort of self-governed system knows that actually keeping track of contributions is really hard. So I'm going to give an introductory little story to help motivate why this is hard. So two-person model. We've got a kitchen, and it's dirty, and I'm going to wash the dishes, and maybe sometimes my wife is going to wash the dishes. And the problem with this is actually observability. I notice every time I wash the dishes and how hard or easy it was, and I get all of the observations about my contribution, and likewise she about hers. But I only sort of see when she washes the dishes. Like, I notice the effects of it. I don't really know how hard it was or how much time she spent doing it. I have a model of that in my head, but ultimately, if you really think about it, I'm probably going to overestimate my contributions and underestimate hers, and we're probably going to have a little I'm doing all the work, what are you doing discussion. And it's in good faith and friendly because, we're on good terms. But as a community grows, that's going to get harder and harder because the strength of the relationships between the people involved is going to get a little less personal and a little bit more based on the data and based on, processes and just things that get kind of coded into these systems, either in the rules or in the tech. And so I just want people to understand that this is a really hard problem that you cannot actually really finally solve, but a lot of teams are trying to help people do it better and help them understand that difficulty. And so on this panel, we're going to explore some research about communities who have built tools and use them. We're going to explore some new tools that are being built and what they're motivated by. And I think I'm going to start by inviting Ellie to tell us a little bit about her research in particular, because her work focuses on ethnography, so it's a little bit more qualitative. It helps us understand how people feel about those systems, not just what those systems tell us about people.
Sure, thanks, Zargham. And I should acknowledge that I've been doing this work with Zargham, and some of the insights here are his. So we've been looking at what was called the CRED experiment. So this was SourceCred, who was and still building, to the best of my knowledge, tools to map people's contributions and reward them. it's not used just by them, but they did dog food their own product. It's also used in a number of other Web3 projects, and some with a great deal of success, I should say. And I want to first acknowledge that when SourceCred decided to undertake the CRED experiment, i.e. paying themselves through this algorithm of their own making, a number of things occurred, but I think most importantly, look, people got paid, and people who were from marginalised backgrounds who might not have got paid did so. And there was a great deal of important experimentation. But there were also some hard lessons that were learned along the way, and I think it's worth quickly outlining those to set up this panel. We know that legibility is important in these tools. You need to be able to see them, you need to be able to understand what's going on, and you need to be able to use them effectively for policy making of that community. And this, I think, is probably the crux of where SourceCred itself had some problems and struggled with their own tool. And the learnings really that came out with that was, I think I would summarize it as awareness of what was occurring was obscured either as turnover occurred in the organization or as priorities shifted depending on who was there, or it might have been there were bottlenecks that occurred, was conflict in the community. So what we're kind of seeing here with these dynamics is influences which are not really easy to understand other than through observation, through attention, which is where ethnography comes in, and trying to understand the effective presence, the actual experience of being involved in a project such as this. I would also add that I think the learnings that they came up with, but which we had the privilege, I suppose, of witnessing, were around the need to really put in place forms of governance or organisation that are going to enable a permissionless organisation that's working with tools such as this to be able to use them effectively. So as someone said, you need to institutionalise the feedback that is coming through your experience of working with this tool. And the other, I suppose, key insight that I want to put out there now would be the importance of what people often refer to as onboarding and offboarding, but I think it's broader than that, which is documentation of those experiences. And really ensuring that things get collected and documented as you go, because if they don't, that knowledge is lost, and people come in and they decide that they've got a great idea, or they have a particular skill or something that they feel that they want to contribute to the group, and not realizing that that's already been done before. I once did an ethnography of an organization where people had to retire at the age of 26. It was a youth organization. And we saw kind of similar things happening in this permissionless organization. People were relearning the same mistakes or putting things forward and not realizing that there was a high degree of fatigue already at that idea. But as soon as they put in some documentation, for instance, a simple thing like how to facilitate meetings, anyone could actually come in and do that. So there's some initial ideas of the challenges of these systems and where that particular community, which I think is probably the most long-running community who's attempted to use these tools, where they landed in their knowledge of them.
Thank you so much, Ellie. And please, I encourage the audience to sort of check out Ellie's research as a stream of papers on these subjects. And it's a really valuable contribution to that memory, to that documentation. I think, going along this line of, documenting the specific experiences of communities, we also have this sort of role, this public good of the sort of researchers themselves, gathering this information, synthesizing it, and publishing it to try to facilitate some of that transfer learning from each other. In terms of other communities that have experimented with measurement tools, Jeff has been involved with the Commons Stack and the Token Engineering Commons and some other communities that have done a variety of participatory policy making, and in particular used some Discord-based tooling called the PraiseBot to sort of give each other credit, props in various ways. It's a subset of some of the functionality that emerged in SourceCred, but it is significantly more legible in that it's very clear who praised who when, but there are very few constraints. And so ultimately, the process was determined largely by human behavior, and the community went through a learning process of what that meant for them. And I'd really love it if you could tell us about that experience and those learnings, and maybe, you know, what you take away from that as you move into and collaborate with other communities.
Yeah, definitely. So it was really interesting, and I feel like the praise, like this goes back even further than the Common Stack back to Giveth. And for anyone who knows Griff Green, he's one of the biggest hearted people in the space, and there was this massive gratitude culture and just thanking each other publicly in Discord, like, thank you for doing this thing. And that would get logged. So that was the role of the bot, is essentially to take these statements of gratitude, which is a nice interpersonal touch, recording it, and then of course later quantifying it, which is where the conflicts eventually come in to all of these systems, I think. And quantifying that, and then that would turn into either a distribution of C-Stack tokens, which is the reputation token of the Common Stack and the trusted seed, or impact hours, which was at once a governance tool and also a remuneration tool, reward tool, for the token engineering commons. So it was really, really interesting to see it evolve, because I think there were multiple parts to it. And the interpersonal dynamics and just the gratitude culture that it espoused was really beneficial socially. But then, you know, quantifying that always led to differences of opinion. And I think there were, you know, most people were praising each other, and then a few people were quantifying that praise. And I mean, it was an open process, but it was also a very time-intensive process. And this is where, you know, SourceCred or Coordinape or other tools kind of lower the admin overhead on that, as opposed to going through, you know, a sheet with thousands of different praises and then trying to say, well, what's this one worth compared to that one? And I mean, you kind of can turn things into buckets. Okay, a tweet is worth, you know, a 20th of a paper is worth a 100th of a white paper. I mean, but it's very subjective. It's very, very contextual. So really amazing experiments, and I mean, ultimately leads to sometimes conflict in communities who have differences of subjective value on what was completed. You may think that this type of work is worth more. Someone else may have a different idea, and it's only the people really in that role, in those shoes, that can understand sort of the depth of experience of whatnot that goes into their work. So really, I think, interesting experiments. But ultimately, what we need to do at the end of the day is apply sort of there's a concept called Wittgenstein's ruler. So if I take a ruler and I'm measuring a table, am I using the ruler to measure the table, or am I using the table to measure the ruler? And a lot of the time in these experimental tools, I think we get a little bit carried away with tool worship across the space in general, but you know, we need to test the outputs of these systems against sort of our subjective rubric of, you know, did that measure what we wanted it to measure? Because as soon as you incentivize anything, you create that behavior. And this is Goodhart's law, and well studied in this space. Wherever the incentive is, you get the behavior. So I think it's just really important to make sure that we are revisiting these core values that we are trying to measure, because if we don't do that, we kind of get lost in this loop of quantification for quantification's sake, and I think it can lead down a lot of different pathways. So we just have to be very conscious and intentional with the use of these tools.
So I think, for my part, the thing I'd like to emphasize here is that the measurement apparatus is not something that has an objective ground truth. It's something at best, we can have our communities participate in and discover, potentially continuously discover, what the right measurement process is for that community at that time in its life. And so sort of with that in mind, I'd like to pass the baton to Aaron to talk a little bit about what they're building and why they're building it at Govern.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm so excited. Shout out to all the projects that have already been mentioned. We've taken so much inspiration from all of them. And this will be actually really interesting. So at Govern, we're building tools to help DAO contributors track and manage their contributions. If you're here for the intro, you heard it that Govern was helping make more democratic societies and people self-govern themselves in politics. And it's actually quite interesting. That's actually where we started. We learned about DAOs, we learned about the power of online collective movements, and we built these really complicated mechanisms on how people can self-govern their physical IRL communities, how you can take the power of online and apply that to IRL governance to power cities. And as we started to dive down that rabbit hole, we saw the problem that Michael actually exemplified with his first story, is that before you even get to these really complicated mechanisms, you actually have to distill that down. There's this base layer of understanding what each other is doing that actually needs to be done. That until we can actually understand what each individual person has been doing to collectively contribute towards a goal, none of these other complicated things actually matter so much. And that's what we've actually transitioned to really working on, and starting with experimenting with a lot of specific DAOs, going to down to the actual DAO level, and allowing them to build a contribution primitive, a contribution language. And one of the things that's really interesting that Michael just pointed out is, I remember we started working down this. We transitioned to say, okay, now we're just focused on managing contributions, building an objective primitive layer of what people have done and making it very trustworthy. And we spun up a research group. I want to give a huge shout out to Christine, who's in the audience, who's been leading this research. And we, Zargam, Ellie, who's on the call, Livia from TECs, Nick Vincent, who's not here right now. And I went to them, I was like, okay, let's create an objective language that everyone can use. And the first thing, it was the craziest thing. The first thing every scientist, academic said to me is like, there's no such thing as objective truth, Aaron. It's all going to be subjective. And in fact, and this was the crazier part to me, I was like, well, why don't we try? And it might have even been Zargam, or said, it was like, we actually don't even want to. We don't want to force everyone to use the same language. That what is so beautiful about this contribution primitive, that's beautiful about people contributing towards a common goal, is the flexibility, it is the nuance that people bring to the topic. And what we've been now experimenting with is the ability for communities, for individualized groups to come up with their micro language, if you will, contribution primitive, and how we can then take all of these micro contribution languages, these primitives that people are coming up with, and create a macro level one as well that everybody can create, right? And the ability to break that down or roll it up at any kind of, as you move the slider, is really something unique and beautiful.
Yeah, so I would like to sort of like highlight this then, that in order to get to something that is sufficient to be useful, we need something a bit like natural language, where you adapt your dialect. There might be a shared language, so we might imagine that the sort of schemas being built into the governed software represent a, let's just say it's English, a natural language that all of the communities share at some level, but that rather than saying, why aren't you speaking the Queen's English, you're actually saying, look, like the emergence of dialects that are specialized to the context that they're used in is a natural and appropriate, and that furthermore, those things will evolve over time, both the sort of central sort of shared language, the core canonical one, and the dialects themselves actually could be expected to evolve with context in order to remain alignment with what the community members actually need to express on an ongoing basis. And so I'd like to use this as a pin to sort of come back to, like, what is the purpose of this software? Well, it's to empower people to drive outcomes. And so we're going to come back to this sort of meta measurement problem. And I'm going to tell another little story. And this one is from my time in undergrad in a robotics class, where I was for the first time trying to program a robot, and it was supposed to get into this little white circle on the ground, and I'm looking at my computer where I've done the programming and it's got the code, and the computer is telling me that the robot is in the white circle. Like, according to the data, the robot has succeeded. Yeah, I'm looking at the robot banging into the wall, going like, like, how am I gonna fix this? A lot of the time, we're only ever looking at the data in the computer. We're like, yeah, we did it, like, number go up. And then you're like, wait, but if you actually ask people, that's a bit like looking at the robot and being like, yeah, it's not working right. And so I'm actually gonna throw it back to Ellie to talk a little bit about the hybrid methods that we've been developing with MetaGov and elsewhere to try to bring some of this observability of the human dynamics into these digital spaces. Because to be clear, it's very hard to look outside the system when you have a digital first community. Like, what is outside? Like, what does it mean to look at the robot crashing into the wall? And so, we need to ask people, like, but what does that look like? So Ellie, can you tell us a little bit about ethnography in digital spaces?
Yeah, sure. As everyone here knows, a lot of these communities happen mostly online and in applications like Discord, which can get unwieldy and confusing, even if you're trying really hard to follow along. And for someone like me, who's trying to observe that and document it, the challenge is quite immense. So what we did working with MetaGov was to create a Discord bot, which we called the Telescope. And the idea of this bot is that anyone within that server can put the telescope emoji on a comment that they think is important for the researcher to be able to see. And that, importantly, the bot then sends a message to the author of the comment and says, do you agree to have this included in the data set? And do you want that anonymous or attributable to yourself? So there's also a kind of ethics within there, a consent process, which is the other thing that can make doing research in these spaces incredibly difficult, is how do people know that you're actually doing the research, because you don't know when they've come in or out, and you can't constantly be telling them that you're a researcher observing them. So we did it mostly for those consent reasons, but then it became clear very quickly that what it did is it gave people within that community a very tangible way to participate in the research themselves. And it created a channel inside the server where they could see the things that were being telescoped. And then, interestingly, within the channel that was kind of displaying this feed, people started discussing events that occurred in the past. So for me, that was a really interesting process. And it was, I should say, Source Credit is quite a small community, and they're very active, and they have a lot of attention to their own tools and bots. So maybe it worked well with them for that reason. But I do think that even as qualitative researchers, it's important for us to be developing tools that correspond to how those communities work and that enable them to engage in the research more, rather than, being the equivalent of the white researcher going and living among the natives, which is otherwise how it often turns out. And I think that the value there also is that you have something that you can triangulate with other methods, things that might come out of from the algorithm itself, in the case of SourceCred or whatever particular tool they're using, that give you information. So I think the intention going forward is to try and figure out how you take the qualitative information, how you take the kinds of things that Aaron's outlined in terms of what people are putting in and saying they're doing, and use that as a feedback mechanism itself, and to make something like humanities research more active and valuable inside communities.
Well, thank you very much. So we have about 7 minutes left, and one thing I really like to do with panels when appropriate is take questions from the group, because I like to kind of keep things participatory. So I don't know, Eugene, if you want to facilitate, can we take a few questions from the audience?
Thanks. I'm Will from Protocol Labs. Aaron, I'd love to, if you could hone in a little more specifically on all this applying to governs work, specifically focusing on campaign finance and how these concepts have evolved in your work.
Yeah. So without taking up too much of the time, specifically we started in trying to democratize campaign finance. That's where we started. To do that, we said, okay, we have to build decentralized lobbying organizations, decentralized political organizations. What we realized is a lot of these governmental political organizations, what makes them so unique is they actually bring together a lot of disparate actors, stakeholders that do a ton of different things, academics that do research, politicians that do, bureaucrats, They understand the constraints of the system. They bring in people to understand the problems that they're feeling. They do studies. They bring in operators, government officials. It's a bunch of different stakeholders. And to try to make these things work, what like these really good political organizations do is they coordinate all of these people. Like that's what they do. They essentially coordinate. And one of our first principles is we didn't want to be a lobbyist ourselves. We didn't want to become a centralized force ourselves. So we tried to develop a tool to help allow all of these disparate stakeholders to better coordinate amongst each other. And in building that tool, we realized that's the tool that needs to exist. It needs to be a way to track and manage the contributions you are contributing to a network. Ultimately trying to build a contribution graph the same way that SourceCred is trying to as well. How do you see how different participants actually contribute so you can all work around them? And so we've taken all of that work that we've done. We're now really focusing on that contribution graph piece. And before we go to politics, before we go to government, we're starting with DAOs. We're starting with normal organizations. I actually want to give a big shout out to a DAO called Dream DAO, who does what Ellie was talking about earlier, documentation very, very well. Because it's made it really easy. Not only do they document the way they contribute really well, their output is all documented too. And so we're building out this contribution primitive specifically with DAOs now, but we believe online organizations are going to be what eats the worlds. DAO is going to be what eats the worlds. And as that goes into more IRL governance communities, they'll be able to take these tools with them.
And next question.
I'm a huge fan of user research. Hi, I'm Theo from VitaDAO. I'm personally a huge fan of user research, user centricity, and I really appreciate the work you all are doing. I would ask though, some people say Web3 is such a novel technology, and if you ask people what they wanted, when the horse switched to the car, they would have said a faster horse. So what is your take in the light of user-centric research, whether the user really has an informed opinion about how these systems really work and should work?
I'll take that. I think it's important to understand that just because people have the opportunity to participate in governance of something, that it's also not totally fair to obligate them to. So my preferred analogy relates to things like, say, the transportation system here, right? Like it's a permissionless public infrastructure from a usage perspective, but it's permissionlessly provisioned. And as a result, like we have a degree of, let's say, technocracy around the who has the right to actually, say, design and build a bridge, a road system, et cetera. And so by taking sort of a more historical infrastructure perspective, we start to realize that at least at an abstract level, the kinds of governance patterns that we need are not new, but on the other hand, they could still be viewed as very new in the sense that, let's say some high-test steel makes it possible to build a kind of bridge, a length of bridge that was not buildable before. You might still need to develop the expertise to apply it and go through a lot of cycles to determine who's going to fund and that it needs to be funded at all, or have a participatory process for determining where it's being built. And so people could be involved in some critical decision making that's relevant to, say, purpose or to desired outcome, while at the same time not pressing all of the technical details into the hands of the end users. And as we think about how to factor out expertise from the consequences of the application of the expertise, I think that's how we have to start to deal with any emerging technology and its application pursuant to some public interest.
And one thing, if you let me add, that I'd actually want to give a shout out to Jeff and the Praise project. Something that we learned from Praise that was really interesting, it's a little bit different than Coordinape. If you're all familiar with Coordinape, the idea of giving is that Praise recognizes, like, you understand work being done through the eyes of someone else. You say, I think I'm giving you praise for this thing that you've done. And you can look at how other people view the work being done, and that provides a roadmap almost to, like, what should be getting innovated on, right? It's a new way of saying, like, hey, not so much thanks for a faster horse, but thanks for getting me here faster. And they're going to be like, oh, that's the thing people want to see. So I think praise is like kind of this unreal unlock for us, at least. So.
Hi there, my name is Hirsch. My question is, in this form of digital governance, what do you see as a major risk compared to traditional governance? And do you think it's susceptible to similar bureaucracy and echo chambers that exist in the traditional setting?
I'll give a short answer and then pass it off, but I actually don't think it's very different. I think that whether you render your rule sets and your processes for coming to collective decisions in legal prose or whether you codify them into software, you're ultimately just making sort of information processing systems, and that those things degenerate based on either inputs that are used to skew the system rather than used to help the system work as intended, or that certain assumptions get entrenched and then they come to be no longer a good fit for the system in place. And although those are very abstract statements, when you zoom out enough to think of these as information processing systems, I don't think that the material they're rendered in really changes their failure modes very much. But I actually suspect Ellie has a probably more concrete opinion from her experiences.
Look, I think a big risk is we need to understand, also relates to the previous question. People are coming into these groups with history and with experiences of workplaces or being in the public or whatever it might be that are not necessarily positive. And when they then come into these radically different ways of doing things, they may replicate some of those behaviors. So that might be, for instance, not understanding that they can collectively change the system to suit their community. Or it might be, which I think we've seen across a number of projects, where the tools themselves can be easy for, I suppose, easy tools of social manipulation, whether intentional or not. Often people don't even realize the power that they have over others. So I think the main risk is that a community really needs to be able to hold an understanding of what its intention is, what it's trying to achieve. Alignment was the word that came up a lot in the source code interviews that I did, because the community ultimately became about things other than developing the product at times. And or the developers didn't get rewarded, or their work wasn't as, I suppose, praised, for want of a better word, as much as it should have been. So there are many risks, and the only way to avoid them is to have a kind of hyper awareness and to build that into the processes.
Cool, thank you very much. We're out of time, so I'm going to give the floor back to Eugene.
Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you, Jeff, Michael, and Aaron. Thank you, Ellie, for joining us all the way from Australia. Thank you for keeping the wonderful conversations going. How's everyone feeling? Everyone feeling more full of energy at this point? Hopefully we've been caffeinated. We're ready for more public goods. Is everyone excited for more public goods conversation? Yeah, there we go. So we had Matt set the stage for the day. We had Nikhil present on what to do when participation is underrepresented. We just had a whole panel on measurement systems and contributor rewards, and we're getting ready for another panel on Web3 common learning tools. And so we're going to have Matt Froelich moderating for this group. And on the actual panel, we'll have Pooja Shah from Tephra Labs, we'll have Molly McKinley from Protocol Labs, and we'll have Kartik Talwar from ETH Global. So we'll give it another moment as the stage gets set up. But this has been a sort of a great sequence of conversations. And after this one, we're going to be looking at a collaborative map of the intelligent cooperation landscape. So I think it's really a great run of programming to cover different kind of problems and explore how we can tackle these problems pertaining to public goods in a more systematic way. And so I think at this point, I have filled enough time, and I will pass it off to our wonderful panel. So let's give them a round of applause as they get started.
Thank you, Eugene. Hello?
Hello.
Hello. All right. Well, thank you for the great introduction, Eugene. Am I on here?
I think so.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, very excited for this panel. We have a lot of esteemed guests here. I think just to set the stage here, would be interesting to, work through this panel as like, let's present kind of like the work that's being done, and then present almost the shape of the problem, or the shape of the public goods and commons problem. And then I think we have a great audience of people here who are very well versed in mechanism design and have worked through some of these things themselves. So I think it'd be good to essentially like let's display the shape of the problem, bring some of the approaches that have been done so far, and then I would put it out to the audience to kind of like talk to us after about where areas where you've seen solutions to this or things that should be tried that could potentially push this work forward. All right. So with that, could we get everyone here to just quickly introduce yourselves and then provide a quick description of the kind of like Commons learning programs that you're working on? What are you trying to achieve? Just help us set the stage and get up to speed here. I'll toss it to Molly first.
Sure. Hi, Molly McKinley. The learning program that I can talk about today is the PL Launchpad program, which is a 6-week onboarding program for new hires to the PL network. We actually have run, I think, 5 cohorts of this at this point. We initiated and ran our first pilot in November of last year. And really what we're trying to achieve is ramping in more new talent, new ideas, new people into the PL network of companies. Really not looking at this from a single organization perspective, but looking at it across all of the many teams that make up this kind of aligned and collaborative ecosystem. And how can we train, onboard, connect, and match talent to the best place for them within the network, and doing that kind of on a repeated basis so that we can kind of build up culture, build up knowledge, and also build up all of the teams across this network that are desperate for amazing new talent to help push their ideas forward.
Hey everybody, I'm Kartik. I'm one of the co-founders of ETH Global, and ETH Global started as an organization with the goal of getting just more developers into building Web3. So it started out with just Ethereum-specific smart contracts, and then just expanded to be beyond it's just smart contracts alone. So we have a lot of elements of other Web3 components and infrastructure that are out there. And kind of as we did these events, which were primarily hackathons and workshops for developers, we kind of noticed that there's a large gap between the self-selection that happens for people who are already interested in kind of coming into this space, and they're just finding the other people that are in similar interests and kind of showing up in the same place to work with them. And that sort of got us to a point where we were seeing so many people on the sidelines that were just kind of consuming a lot of these tutorials online because they were recorded. And we kind of noticed a lot of the differences between people who were attending, whether that's because they were readily in the location that we were doing an event in, or were able to catch up online. But the difference between people who were attending the events versus people who were watching what comes out of the event was about 30x. So every 1,000 people that showed up, 30,000 people were watching these exact developer tutorials. And we kind of noticed that we're still leaving a lot of room on the table from being able to attract and understand why we're not able to reach that audience. And that led us to kind of build something called ETH Global Guides, which we're kind of currently testing and launching. And that's a way for people to learn all the same things just on their own pace without kind of committing to being at a place or any given time.
Hey everyone, my name is Pooja, and the project that I can talk about today is called Radius. It's a project by Tephra Labs, which is a company that's building infrastructure for large-scale human coordination. And Radius started as a project because we were recognizing, kind of as Molly mentioned, this just dramatic need for really skilled talent in a number of different Web3 ecosystems, and wanting to provide some of these connecting opportunities between people who are looking for, work in Web3 and getting their careers started, to actually matching into ecosystems that need talent. And so Radius, what we really believed in project-based learning, kind of similar to the hackathon approach. And so one of the things that we found to be really interesting is that when people are working on projects that are grants from various different ecosystems, they have kind of enough runway to actually traverse the learning curve into the ecosystem that they're working on. They build relationships with core developers in those communities, and it becomes like a really powerful way for them to kind of, the first element that snowballs into future projects and maybe even jobs or companies that they want to start in the ecosystem in the future. And we're also supplementing that with a content library, from across many different ecosystems, and a fellowship program as well to help people who are like really just at the very beginning of their Web3 careers.
Perfect, thank you. And I guess my next question, and just start evolving this a little bit, is I think the easy version of this question is like, why do you think that education is kind of like a public goods commons? I think like we can all agree that it's very important for so many reasons. I'll ask that question, but in particular, what is it that's so important for like your ecosystem or your particular project, and like how do you approach it as like, okay, well, in some ways it's a resource allocation and we can do a million things. Why is it so important to allocate the resources that you need, and what does it really mean for your specific ecosystem in particular?
Yeah, I can describe about the kind of like public good aspect of things. Like why is this relevant to this audience or this format? I think you can look at countries and how countries invest in the learning of their population, things like public libraries, things like public access to knowledge and education, as a thing that equips their environment, their community, with resources that then can help them compete in a global marketplace, generate new inventions and innovations that improve life for everyone around them. You can kind of make the same analogy to a community or a network that also wants to level up the capability of all of the people in the network, bring in new talent effectively to help grow the total amount of things that you can achieve. And so that same kind of like public good of investing in public education is relevant at the ecosystem or community or network perspective. And so that as a public good that's available to many, that then levels everyone up, benefits the whole network and community. And the things that, at least in Launchpad, we think are super, super important, we kind of break it down into three main categories. There's the core technical learning. Do people have the technical knowledge and capabilities who are, say, coming from Web 2 into Web 3, where they know how to build a website on IPFS, they know how to run a Filecoin node, they understand how these technologies work under the hood, and they're ramped up pretty quickly in coming from a different environment to here. Then there's kind of the community knowledge network connections. For us, that's forming mentorship relationships between like core implementation developers and the people who are going to be maybe committing PRs or trying to make improvements to those things. So we use mentorship as a part of that. We also introduce people into the how of how things get done in open source projects and communities. So you attend triage sessions for how are we prioritizing all of the different feature requests or bugs within these open source projects. And so really connecting people into a network. And then finally, the third pillar is culture, making sure that as we grow these networks and communities, we maintain the gravity within the community that holds people together, where it's like, yes, we are aligned, we care about a mission and values and things that like help us collaborate and work really effectively together, and we build all of those strong bonds and relationships as an onboarding cohort so that we have like, the affinity, the friendships, the connections that mean we are a unified community, even across many different companies within a wider network that might be focusing on very different things, which then really helps with long-term collaboration, like long-term feeling of like, yes, I'll go out of my way to help my neighbor. And so those are kind of the three main things that we focus on.
I don't think I can do better than that. But it's a very kind of similar answer that I have to, and the way I would phrase kind of our decisions to kind of go about doing this was from a timing standpoint, which is we started about 5 years ago, and that's when you couldn't really find anything online. Part of what made ETH Global become a thing was that we really thought this was going to be the best thing ever as a developer, and we just couldn't find anywhere from dedicated efforts to kind of bring more devs in, to have kind of other communities form, and just more generally, like we didn't have enough good actors in there, because if you were to go back 2017 and look at any news on what's going on in the space, there was way more negative than positive stuff. So we said, hey, we think there's way more potential here, and what matters is people doing good things, and starting that type of community and ecosystem takes sometimes decades. And kind of the best thing to do that was, hey, let's make sure that we have an effort around bringing more and more people in and just getting that going, and maybe the fruits will pay off like 10 years from now or 5 years from now. But what matters is somebody focusing on this. And the approach kind of we took from there was that when you are in a world where anywhere from the programming language you're building on is evolving on a weekly basis, anytime somebody does something, whether it's a blog post or a tutorial or a video, the thing gets stale quite fast. And you had all these scenarios where people would look at something, whether it's a YouTube video or a blog post from somebody else, and try to make that work and run. They couldn't get the basic things working. And our approach was to make sure that we're fixing the freshness issue first, and then use that to actually complement and make that a lot more widespread. So that's kind of how we thought about it. Where this kind of ends up doing is fitting in is that overall it ends up making it easy for people to actually try things before they, in a way, understand if they want to buy it. The most common thing, and the average profile of a ETH Global attendee, is that they're about to quit their Web 2 roles. They're all developers, and go into Web 3. And they're trying to figure out, is this like actually real? Can I actually think about having a career in here? And if so, what are the nuances? If I'm especially on smart contract side, what changes here, whether it's a framework of how I should think about coding things or how different things work from a state standpoint. All these things are just not obvious until you're actually doing something. And because we're also dealing with money for a lot of these cases, you don't want to find out that you missed something on production. There's a lot of irreversible consequences for these types of scenarios, and these events become a way for you to experiment. And as we kind of do all of that through these kind of sandbox experiences, which were hackathons, we said, hey, we think there's a lot more room to kind of make that even more sandbox and go into guides, which lets you understand how something would behave on production if you were to deploy. And you use that to learn and get the confidence to actually make that jump.
Yeah, I think, also just sort of, tying back to the original question as well around like what makes this a public good. I think there's clearly a gap in the market today, right? Where, there are companies and organizations and ecosystems that really, really need skilled talent. And there are huge numbers of people. I mean, I think ETH Global has seen, I don't even know, it's probably like hundreds or thousands or, many, many people go through these different programs because they're looking for these like upskilling opportunities effectively and trying before they buy into a space because they want to enter and get access to these work opportunities down the road. But there's kind of companies want to buy skilled talent. They don't necessarily always want to invest in like the onboarding and training that's necessary in order to take someone who has like all the raw ingredients but needs a little bit of that before they can be really effective in an organization. And so I think some of these programs like fill those gaps. And I think it's really interesting because they're clearly really, really valuable. There's clearly a ton of need for these things, but they are difficult to think about, how will these get funded? And the beneficiaries of these programs, which are talent and companies that get to benefit from skilled talent, aren't necessarily the ones that are supporting these types of activities longer term, right? In the case of ETH Global and Launchpad, these are like funded by ecosystems that are just really generous and know that this is a need and are willing to put funding behind it in order to support these programs. So I think it's like clearly a public good and also has kind of a commons funding issue as well, which would be really interesting to dive into. But the value is like sort of undeniable, yeah.
I think you're doing a very good job moderating by that leading question there because that's something I'm super interested in exploring here is, we've talked about there's a lot of value, both tangible and intangible, whether it's through the community and just like onboard, you could see the metrics of like I am onboarding more teams who are building more on my ecosystem and are therefore creating value that is captured in some way down the road. But it strikes me as there are, some of that is very intangible, some of that is not necessarily, contained within an ecosystem. Somebody could go to, through my training system and go to another ecosystem, for example. And also it's a very long-term play. It can be multiple years before people are getting up to speed and really contributing back into the ecosystem. So I guess where I'm going with this is, to Pooja's point, how do you plan to fund, how do you set up the right funding structures for these programs, and how do you make that sustainable on the long term, whether that be exploring new ways to capture some of the value at the end, allocating parts of the community resources pool towards these things. I'd like to hear about the different approaches for each of you, especially I think there's different stages with Pooja. You are starting up a very kind of high growth effort now and are at a different stage than perhaps Protocol Labs and Ethereum. So I'd like to tease that apart a little bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, so far we haven't explored all of these things yet. Right now, Launchpad is being funded mostly entirely by Protocol Labs. We sponsor all of the people who go through the program, and when you think about the success metrics or why sponsor all of this, it's the collective growth of the network in terms of humans and in terms of capability. It's kind of like what we're being measured on from a value creation standpoint. So, how effectively do we onboard new humans into the network? What is the sorts of impact they are able to do? How quickly in the teams that they match with or the teams they onboard onto? And then collectively as a network, are we creating more impact? And if so, great, success. That's worth funding the learning program that then creates that down the road. We're probably only in the early days of actually being able to measure and quantify that. You could definitely, we've thought about future experiments that we might do that we definitely have not done yet, which is something along the lines of, for the talent that Launchpad brings into this wider network, you look at kind of the long-term careers and pathways people might take between different projects they work on, and then some fraction of the total impact that they create as evaluated by the impact of their various teams, as evaluated by like the performance reviews they might get within those different teams, gets attributed back to Launchpad as an early training and onboarding program that like set them up and matched them to a team where they were successful. And you could then imagine every team that they flow through getting that same, recognition for investing in their growth, helping apply them to really useful problems, helping them find their next opportunity, and that creates kind of maybe also the incentive for every group to like be cheerleading someone as they go long term within a network. We haven't yet explored that. Right now we're still at the early days of build a really amazing program that people love, that managers also can like hardcore thumbs up and be like, my people accelerated into the network more effectively thanks to this program. I got net new talent that's able to jump into the problems that I was facing, that I wasn't able to find people to fit these problem areas, and they are capable, and they are a great contributor to my team, and they're bringing all of the connections in the network to these problems as well. And so really we're looking right now at like, what is the efficacy of our learning, what's the efficacy of the overall network impact that the people go through our program. But we're, on Monday is when our 100th person joins a Launchpad cohort, so we're still super early.
From us, like the way we think about this thing is that ETH Global fundamentally kind of behaves like a marketplace, which is we are facilitating a handful of actors in the system and kind of helping them achieve their goals. You have we call them contributors in our kind of network, and you can look at our chart. There's multiple types of contributors. You have a speaker, mentor, judge, hacker, just an attendee who's just kind of looking to see if this is something they want, and they kind of go through this engine of different products, whether it's a hackathon or a summit or our guides or just anything else that we're going to do in the future, and that sort of creates more outcomes. So whether it's a project, some of these talks, workshops, and that sort of creates more contributors at the end, and kind of the engine works by just kind of repeating that loop, so you end up amplifying, and all of that kind of happens directly through word of mouth. And kind of the way we think about all this thing is that we know that the engine is working for the one product that we have figured out product market fit on, which is the hackathons, and everything that we do ends up supplementing the engine from giving us the flexibility to try more experiments. So when we think about our guide side of things, the goal is to say, look, we already know this process and this loop works. Can we get people to now be more involved as one of those contributors? So whether it was a speaker who recorded a 40-minute tutorial on YouTube, can we get them to actually write and help contribute to a guide that's now written, which has slightly broader reach, is way more measurable. We can understand who actually finished it. If they're kind of doing that on our website, we get to understand, okay, after they finished this thing, we actually saw them apply to this hackathon, which was offering anywhere from a prize to a talk about the project they just kind of did a guide for, and that helps kind of amplify that loop. And for us, the thinking is that we kind of care about the educational piece and the content itself being public goods. We don't have to think about making money because sustainability works from the other product that we do have product market fit on. But there are ways to figure out a way to capture value in the end if we actually get to scale. And right now, the actual number we get to track is that there's about 200,000 to 300,000 people that are actively watching our developer tutorials, and we have no way to reach them. And we think it's a confidence thing, which doing these guides instead of kind of committing to like a week-long or a weekend-long hackathon, which is intimidating, kind of helps offset. And if that loop works, you have a way more opportunities to think about anywhere from career change to job boards to giving out grants, or rather just more specifically just redirecting them to other parties who can do this much better than us. We don't have to own everything or of the stack, and we want to make sure that people are coming in from the right side because we care about curation. And especially when you look at people who are going from Web 2 to Web 3, they are mostly trying to understand what is noise and what's signal. And we want to do the best job in making sure they have the first best great impression in Web 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like probably a common model for a lot of these different types of projects will be like, leveraging the sustainability of another project or system that has achieved product market fit and has a sustainable business model, and taking some of the proceeds from that and putting that into other value generating activities that aren't necessarily like revenue equivalent generating activities, is probably a fairly common approach and is practical, and I think makes a lot of sense. I think for the way that some of what we've been thinking about also is just, I think Web3 is very unique because of this idea of community ownership of projects, and that also representing financial value as well. And so I think one thing that's like something that could be really interesting is imagining ecosystems that are benefiting from these types of programs that maybe do have their own protocols and tokens and et cetera, being able to contribute those back in some sort of, split stream. And this is like, would be coming from companies or organizations, not necessarily the people who are, getting employed or working on these projects, but being able to contribute that back to some sort of treasury that is managed by these projects. And that in a way becomes kind of like an index. Like these programs can become an index on the value that they're generating in different ecosystems, because they're, these really amazing people who are contributing a ton of value in those ecosystems will eventually, ideally, it's kind of indirect, but the protocol layer for all of those ecosystems will appreciate because of the effects of these programs, and so it kind of, you can then start to see how these programs can become like indices of the ecosystems that they're indirectly creating a lot of value in much down the road. So I think that's like something like the way that what we're doing with Radius is kind of like trying to be the endpoint for a lot of these educational journeys as well. And so we've been thinking about that as one of the ways in measuring the success of what we're doing is really just, taking people who are working on these projects are paid in the tokens for the ecosystems that they're contributing to, and us being able to capture a small portion of that value, or the protocol being able to capture a portion of that, represents the value that, again, indirectly these ecosystems have seen from the people who are doing this work. I think some of the other interesting models, some of this is like has already been piloted in Web 2, and I don't honestly think they've really taken off, but I think, again, Web3 could be there's like much more natural ways to implement some of these things with like smart contracts, but this idea of like income or revenue share agreements, and that, we've seen, I think, analogs in Web3 like split streams and just being able to like drip proceeds from some group that is able to receive funds to like the people who've kind of contributed value down the road, and that just being kind of an automatic, like programmable way to capture value back to people that contributed a lot of value in the value chain in the past. So I think some of those models could be really interesting to explore for these different programs too, but
yeah, it's super interesting how there's a common theme of like there's an understanding that like if you build an ecosystem, the ecosystem itself will definitely create more value is created by these education systems than is like put in so many ways. So it's always a balance, of course, between trying to measure everything and I won't want to say financialize, but create completely objective measures of this versus if the community believes strong enough that there is intrinsic value of this, that there's clearly been and demonstrated continued effort, whether that's resources and time or monetary resources, keep on going into this. So it's a very interesting case of do you need to tie in like a strict quantitative measurement of it, or is it enough that this is something that's like very much agreed on the community that needs to continue?
I feel like the issue is that right now the best we have is a retroactive way of assessing was something impactful, and I think all of our approaches here are in a way trying to make that more proactive, so that we can measure in a way like if this funnel or is converting, and if so, like how. So I feel like that's probably the framing that at least that I think of, which is we know that there are people that do these things and they're somehow coming to one of our websites to kind of be part of whatever we're doing. How do we know where they're actually coming from, and can we make that number bigger?
Yeah, I mean, I'd highlight I think we're all in like experimental approaches right now. Like we're iterating every 6 weeks and doing like changes to this onboarding program. And so we do need enough metrics that we can understand what's working and what isn't. And like looking at that from like a network perspective of like, well, are people learning what we kind of hoped they were going to learn? Are they matching to grants or jobs or coming to future hackathons based on kind of the work that they do in this program? And we need kind of like a gradient there by which we can improve. But I think we, maybe we'll have a much better perspective even further in the future to look back on the value that was generated that we can't necessarily see all of it today.
And I think it's clear early stage here, but there's a lot of exciting stuff going on here, and there's also a lot of challenges. So with the remaining time, it'd be interesting to explore what are the things that you find are particularly interesting, where you're seeing traction, you're particularly excited about this new concept that you're exploring, and then maybe what's one thing that if you were to ask somebody in the audience or somebody who's watching this, where they could really help you solve a problem or a challenge you're facing.
I mean, for us, the cohort nature is something that I think is working really well, maybe working even better than originally anticipated. Like we have a cohort of folks who are all onboarding at the same time, and we get them together in person for a week around some wider event that the ecosystem or community is having, which then allows you to have strong bonds within a cohort and also stronger bonds like with cohort alumni or other people in the network. So that's working really well for us. The thing that I would love help or advice on is as we think about trying to widen the funnel of people who can participate in Launchpad and scale the program over time, we'd initially had the hypothesis that to kind of convince people to take the leap from Web 2 to Web 3, you really needed to offer full-time employment. That was something we'd been seeing from a recruiting perspective at Protocol Labs. And as we try and scale the program, that leads to this challenge of what offer do you give people up front that's not going to then constrain where they might match or constrain whether or not they want to match to a full-time option. Maybe they want to go forth and do Radius, or maybe they want to jump to other areas. And so we're now experimenting with a 8-week contracting offer, which is like contract to hire, or maybe you just do this as a learning program and then jump to doing grants or other things. So we're still exploring there, and I'd love to talk to people who have ideas about how we can maybe do that more effectively or experiment with even other solutions for scaling.
Sure, I was going to use the time to think, but
so ETH Global Guides is on guides.ethglobal.com, and we're kind of in the phase where we're just getting a lot of bugs out. So a few people using it. We're getting ready for our next hackathon with Protocol Labs. So we hope to kind of have a few hundred people try to break it. Our kind of thinking back then was, not back then, it was like a few months ago, was the hope that if we kind of make things a lot more interactive, people get to actually try and then understand some of the fundamentals and see how things connect to each other. And I kind of went to a few developers, and especially kind of most of our kind of attendees, to get some feedback, and also to a few protocols that are out there. And the thing that sort of just totally surprised me was the developers were kind of largely indifferent in terms of like, oh, this is great, because most of them were on the intermediate to advanced stage. So this kind of first only attracts a lot of the beginners, which is great because that's what we're focusing on. But every company and protocol that I talked to said, hey, we actually have this basically half-assed or just collection of links that we send to all of our new employees. And this is how they learn how some of these things, even in our protocol, works, or what kind of the general Web3 intro that they need. And we would love to convert some of our internal nodes to this format so they can actually provably and kind of follow a whole step to kind of catch up. And they're like, hey, can I convert my internal team notebook or internal wiki to this? And that sort of was just like very counterintuitive, because I'd never expected that to be the answer. And that's, in hindsight now, very obvious, because all the people that are coming in from Web 2, and largely they're not somebody who's been in the space for a few years and making the shift. They're kind of jumping right in, and they need to catch up on a lot of things. And there's so much nuance in all of this that it takes time. So that's kind of one thing that I'm like, oh, this is interesting, and we want to sort of make that a lot more open. So the thinking here is that anytime we do any of the content on guides, the content itself is going to be open source. Anybody can come contribute to it. They're called guides because we want them to be very simple and quick. We don't want to make it a course. You're not learning how to do a full thing from beginning to build functioning some NFT kind of marketplace. Like these are not academies or courses. You do something super quick, and then they are composable, so you can use that as a prerequisite for another guide and kind of branch off in any direction you want. And the fact that this is open source as content lets anybody kind of update, maintain, contribute, and fork from it. And I think the way people can help is basically come and contribute content. Like we are giving attribution to everybody, and most of the comments we've gotten is like, hey, I did this blog post 2 years ago, I want to update it, can I just make it on this format? So now I can also see the benefits of who's consuming and who's following through these guides.
One of the things I'm most excited about for both of your guys' projects is like the portfolio nature of it, where like you can build up kind of like a knowledge resource that's your past work that is either from a grants format or from like, here are the nuggets of like learning tutorials and other things that I've done. And so I'm very, very excited for that. I'm going to try and figure out how we can get our Launchpad folks to make use of both of those platforms and portfolio building things, because in a long-term learning journey that is very valuable for like both looking back and for the wider community as you have a long-term career between many teams.
And I want to quickly throw it over to Pooja. I think we're at time, but I would love to hear your answer on what is really exciting and like what is something that the audience can do to help you out, or the Fun in the Commons community can more generally help to like contribute for you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I think that just quickly to touch on the traction piece, because it might be inspiring to some folks, is really this model of the first project that someone works on that they're paid to do can be such a powerful catalyst for all of the things that happen afterwards. And we've seen that time and time again, where people will get their first opportunity and they'll really do a great job because they treat it with so much care, because they know that it could be this like, foot in the door for everything that comes afterwards. And then they, then word of mouth spreads that they did a great job and they are connected to so many people, and it kind of like, gets them their next gig and potentially their next job. And that's like been such a powerful effect. So it's really like, how do we close the gap between what do they need in order to get that first opportunity is really the critical thing. And then you can really trust that a lot of people will be able to take it from there. But that's been something that we've seen has worked really well and has been really cool to see. In terms of like, where I think the portfolio and profiles and reputation, I think, we sort of label all of this as reputation. How do you build up this holistic understanding of who someone is, what they are interested in, what they know, what they want to do, and then be able to use that to kind of help surface relevant opportunities to them. And I think doing that in a way, I think there are a lot of people in Web3 right now who think about this problem and are approaching it from really different, sometimes very opinionated angles. And I think figuring out, for us, we would love to, figure out how do we do this in a really collaborative way so we don't end up with siloed views of a person, where really what you actually want in order to help set someone up for success is this like holistic view. And so very excited for the collaboration opportunities too.
Thank you.
We need a notion of transfer credits.
Yeah, between all of our programs and dual membership between all of them as well.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. I think we're gonna wrap it up really quick. Eugene, we'll toss it over to you. But thank you to all our panelists. This has been very interesting. Also, Pooja is hosting a workshop later this afternoon, if you're interested. And there's more details on that outside. I won't go into that too much. But thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt, Molly, Kartik, and Pooja. Yeah, a big round of applause for the group. That was a great panel discussion. And so in just a moment, we're going to be having our next speaker come up. Hopefully, yeah, perfect. There's the impact certificate, which I'll mention first. In case you were wondering, hey, we kept talking about the impact certs. Where are today's? Here's the first one of the day. And if you caught that, you got the prize of just being right around that we were missing them earlier, but we do have them now. And so I want to highlight the one from Ying-Tal Lai, who's going to be our next speaker. Her impact certificate is focused on collaboration on intelligent cooperation tech trees. And it's actually in conjunction with Allison Dudeman and Aaron King, who I know Allison will be on one of the panels a little bit later, but that was the impact cert that Ying wanted to highlight. And so in terms of bio, she's a senior engineer at Electronic Coin Company, and before she was a research scientist at Ethereum, where she was researching chain interoperability and scaling solutions, and she was building privacy-preserving apps with ZK snarks and other cryptographic protocols. So I will keep talking because it looks like they need another minute. So hopefully everyone has been sort of enjoying the run of conversations. I'm really excited for this discussion on the Collaborative Map of Intelligent Cooperation project. And again, really presenting all of the different ways of mapping knowledge, thinking about systems as they relate to public goods. And especially for those who are bouncing between the sessions here and upstairs, really interesting to think about some of the more workshop-oriented mindset on like, hey, how can we actually start tackling some of the problems that are being presented in the various workshops and presentations, and these wonderful panels and individual presentations that can really go deep on highlighting either specific approaches towards solving some of the public good challenges, or just presenting the actual calls to action around sort of larger scale public goods that could use more thinking and support as a whole. in general, we still have a full day of activities planned. I believe we have roughly 1 or 2 more presenters after this, and then we're going to be taking a break for lunch. I know later in the afternoon there's going to be the happy hour again. As Matt mentioned, in the morning there's a beautiful whole outdoor section that folks can hang out in later in the day. So we'll want to make sure that we make full use of this wonderful space while we have it, and also just make sure to not be shy with other folks. For those who are in person, make sure to actually meet others. And right, we're all here together because we care about public goods in some way, shape, or form. So use that as the excuse to just ask someone, hey, what brought you here, right? And just don't feel shy in chatting with folks, especially if this is one of your first events in this general domain. I know it can seem very intimidating when folks just get here, but it looks as though we are good to go. So with that, Yingtong Lai, please take it away. Round of applause for her.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, thanks for filling the time. So hi everyone, my name is Yingtong and I'm a core developer at the Electric Coin Company. But today I'll actually be talking about another project. So I'll be talking about this technology tree that we've built at Foresight Institute that's mapping out the intelligent cooperation landscape in terms of the core and frontier technologies, the applications that use them, as well as the challenges and open problems that we still face today. So I've been helping to build this tree along with my collaborators, Max and Dennis. And we're going to take you through basically how we've built it and what we've learned and what's in store. So intelligent voluntary cooperation is a paradigm. It's a paradigm of decentralized and secure cooperation across human and computing entities. So we can think of blockchains today as already the prototypical version of this, whereby uncoordinated entities are given an environment with secure and a securely neutral environment in which they can interact in a cooperative and positive sum way. So voluntary cooperation means that every individual is acting according to their own values, and they're not required to compromise their values or any misalignment. And Foresight Institute's thesis is that this paradigm will extend even further to artificial intelligence and increasingly sophisticated artificial entities. And we're already seeing this right now to a large extent. A variety of bots on Ethereum, from your basic crawlers all the way to arbitrage bots or MEV extracting bots. And so the thesis is that with intelligent voluntary cooperation, we can continue to play positive sum games with these artificial intelligences. So how we get there from our current state today is a question we're trying to explore, and a question that we're trying to systematically document the answer to via a technology tree. So some of us here may already be familiar with the tech tree from the game Civilization. It basically takes you through 8 stages of civilization, and in each stage there's a bunch of technologies arranged in a hierarchical order, meaning that some technologies are prerequisites for others. And to progress in the game, you have to unlock each stage of the technology. And you're going through eras in parallel to the development of human civilization, and we progress all the way until the information age, which we're in right now. So how we've done it slightly differently for this project is we've replaced the tree with a DAG, a directed acyclic graph. And the difference between a tree and a DAG is that each child in a tree can only have one parent, but that's not the case for DAGs. A child can have multiple parents. And for me, that means that basically, given a starting node and an end node, there are multiple paths between those nodes in a DAG, and that's not the case for a tree. And in other words, it means that the relationship between parent and child is no longer strictly prerequisite, and instead, the more parents you have, the more possible paths you have to get to your destination. So we've built the intelligent cooperation tag tree with 4 large categories of nodes. The first is core technologies, and these are already well-known and well-developed technologies upon which applications are being built and being used today. And then we have frontier technologies, which are in the research phase, and they're nascent and not in production yet. And they built definitely on top of core technologies and current applications. And finally, we have challenges. These are obstructions, blockers, open problems that we need to solve in order to really fulfill the potential of the frontier technologies. And by the way, I'm not sure if this taxonomy is the best, or I found it productive, but the point of this talk really is to share what we've done and hopefully to inspire comments, suggestions, and contributions. Yeah, and in that spirit, this project is an open source project. Everything's on GitHub, and we want collaborations. We want pull requests. And to that end, we've structured the project such that it's modular and the data structures are robust, meaning that editing one part of it will not break the other parts. This file structure is showing you the nested data structure that is in the back end that allows you to edit really just specific parts of the project. Well, and this is as opposed to some earlier methods we've tried, including drawing one huge picture on Google Slides. So that is fragile, and every shape you change on Google Slides affects every other shape. So that's not sustainable for open source collaboration. As I said, it's also on GitHub, and yeah, the benefits of that are version control and attribution. So we can revert breaking changes, and we can credit contributors as well. So I gave a little preview of our graph visualization software just now. It's using a library called Cytoscape.js, developed by some graph theorists. And it has many, it's very feature rich. So for instance, you have compound nodes, which can contain child nodes. And this captures richer relationships between nodes that some are subcategories of others. Also, these nodes are collapsible. And this might seem like a mundane feature, but to me, it's made a big difference because it's been able to let me zoom in and out of the graph and see connections on different scales. And we'll see later on, we'll look at the graph later on and see what I mean. And lastly, this is a graph theoretically robust data structure, which means you can do graph theoretical analysis on it. For example, you can find strongly connected subgraphs or weakly connected subgraphs. You can do things like clustering or find the shortest path between two nodes. All kinds of fun stuff like that. We get it for free because we've used a robust data structure. So now it's time for a demo of the working prototype. It's hosted live here, but I'm just going to run it locally. Right, so this is the most zoomed out view, and you can see here a bunch of core technologies and mostly frontier technologies. And one challenge, data governance. So if I were to quickly point out some of the connections here, so we have artificial intelligence and decentralized infrastructure coming together to give us decentralized AI. And then similarly, decentralized infrastructure and private computation together give us private decentralized computation. It's pretty straightforward. And then, yeah, artificial intelligence and private computation gives us private AI. So these three on the right are all highly theoretical, highly frontier, cutting edge, even speculative, and some of the most exciting fields. These are also the fields which I have not had the time to really flesh out because, as you can imagine, documentation is sparser on them. So any domain experts or any interested researchers who are seeing this, we welcome your contributions. Something interesting that has emerged from this view for me is decentralized data governance as a challenge. So really, data is so essential, and it's so essential to so many of these technologies that it just emerged as a very important component here. That is a blocker for many of our technologies. So if we go into a few of these nodes, I think judging by the crowd here, I'm gonna go into decentralized infrastructure first. So that was a nested, that was a compound node, and inside here we can have multiple children nodes, each of which can also be a compound node. Let me zoom in a little bit. Okay. Yeah, so these are some areas in the category of decentralized infrastructure. I work mostly on privacy, which is not in here, but which a few technologies here rely on. So, for example, if we think about scaling, which is a challenge in many blockchains today, we have ZK rollups, which rely on zero-knowledge proofs. And that's a project that I'm actively contributing to. People here, I'm guessing, would also be interested in these decentralized society. Oh, wow. Yeah, the layout is automatically generated, so it saves me a lot of trouble, but it also removes a lot of control. But we can see here, I've put in Sybil resistance is a challenge in decentralized societies. All protocols that think about identity and that think about scarcity have to contend with Sybil resistance. We have like soul-bound tokens, for example. So the nice thing about this structure is that you can capture the metadata as well. And you can put in really as rich descriptions of each node. Yeah, including links and just useful resources. I know there might also be a DeSci crowd here, so let's look into. Okay, I'm lost on this graph. Give me 1 second. All right, and a feature I really want is to Control F text search on this graph. Yeah, which I haven't built yet. DeSci, we said. Yeah, so challenges in DeSci, for example, funding, for example, replicating results, for example, incentivizing peer review. and frontier technologies projects that work on, for instance, the digital computational lab. And I think the last node that I want to look at is DAOs, which is, it's actually a subnode in decentralized societies, I believe. Yeah, so the many different classes of DAOs, and each of them you can write examples, resources. Yeah, so this really is a demo and a prototype of the current state of our tech tree. And we invite contributions. So this is hosted on GitHub, and you can contribute by opening an issue or a pull request. We have templates to make it easy to add a node or an edge. Or if you want to directly edit an existing node or edge, you can make a pull request. We also would really welcome feature suggestions. So for example, I am aware that the GitHub interface is not accessible to many people, and a graphic user interface is a lot more intuitive and convenient. So as a user, your perspective on useful features, like for example, a button to add a node or edit a node, Control F, or more graph theoretical features like highlighting a shortest path or highlighting all paths involving a certain node or subset of nodes. These are features I want, at least. And this would, for example, highlight communities or projects that are very strongly connected, or they would highlight, yeah, interesting things like the shortest path between two nodes. Yeah, and we've been hacking on Cytoscape so far, which is a wonderful open source project. And if you're an engineer, we invite you to come build with us. It's mainly a bunch of JavaScript. And finally, the Foresight Institute has bounties up on Gitcoin, and these bounties are derived from the challenges identified in the tech trees. So if you're a builder or a maker in any way, please respond to one of our bounties on Gitcoin. And yeah, if you're interested in contributing to this project or finding out more about what Foresight does, here's a QR code and link for you. That's all I have. Thank you. Do I have 11 minutes left? I do. Oh, okay. Well, I don't have 11 minutes more of content, so this was a 10-minute talk. Thank you.
Get another round of applause for Ying-Tang. That was another great presentation, keeping the information flowing. All right, so I think that we now have 10 minutes before the next panel, which is that right, or are we actually going to be able to? I'm talking for a while. Got it. All right, so first off, let's just do an energy check. How's everyone feeling today? Let's get a round of applause for exciting conversation around this. We're good? Oh, all right. Sorry, the other panel is here. Okay, great. So I will just jump right into a quick introduction. So the next panel is going to be on Towards Paretotopia, visualizing voluntary cooperation. And we're going to have Mark Miller from Agoric. We're going to have Allison Dudeman from the Foresight Institute. We're going to have Christine Peterson from Foresight Institute. And we're going to have Juan Benet from Protocol Labs. So I think we're going to get things set up on stage shortly, and then we will be starting the panel in maybe a minute or two. So yeah, I will be right back with the panelists. actually going to have Mark Miller come join us to provide a presentation first, and then we're going to transition into a panel discussion with the group. So first off, we'll be having Mark sorry, I've been talking too much already today. We're going to have Mark Miller join us for a presentation briefly. So a round of applause for Mark, and I see Allison's already on the side screen here, so hello in advance there, but
Hey, Mark, you're live.
Okay, very good. So I'm Mark Miller. I'm a founder and chief scientist of Agoric and a senior fellow at the Foresight Institute. And I've been working on smart contracts since the 1980s. And I've been working on it since then because it's important. And in this talk, I'm going to try to give you my perspective on why. Let me project. Host disabled participant screen sharing. I'm still getting the dialogue, host disabled participant screen sharing.
MC Mike, we're working on that for you. Give us just one moment.
Okay. So my talk today will be on Pareto tropism, or Pareto tropism, and it's my way of thinking about as we all voluntarily cooperate with each other, what are the large-scale emergent effects? And when I think about this, there's a set of diagrams in my head, and I thought I would draw those diagrams for you and share them so that we have a common visual language for talking about those concepts.
You've got control now.
Okay, very good. Okay, but first, a slide on the history of the world since 1820. The red on this diagram represents the number of people living in extreme poverty. The green represents the number of people not living in extreme poverty. Back in 1820, almost everyone was in extreme poverty. And as the population grew, the number of people not in extreme poverty grew much faster than the people in extreme poverty. Lately, we've been seeing something even more wonderful. The number of people living in extreme poverty has been plummeting at an accelerating rate, even in absolute numbers, as the total number of people have been increasing. As Steven Pinker says, we've been doing something right. It would be good to know what it is. There's two phenomena here that need to be explained. We can view civilization as a problem-solving superintelligence. The number of people that it supports not living in extreme poverty, the green on this diagram, represent its ever-increasing superintelligent problem-solving capacity, and the plummeting red on this diagram represent its alignment with human needs. So these are both emergent phenomena that need to be explained. How is it that civilization is both increasing in its superintelligent problem-solving capacity, and that this capacity is deployed so well in aligned with human needs? Well, civilization is not an agent. When I say it's a superintelligent intelligence, it's not that it wants anything, it doesn't suffer or not suffer, it has no utility function, but it has a dynamic to it. It has a tropism. And that's what I'll be talking about in this talk. But civilization is that which emerges from us, from the choices that we're all making. So let's imagine the choice landscape among possible worlds. Over here we have, in this diagram, every point in the space represents a different possible world, and they're organized spatially according to Alice's preferences and Bob's preferences. The red dot in the center represents the current world. We should remember, though, that the overall space we're talking about has 7 billion dimensions to it. But most people don't know each other. Most interactions between one group of people is independent of interactions among another group of people. So any particular relevant choice landscape among possible worlds will have lower dimensions than the overall 7-dimensional space, and these will proceed somewhat independently. So we organize the possible worlds vertically according to Alice's preferences. The ones that are higher are the possible worlds Alice would prefer to the current world. And we all organize them horizontally according to Bob's preferences. The ones to the right are the ones that Bob would prefer. You've probably heard the terms positive sum and negative sum, but not realize how peculiar a notion it is. We can think about preferences as revealed by the choices that, that the various parties make. The choices that Alice makes reveal her preference among various consequences. But the notion of positive sum presumes that we can think of these preferences not just as a rank ordering, but as a metric. And that we can furthermore compare these between parties, that we can compare Alice's preferences and Bob's preferences. We invent this notion of utility for preferences as a metric, and then we imagine further that we can meaningfully add them together. So a utilitarian is one who sees a transition to the green above the diagonal, where the sum of utilities are greater than that in the current world. Any move from the current world into that upper right area would be considered to be preferable to a utilitarian. We can divide up that area into segments. The upper right quadrant is the segment containing the points, the possible worlds that are Pareto preferred by Alice and Bob to the current world. For example, the blue dot is Pareto preferred to the red dot, what this means is that at least one party prefers the blue dot to the red dot, and no one prefers the red dot to the blue dot. So these are the points that, to a first approximation, we can reach by voluntary cooperation, because somebody would rather move there and no one should be resisting. The point in the upper left is still positive sum. Alice, being a good utilitarian, suggests to Bob that we should move from the current world to that blue dot, because although Bob will be worse off, Alice will be better off than Bob will be worse off. But despite Alice's impeccable utilitarian logic, for some reason, Bob does not like this plan. So we should expect Bob to resist. Furthermore, we should expect that Alice will expect Bob to resist, and Bob will expect Alice to expect that. So we've got a cascade of expectation of conflict. And that cascading mutual expectation of conflict leads to the Hobbesian trap, where each party, even if they weren't inclined to actually engage in a conflict, might do so first in order to get ahead of the other party. This is also known as the first strike instability, and as we saw during the Cold War, that instability might even destroy the world. So let's return to our happy upper right quadrant. And not all points on this quadrant are actually reachable by deals between Alice and Bob starting from the red dot. And some of the reasons are human psychology. That with that blue dot, the move to the blue dot, Alice does tremendously better off, and Bob just gets a few crumbs. So even though Bob is still better off, he might not agree to that deal because he resents the unfairness of the deal being offered. And experimental economics has shown very consistently that humans will refuse such deals if it violates their fairness intuitions too much. So the green cone within the upper right quadrant is the sweet spot. It's the deals that are more easily reached by voluntary cooperation, by deals between Alice and Bob. Now we should remember that human psychology isn't as necessarily as much of a constraint going forward as it has been. Humans are not the only players involved, and will be increasingly sharing our world with our artificially intelligent descendants, which will have mind architectures incomprehensibly different than our own. But we will still want a world in which we can peacefully coexist and cooperate with them. The whole notion of interpersonal utility comparison, when applied to coexistence with incomprehensibly different mind architectures, becomes incoherent. The whole notion of utility as a metric when applied to such mind architectures is incoherent. The only coherent notion universal enough to still apply is the notion of revealed preference, that goal-seeking entities make choices in service of their goals, and in so doing, reveal preferences. And if utility is no longer a metric, if all we have is a ranking order, then the diagonal line becomes meaningless. However, the distinction between the upper right quadrant and everything else remains robust. Furthermore, even without human psychology necessarily being a factor, the green cone is still the sweet spot for arriving at deals, because Bob, knowing something about Alice's preferences and trade-offs, might hold out for a better deal. But there are still more interesting reasons why not every point in the Pareto preferred quadrant might be reachable by Alice and Bob. And the main one that we should be concerned about, and I would say the main one that this conference is about, are collective action dilemmas, preventing us from making the progress that we would like to mutually preferred worlds. And to explain this, let's start with the very simplest example of a cooperative deal, a simple trade, 10 shekels for a gourd. But let's assume the worst case for bringing about cooperation, which is that Alice and Bob have never heard of each other. They're outside of any cultural or legal context that would help them make a binding deal. They're anonymous and it's a one-time interaction. But let's say that the deal that they have in mind is that Bob would give Alice 10 shekels and Alice would in turn give Bob a gourd. So there's a problem with this. Once Bob gives Alice 10 shekels, Alice is 10 shekels richer, Bob is 10 shekels poorer. And when Bob says to Alice, "Where's my gourd?" Alice, quoting Hobbes, says, "For he that performeth first has no assurance the other will perform after, because the bonds of words are too weak." And then Alice runs off with the gourd. And of course, Bob, anticipating that that would be what happens, actually never offers Alice the 10 shekels in the first place. So this dynamic is the Nash equilibrium trap. For both Alice and Bob, there's another world that they would both prefer to move to, but they can't get there through individual actions, through separate actions, without getting trapped the way Bob got trapped in the scenario that we saw. And we can think of that as a barrier where to step around the barrier is to fall into one of these traps. So to overcome this, long ago, we invented technologies of credible commitment. Things like reputation, like iterated games, like promises, like contracts, like escrow. All of these ways are, all of these mechanisms are technologies of credible commitment that enable Alice and Bob to effectively move forward to the world that they would jointly prefer together. However, our society is full of collection action dilemmas, essentially the same structure writ large, where now these collective action dilemmas might involve thousands or millions of people and play out over years or decades. And these things can be very hard to figure out how to surmount. And our civilization is to a substantial degree the evolution of norms and cultures and human institutions and political frameworks that enable us to solve the problems. These are one of the main problems that civilization has learned to solve over time, is how to build these bridges over these barriers so that we can jointly cross into worlds that we would all prefer. And what we're doing in our new industry, crypto commerce, with blockchain and crypto and smart contracts, and especially what we're doing here at this conference, Funding the Commons, is we figuring out how to use our whole new technology base that we've created. It's a whole new technology base useful for many things, but especially for building bridges over such barriers, bridges that were previously inconceivable, bridges that have a degree of trustworthiness that was previously impossible with institutions simply built out of people. So returning to our theme, civilization, once again, is not an agent. It doesn't want anything, but it does have a dynamic. It has a tropism. And by tropism, we're making an analogy to things like phototropism, where plants grow towards the light. And we understand the chemical processes from which that tropism emerges. What I've tried to do in this talk in an incredibly oversimplified way, sweeping many, many problems under the rug, but to nevertheless get at the essence of what the mechanism is, such that each of us making individual choices and participating in the evolution of our civilization bring about this tropism of our civilization into the upper right quadrant with ever-increasing problem-solving capacity that's well aligned with human needs. And we're just getting started. Let's figure out how far we can take it.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I know Allison will also be joining remotely. And I'd like to welcome to the stage Christine Peterson and Juan Bonet. Please grab a seat. Let's give a round of applause for the panelists.
Is this on? It's on? Okay, super. Thank you. It's great to be here. And can we get Mark Miller and Allison on screen? Is that possible? While we wait for them to join us, I have Juan here, and I get to ask him any question I want. So I'm going to push him out on his speculative edges, which is saying something, right? Because this is a fairly visionary guy. You know, we've talked about, all weekend, we've talked about funding the commons, creating new tools. We haven't talked a huge amount about AI. And now would be a great time to do that. And we're looking here for positive visions, right? Not the nightmare scenarios. We're all very good at that. We're not as good at generating the really inspirational, positive scenarios. But I have a feeling one might be able to do that. So tell us a little about how you see AI playing into all this. Things like epistemic assistance, things like that. Let's hear about it.
Yeah, thanks for the question and thanks for the prompt. I completely agree that we are, in general, very good at focusing on the bad things to avoid, and we tend to lack well-articulated positive visions of the future. So thanks for the prompt. So I think it really sort of varies at different timescales. So in the multi-100-year, 1,000-year, million-year timescales, we're talking about a total different civilization or species evolution, or really a phase transition into something very different. So it becomes extremely difficult to speculate even 1,000 years out, because the kind of improvement rate that we're in means that we might be able to have beings that are able to be fully digital, or you might have different forms of intelligence that can converge and can converse with each other by exchanging entire portions of themselves. So it's a totally different kind of landscape. So I think maybe constraining my speculation to just like the next 20 to 100 years, because that's just a lot easier to talk about. I think that the positive outlook for AI systems is that, say, pre-AGI moment, we will have just increased utility from more and more and more sophisticated agents and intelligences that can take on a great degree of tasks with increasing degrees of complexity and danger. So there's all kinds of things that are not ideal for humans to do, or that humans are just not as good at, that will have AI systems take on an increasing amount of things. I believe this is Hans Moravec who described this sort of like rising tide of machinery and intelligent systems taking on more and more and more tasks of the different levels of complexity, while sort of humans kind of rise to the hilltops to like take on things that are still too complex for AI systems to do. And eventually there's a transition change at which you get to an AGI system or an ASI system that is able to do everything that any human can. And I think at that point, the really positive outlook becomes one where humanity and AGI systems sort of co-evolve or merge in some way. And I think at that point it becomes about thinking about AGI systems as kind of like a neural extension to ourselves. And so that I think is really mediated by brain-computer interfaces. If we can gain brain-computer interfaces first, we'll get there to a really great degree. To your point about epistemic agents and so on, I do think that there is very high utility in being able to use AI systems, not necessarily AGI systems yet, but like the tooling that we have today is really good to be able to orient us towards better conversations, more oriented towards truth, more oriented towards knowledge and knowledge diffusion and so on. Sorry, that was a little bit long-winded, but.
Not at all. That's exactly what we needed to hear, and I'm inspired. And Allison, staying on that theme, first I want to introduce our fourth panel member, Allison Dudeman. She is president of Foresight Institute. Many of you are familiar with Foresight. And first author on this new book, which is coming out very soon. These are bound proofs for the author. Allison is first author, along with Mark Miller, and third author is myself, called Gaming the Future, Technologies for Intelligent Voluntary Cooperation. So if you take Mark's talk and sort of expand it by a factor of 100 or 1,000 in vision and detail, that's the book, which Allison did all the heavy lifting on, I have to say. So Allison, we're on the topic of positive futures here. When you think back about all the tools we reviewed here in the book, what are you excited about in terms of tools that this crowd should know about for positive cooperation?
Well, I mean, I think apart from the many that have been mentioned throughout the conference day, which, you know, I think you really did a fantastic job at curating such a broad variety. And like, I think the main tools, I think that, yeah, we will pay attention to in the future years. So I'm not saying that we have more ideas here really, but, you know, like from everything from soulbound token to DAOs, impact certificates, quadratic funding, you know, I thought like you really did a fantastic job, first of all. I do think that there's a few more that have been also quite at home in the Foresight community for a while. One of them obviously is prediction markets. And I think Robin Hanson, for example, who's a Foresight senior fellow as well, actually started a prediction market at our 1999 member gathering, where people still send checks to our offices. And now we have this wonderful toolkit that crypto commerce enables, where we can have these like amazing systems that are decentralized, that are immutable, that are cross-jurisdictional, that are already existing, and we can already use them. And I think, you know, like we also collaborate very closely with the DeSci community. And for those, for example, you can have replication markets as well, right? For example, you could predict on whether or not a study could be replicated or not, and then use that as an indicator for which studies to replicate first. So I think there's a ton of potential still in prediction markets. And I think that is still really like, yeah, I think it could be explored even more. And then there's obviously others. I think in addition to the prediction markets, you know, we talk a little bit in the book about how we can move to a world of smart contracting. And we say that usually when you talk about that, people are like, well, we cannot automate everything. We can't get all the way there. And I think that's true. Like, I think that, you know, there's probably always bits that we can't write in an automated contract, and that's probably for the better. But I think we can build towards that with using things like split contracts, which is one thing, for example, that was also pioneered by Chip Morningstar and a few of the Amex folks and the Foresight community. And that's basically, you have half of the contract be pros, half of the contract be automated, and you predetermine like an arbitration system basically afterwards, similar to Claros, what they are basically already doing, that can basically come in when a certain part of the contract doesn't work. So I think we can gradually move towards a more automated world. I think maybe one other one that I haven't seen much at this event at least about is dominant assurance contract, which were developed by Alex Tabarrok much before the notion of smart contracts was even a thing. And it's basically similar to Kickstarter, which is an assurance contract. So for example, like a public goods only gets funded if enough people want to fund it too. But the hunch here is that in addition, the first people that chip in, if it doesn't get funded, they get a reward. And so you incentivize early contributions, and you make it more likely that these things actually do get funded, because sometimes it's hard to get them off the start at first. And there's many more. We talk about a few of them in the book. But one other thing that I still want to draw people's attention to, and that fits in what Ying Tong talked with the tech tree, and also what Juan mentioned on AI, is really the notion of crypto commerce is larger than just cryptocurrencies, obviously. And, you know, it relies a lot on the underlying cryptographic technologies. And there's a few things like federated learning that I think we should be paying much more attention to. Like federated learning would allow mutually distrusting parties to cooperate without actually sharing their data. So you can do like computing on encrypted data. And so that I think is really exciting because it means that we don't have to like have these centralized agents that like go over all the data, but we can actually like collaborate, for example, on maybe even things as or as sensitive as like healthcare data in a decentralized way. And so we can avoid many of the, I think, usually like data sweeping problems that we usually face. And so there's a bunch more. But, I think why we wrote the book is just really to point out to you guys that I think all of you are working on things that are so fundamentally important for the future. And I think that especially if once AI comes into the mix, like crypto commerce has really the like potential to reshape the future that we have from like the bottom up, right? Like I think it's the meta tech tree of all the other tech trees that we need. And it's really exciting that we can now build the types of technologies and science that Foresight is usually interested in this really wonderful decentralized way. So I'm just really happy that this community is coming together and very excited to be a tiny adjacent part to it.
Great, thank you, Alison. And for those of you who want to read the book right now, it is on Substack. You just go to Substack, type in Foresight Institute, it will take you right to the book. It should be available on Amazon, I'm guessing in about a month. Alison, you can nod if that sounds right, about a month. And for those of you who love this topic, Foresight's having a workshop in October 4th and 5th. On this topic, you can go to our homepage and apply to attend in San Francisco, and we'd love, if you love these topics, that's the place to be. So quickly, Mark, since we're short on time, I just wanted to ask you, one thing we'll be covering in October are computer security technologies, because none of this happens, like none of it happens without good computer security. Very briefly, can you just mention a small number of tools that this audience should be aware of in terms of funding the Commons projects that deserve participation?
When I first got involved in computer security, there was a dominant paradigm, which we now label identity-based access control, which is, in which the dominant form is access control lists. And all the mainstream commercial operating systems, every one that you've touched on a commercial product has been based on that access control paradigm. There was historically another paradigm, capabilities, that we've now to make some distinctions have clarified with the term object capabilities, that at the time I got involved was considered a discredited paradigm due to some misunderstandings. And since then, we've succeeded at clarifying those misunderstandings, reviving the paradigm. It's getting increasing academic attention, but it's now getting increasing actual systems building. The only practical high-performance, mechanically verified secure operating system, SEL4, is based on object capabilities. The entire Agoric smart contracting stack is based on object capabilities. A lot of the Cosmos infrastructure is based on object capabilities. And I know Juan is also a big fan of object capabilities, and I'll let him talk to what degree those concepts are incorporated into his systems. But the essence of object capabilities is this, is the transferable right, the transferable bearer right. And you can think of that as most familiar from object-oriented programs, where the safe, unforgeable pointer to an object enables another object that holds that pointer to use the public interface of that object. And in using that interface, by invoking it, it can pass it as a parameter. And this simple notion, by passing it as a parameter, one object can permit another object to invoke yet a third object. It turns out you can rebuild all of the computer security systems patterns in kind of this alternate way, starting from these very simple foundations. And in doing so, you can partition risk very effectively. So we'll never build bug-free systems. What we should be seeking to do is build systems that are much more resilient in the face of their own bugs. Systems in which the the value that can be compromised in the face of any one bug is strictly minimized. There's many techniques for doing that, but the core is the principle of least authority.
Mark, briefly.
Okay, sorry. And so in any case, object capabilities are very naturally express architectures with principle of least authority. And then on top of that, we build security patterns for further limiting and partitioning risk.
Is there one project you'd point us at? One? I think there is. That's why I'm asking this question.
Well, I would take a look at the hardened JavaScript that we've created as a supported sublanguage within JavaScript. I've been on the ECMAScript committee, the committee that standardizes JavaScript, since 2007. And I've gotten into the JavaScript standard the mechanisms needed to support hardened JavaScript, which is still proceeding in committee, but it can now be used securely as a library. So I would point to that. I would point to the Agoric stack that's built on top of that, running hardened JavaScript on blockchain, running smart contracts written in hardened JavaScript. And separately, I would also point at the SEL4 operating system, which is as I mentioned, the only practical mechanically verified secure operating system. And if we want to move forward into any future that is safe in the face of artificial intelligence, must already be safe in the face of cyber war. And SEL4 represents, for which I have no commercial affiliation. SEL4 represents the most important first step towards rebuilding our infrastructure in a way that is safe and will remain safe in the face of artificially intelligent attackers.
Thank you, Mark. That was great. We are short on time, so I'm going to make this as brief as I can. This is sort of the wrap up and the conclusion on this session. First, I want to correct a confusion that I've heard yesterday and today again, which seems to be there's a confusion, probably not among people who are tight into the community, but I've heard it more than once now, where there seems to be this impression that if you build a future of individual choice with self-sovereign participation, that somehow this world is going to be a world of selfish individuals, atomized, isolated, Marlboro men out riding their horses and smoking cigarettes on the frontier, right? And that somehow what we're doing is selfish. This is exactly the opposite of how I see it. And I hope we will all, when we run across this confusion, I hope we all reach out and correct it and say, no, in fact, the goal here is to enable voluntary cooperation and mutualism. You can't have that if you don't have voluntary choice at the lowest level, right? These are levels that interact. If you want voluntary higher levels, it has to be voluntary choice from the bottom up, or you don't have that. There is another way to come up with a civilization, right? You don't have to have bottom-up choice to have a civilization. You can have top-down control. We see that in the world today. Those are real civilizations with real achievements. The question is, can we save the one we have here, where we do have some individual choice, where it's based on individual choice? And as Juan was pointing out yesterday, our institutions are floundering today. We're in trouble, right? I mean, I've lived long enough to see them deteriorating. They're either dysfunctional or sometimes they're actually captured. The regulatory structures have been captured by the industries that they're supposed to be regulating. That's why we have lousy health care. We have instead sick care. People are making money off our illnesses. Okay, so that's my little rant there about the mutualism thing. Let's try to keep our eyes open and get rid of this idea that what we're doing is selfish in some way. It is very much not that way. So it sounded to me, when Juan was doing the kickoff yesterday, that he was kind of challenging us, if I understood correctly, to rebuild civilization from the bottom up because of our institutions being broken. And I have to say, I want to join that call, okay? I said, I've seen them deteriorating. The only thing that gives me hope is Web3, this community. And you have so much potential power with the tools you're building compared to the floundering we see in society at large, right? You can do this. You actually can do what Juan was calling you to do. Will it take time? Yes, it's going to take time. How long? About 40 years is my guess. Why 40 years? Because I've been around a long time and I've seen how long it takes to do hard stuff. It takes a long time. And that's why, if any of you are like giving 110%, you might want to rethink that, okay? Because you are not in a sprint. You are in a marathon. It is going to take, it's going to take a long time. It's going to be hard to do what you're doing, especially challenging things in physical space like VitaDAO, okay? They're trying to reform and make it so that we have health instead of a sick care system. This is a huge undertaking, and it's in physical space, not in bit space, right? It's in meat space. Things in meat space are harder. Why are they harder? Well, two reasons. One, atoms are very hard to control. They're just very difficult. Chemistry is awful. Biochemistry is worse. Biology is a mess. If you think software is bad, biology is a disaster, okay? So, and we're made of meat, right? Remember that? We're made of meat. So, if we want to be healthy, we have to get this meat thing under control. So that one reason is atoms are hard. What's the other reason? Well, when you do things outside the computer, out in the physical world, there's opposition. There are legacy institutions who are making money off the problem you're trying to fix. And they don't necessarily want that problem solved. And this is not because they're bad people. It's just because the system is set up to make money off something that is a problem, like illness. And it's very hard to change that, especially with the regulatory systems being captured. So there will be opposition. So things that should be easy take longer. So things that should take 20 years take 40 years. Do we give up? No, we don't give up. We don't have a choice. We have to do this, right? So that's why you have to take this attitude of it's a marathon, not a sprint. You know, you got to pace yourself. It's a long time. It's going to take a long time to do these things. But it's totally worth it. And so my suggestion to all of us, and to Juan in particular, is I suggest we come back together 40 years from now in this room, and I think this room will still probably be here in 40 years. It's been here a long time, right? And see how we did, right? We have a long list of dreams and goals that I've heard at this conference. The one that's closest to my heart is VitaDAO. Because the payoff for humanity is so huge. And let's see what VitaDAO can do in 40 years. It's a much harder problem than almost anything we've done before because human biology is so bad and there's all this infrastructure we're going to have to fight. But, number one, they're very smart people, and I hope you're all on the team either directly or indirectly. Number two, the tools that you guys are building are super powerful. And number three, our community, as was pointed out yesterday, has significant resources. And this is a cause that our community cares a lot about. So I think there's a very good chance we can make major progress so that 40 years from now, you guys will be back and you'll be in pretty damn good shape because VitaDAO did their job, okay? And on that note, I hope to see you in 40 years, right here, and let's see how many of these dreams we can make come true. Thank you.
All right, great. Well, thank you so much, Christine and Juan. Thank you, Allison, and thank you, Mark, for presenting and being part of the panel. Thank you all for joining for the morning session. And at this point, we're going to be transitioning to lunch, and then we'll be kicking off at 1:25. We're going to stick with the pre-scheduled start time. So yeah, go grab some food and back here. We'll be getting kicked off at 1:25 with the next presentation. Thank you all, and see you in a little bit.
thank you everyone for coming back from lunch, and welcome back to everyone online. Next up, we have Kate Sills talking about blockchain as a public good. Kate was previously the lead engineer on Agoric and is now a contractor there and pursuing some of her own projects. And I wanted to celebrate her impact certificate, A Lasagna Feeds a Family. She's part of the group, I forgot the name. Lasagna Love, which you should, actually, do we have the backside of the impact certificate too? Or is it just this? Oh, just this. On the Fund and Commons website, you will be able to see the front and back sides of the impact certificates, which have more information, which includes the link to Lasagna Love, which is a group that has people making and sharing homemade lasagnas around the country and potentially around the world, if I remember correctly. So it sounds like a great project and a bit unconventional, but still definitely worth celebrating, because for those of you who like making lasagna and didn't know that this was something that you could do, there's now some program that you could be a part of. So let's welcome Kate Sills.
So thank you so much. Yeah, just a little bit about Lasagna Love. So the reason why I made that impact certificate is because I think sometimes we focus on things that scale and we forget about the things that don't scale, right? The things that happen in our neighborhoods, in our communities, the things that happen just from one person to another, right? So I wanted to kind of bring attention to that and bring attention to lasagnalove.org. So you can check that out if you're interested. So my name is Kate Sills, and I'm an engineer, a software engineer in the blockchain space. And today I'm going to be talking about blockchain education as a public good. So I have a problem, and you might have a similar problem to the one that I have. And the problem that I have is this. When I tell someone what I do, I get one of two responses, right? So the first response that I get, and none of these are good, by the way. So the first response that I get is, isn't it just a bunch of scams, right? And then the second response that I get is, right on. I actually just put all of my retirement savings in insert scam here, right? So there's a problem, and I think it's actually a knowledge problem. And I think it's that people are unable to evaluate blockchain projects. And it goes beyond just my own personal discomfort in this conversation. People are actually losing their life savings, and good projects are unfairly maligned if everything seems equally risky or scammy, right? So I think this is a problem that at least I personally am very motivated to work on. So why am I talking about this at Funding the Commons? So blockchain education is a public good. And so if we look at, like, for instance, Eleanor Ostrom's matrix of what a public good is in her diagram of common pool resources, public goods, private goods, and toll goods, we see that knowledge, it's in the area of low subtractability of use, and it's also in the area of high difficulty of excluding potential beneficiaries. So it is non-rivalrous and also non-excludable, right? So it's a public good, and that makes it really, really hard to fund, because you can imagine in the blockchain space, one company spends all of their time doing all of this education, and then another company can just free ride on that. Or worse, a third company might be in the space and benefiting from the kind of the ambiguity and lack of information, right? Whether they intend to or not. So one part of my background, I double majored in computer science and cognitive science, and I have never used the cognitive science aspect until today, so it's come in handy. But what I learned was that effective education is understanding and correcting a student's already existing mental model. So this is very different than how we used to think about education, right? We used to think about education as, I'm a teacher, I'm taking knowledge that is in my brain, and I'm inserting it in your brain, right? It's just this like direct transfer of knowledge, and now you have it, and you can go off and do things with that knowledge. But that's not how knowledge works. I mean, we've all studied for an exam and then basically forgotten everything after that, right? So how it actually works is that we construct mental models. So there's this great paper that I like by Edward Reddish, who's a physics professor, and he talks about how to use the learnings from cognitive science in teaching physics. And it turns out that students come into his class with all kinds of incorrect mental models that they've learned just through experiencing life. And so one thing that he points out is that these mental models, they may be contradictory, they may be incomplete, they may be confused with similar things. So we might, find the similarities confusing. We might be confusing similar things. And it may be used as a heuristic to save time that we would otherwise be spending thinking. So he says that how to change someone's mind, if you really want to change someone's mind, here's how you do it. You have to propose a replacement model. And that model must be understandable, it has to be plausible, it has to be seen as useful, and then the most important thing is that you have to show that there's a strong conflict with predictions based on the existing model. Okay, so now let's get into blockchain mental models. So what I chose to do was to look at two main blockchain books. These are actually books that an econ professor told me that he uses with his students in his classroom. So these are things that people actually are using as teaching tools. And the first is The Truth Machine, and the second book is Blockchain Revolution. And so it's going to seem like I'm picking on these two books, but I think they're actually just representative of the types of books that are out there. And in fact, if you look at like the blurbs for instance, The Blockchain Revolution, it's kind of a who's list of everyone, right? So the biggest people in business are saying these are the books that you should be looking at when it comes to learning about blockchains. So there's more of this, but that's just a little bit of that. So there's a lot that I want to talk about in regards to the mental models of these books, but I'm going to focus on one specific thing, and that is digital signatures. So I'm going to go over what I see as the correct mental model for digital signatures, and then we'll see what mental model the books might be thinking or might be creating and compare the two. So just a little overview of digital signatures. They're not new, they've been around since the 70s. And the way that it works is basically you create a very random number. And that's effectively your private key, and it should be kept secret. And so now you can sign messages, which creates a digital signature, and that's unforgeable. And so no one else can create this digital signature, only you can. And so by digital signatures, I want to make sure that we're not talking about just a digital representation of your handwritten signature, right? We're talking about data. The signature that is produced looks a lot more like the signature on the right than the signature on the left. And then once a signature is created, you can give it to someone else and they can verify it. So the way that that's done is that you derive a new number from your private key, and this one you can share publicly. So let's call it your public key. And then anyone who has that public key can verify that your signature is valid for that particular message. So one thing that's important to note is that digital signatures do not do any encryption. So you can kind of think of it as like a stamp on a document. You can still see what's on the document. Nothing about the document is hidden, but there's a stamp on it. And then signed messages are tamper evident. So because a signature is only valid for a particular message, if that message changes at all, that signature is invalid. And digital signatures don't require a blockchain. So blockchains like Bitcoin or Ethereum, they make extensive use of digital signatures, but digital signatures existed long before Bitcoin, and they're one of the cryptographic primitives that decentralized blockchains use, along with cryptographic hashes and proof of work and things like that. So many of you have already probably created digital signatures if you've submitted a transaction to a blockchain, right? So when you sign and submit a transaction, you're actually creating a digitally signed message with your private key. Okay, so that's kind of the correct model. Now let's get into some of the quotes. And then, I kind of want to do this as an exercise. So if you can kind of think with me and think about the mental model that these people might have, or they might be trying to create in the reader, and compare that to how we think about digital signatures generally, I think you come to some really interesting conclusions. So let's look at some of these quotes. So we needn't worry about weak firewalls, thieving employees, or insurance hackers. If we're both using Bitcoin, if we can store and exchange Bitcoin securely, then we can store and exchange highly confidential information and digital assets securely on the blockchain. Okay, so it seems like they think that because we can store and exchange Bitcoin securely, we can exchange highly confidential information on the blockchain. Okay, so that is not quite right. So I'm going to be compiling a mental model here, and I'm going to put a check for something that I view as correct and an X for something that I think is not quite right. But we'll try to compile it and see where we get. So they do say that Bitcoin is secure, but they get it wrong that we can actually put highly confidential information on the blockchain. Okay, and then the truth machine says one of the most important non-currency applications of Bitcoin's blockchain could be security itself. So that's interesting. They think that there's something very secure about blockchain beyond what we might get from the cryptographic primitives. And I think where they're coming from is that they might think that blockchains protect against hacks that reveal private data, right? So that's not accurate. So the blockchain revolution says the blockchain is encrypted. It uses heavy-duty encryption involving public and private keys. That is not correct. Everything's in the clear. So let's add that. But they were correct that blockchains do involve public and private keys. Okay, so why do they think that things are encrypted? I think this is where it gets really interesting. So they say that it is rather like the two-key system to access a safety deposit box. Okay, this is also very incorrect, but I didn't know how a safety deposit box worked, so I looked it up, and this is what it looks like. And the point of it is that you are renting this from a bank, you put your stuff in there, and then when you want to access it, the bank employee has a key, and you have a key, and you have to use the two keys together to be able to access what's in the box. So you can kind of see where they're coming from, where they think that there are two keys, and then you can put something securely in there, and then you have to have the two keys to access it. Turns out to be completely wrong, but you can see what their mental model is. So let's add that. All right, so they say when the user signs their public key with their private key, that action mathematically proves to outsiders that the user has control of the underlying information and can then assign or send it to another person's public key. All right, so it seems like they're saying that the user uses their private key to sign their public key somehow. So that's not quite accurate. And let's see, so they say that the concept of a signature entails combining two associated numbers or keys, one publicly known and the other private. So we can see there's this idea of like combining keys, which is not right, but it's very interesting because I think it goes back to that two keys of the safety deposit box model. All right, so now these quotes are going to be a little bit bigger, so I'm going to try to summarize. But if we have a cryptographically signed certificate from some institution, we're vulnerable to that institution's unilateral power to revoke its signature. Okay, so they think that digital signatures can somehow be made invalid, right? And somehow this is connected to President Trump revoking the rights of transgender soldiers, okay? And the same risks always apply with digitally signed rights when they don't reside in an immutable record. So it seems like they think that there is something that digital signatures are lacking that you might get from putting the record on a blockchain, for instance. Okay, and so then they say, note the deliberate choice of the most secure permissionless blockchain, Bitcoin's. In a permissioned blockchain, the central authority controlling the network could always override the public keys of the individual and could revoke their educational certificates. So it seems like they think that if someone has central control over a blockchain, they could somehow override or invalidate the digital signatures. And that's not correct. So let's add those to our mental model. They seem to think that the signed message can be tampered with without anyone knowing. They seem to think that control of a blockchain allows you to control the private keys or signatures or public keys or something like that, right? So, I might be getting this mental model wrong. Maybe they meant something else entirely. I don't know. But I think there are some significant differences between that and what I see as the correct mental model. So that was just one example. As I was reading this, there were a number of other things that I saw as wrong. So for instance, that blockchain consensus produces truth, and that providing a solution to the quote-unquote double spend problem allows blockchains to guarantee the uniqueness of assets generally. So then there's the question of how do we fix wrong ideas, right? And it's really hard to do. So if we go back to what the physics professor, Reddish, said, we have to understand the audience's particular mental model. And everyone has their own unique mental model, right? Their own version. And then we have to somehow convey the correct mental model. And then in order to actually perform the switch, in order to replace someone's mental model, there must be a strong conflict with predictions based on the existing model. So the way that I would view this is that we have to tell people something true that contradicts their current model. And another way to think about that is we have to tell them something surprising. So I see kind of three ways in which we can do this. The first is basically what I've been doing so far is, we have to read and critique. And that's great, but I think it can only take you so far because critiquing things is not particularly fun, right? Like no one wants to be the person being like, oh, that's not right, and raining on someone's parade, right? The second thing is user studies. And then the third thing is, and I'll talk about this a bit later, is creating surprising products. So first, so there have been user studies that have been done, and they're really interesting. I'm sure people in the audience know of many more than I do. But so here's one of them where they brought in, I believe it was 29 people into a lab, asked them their ideas about how a blockchain works, and this is actually one of their diagrams. So you can see, it's kind of hard to read, but I think there's a miner up there in like the admin zone or something like that. So, it's just like really fascinating what people might be thinking, because if you're just making a transaction and submitting it, there's no particular reason why you might know how any of this works, right? Like it makes sense that people may not know how it works, but how they think about it is really interesting. So the takeaway that I want to leave you all with is that I want to propose that we create surprising products. And I'm going to call this products that break people's brains. So I'll give an example. So there's this thing on Ethereum that you might be familiar with called the Proof of Attendance Protocol. It's just for fun, but you get a token if you attend an event. And I think we can change this to be entirely off-chain. And the reason why I want to do this is because I think it will actually create the kind of conflicts that we need in people's mental models so that we can bring them to a better understanding. And so the way that this would work is that an event organizer would use their private key to sign a claim that the attendee attended the event. And that would produce a signature that can be verified by anyone who knows the public key of the organizer. So it would not be on a blockchain, it's just a digital signature, just data that you could pass around. You could send in an email, you could send in a text message, you could put it on a website, you could have a gallery of all these different badges, that sort of thing. And it creates, I think, exactly the right kind of conflicts. There's no blockchain, but we still get this tamper-evident document if we store the signature. And it uses public and private keys, but it's not encrypted. So if we go back to the mental model that we talked through, this violates a number of those assumptions, and hopefully it would make people rethink things. So while knowledge is a public good, I think we can create products that aren't. So the products themselves can be excludable, and therefore they might be profitable. So for instance, you might be able to have people pay $5 to make one of these fun event badges without a watermark, and have like the free version be with a watermark or something like that. And I think going against the common mental model might indicate a market opportunity. Because if no one's thinking this way, then no one's thinking this way, right? So the danger here is that you might make something that breaks the mental model so much that people find it implausible, right? So that is always a danger. But I think the more that we can build fun little products like this, the more we can actually produce knowledge in a way that makes it a public good, but we're doing so in a way that we know how to do, we know how to make these products, we know how to make them profitable. So thank you so much. I don't know if I have time for one question maybe, but thanks again.
Thanks so much, Kate. I don't think we have any time for questions. Unfortunately, we'll try and catch Kate afterward. And next up, we have Renee and Eric from Artisan. Renee is the founder and CEO, and Eric is on the R&D side, mathematician, and the impact certificate that they have, which we might not have to present, is a project that they have funded through Artisan on a founding grant for Afro algorithms, and I'll let them speak a little bit about that once they're finished getting mic'd up. Renee, if you'd like to come on up, I think you might be ready. Give you a moment to speak about the impact certificate.
Is there a clicker? Green button goes forward, I assume. Hey everybody, my name's Renee. Eric and I, we work at Artisan, and Artisan helps communities crowdfund new grants. And Afro Algorithms is a really amazing project made by an artist named Anatola, who's part of our community. And we funded it earlier. We funded about 150 grants so far. So one of many example grants on the platform. So my name is Renee, and this is Eric. Hello. We're so excited to be here. I feel like we've been in the wilderness exploring public goods by ourselves, and it's lovely to actually meet in real life with other people that are dreaming the same crazy dreams that we are. So I'm really, really jazzed to meet you, and I know that I've made so many friends over the last couple of days, and I'm excited to see you wherever the next event is in the real world. I'm going to talk briefly about what we're doing at a high level at Artisan, and then I'm going to hand it over to Eric for the real meat of our talk, which is about fluid quadratic finance. And it looks like our font got fucked up somehow. It normally doesn't look like that. Our designer worked so hard on this, but there it is. So it's kind of whimsical and fun. We'll roll with it. So yeah, again, at Artisan, what we do is we help communities crowdfund new grants for art, science, and public goods. We take a very broad view of what public goods are. We think that it's really the core infrastructure for civilization, and that we need to find new mechanisms for funding it at scale. At our last startup, we helped raise a good deal of money for creators, and we discovered a couple of things. So first, we discovered, after raising money from every imaginable scheme you could think of, we discovered that grant funding, in many ways, is the ideal source of funding. And it's because it comes with very few strings attached. It's non-dilutive. And most importantly, it gives folks creative freedom. So grants are really great because of those reasons. But we also discovered that everything else about grant funding is pretty broken. First of all, it's highly biased. The vast majority of funding goes to just the top 1% of creators. It's highly bureaucratic. That means a lot of waste. And finally, it's really complex for everyone involved, whether you're applying for grants, running a grant, donating to a grant. It's kind of a mess. And the truth is, we've really lost trust in our institutions to use our money wisely. Governments and charities, they spend trillions of dollars on public goods, but because decisions are made behind closed doors, we're really excluded from the decision-making process, and we're really disconnected from the work we end up funding. And all of this leads to a lack of trust in these institutions to use our money in an efficient and effective way. So at Artisan, our big mission is to restore trust in public funding, and to do that by inventing new mechanisms that are transparent, that are fair, and that are effective. And at Artisan, sort of the big functionality that we've built is we've worked really hard to make it very easy for communities to come together to crowdfund new grants. Once that community has pooled their money together, we spent a tremendous amount of time figuring out how do you allow them to curate the winning projects, and how do you ensure that those projects that receive funding have the support of the community, meet the eligibility requirements of the grant, and are subjectively of a high quality. And finally, we feel that donors should not just be thought of as like a passive participant, but rather an active owner in the work that they help fund. And we do that through NFTs and tokens. So when a donor contributes to a grant, they actually have an ownership stake in the work they end up funding via NFTs and tokens. And so we've been around for about 2 years. The first problem that we saw as a major question mark in our own heads as to whether or not this idea was viable was the community curation aspect. Once people have pooled their money together, how do you get them to agree on which projects ought to receive the funding? And we've run over 150 grants. We've awarded a little over $500,000. So it's still relatively small scale, but it's been battle tested to a degree. And this is the basic model of how grants work on our platform. So you have creators, they submit a project. You have the people who created the grant. They elect curators who review all of those projects. They then select the finalists. We didn't used to have that curation layer, but we found it was really important for a couple of reasons. One is it was the best way to ensure that the projects adhere to the eligibility requirements of the grant. And the other reason is that a good curator can pick a project out of obscurity. And we've seen this. I helped curate a lot of the major film festivals, and a good curator has an eye for talent the same way that a VC or an angel investor has an eye for talent, and they don't follow the crowd, and they can pick a project that maybe doesn't have many followers on social media, is relatively unknown, but they see talent when they see it, and they can elevate and put a spotlight on it by having it be a finalist. Finally, once a project becomes a finalist, that's when we open it up to the community to vote on the winners. So if you donate, you get some review tokens that you can then spend via quadratic voting for the winner. And another interesting thing there, we do proportional funding. So if the #1 project receives 80% of the vote, they get 80% of the funding. So just a lot of little subtle things that we learned the hard way for how to do community curation. So that's the grant level. The next step for us was, okay, we are so inspired by Gitcoin and quadratic funding. How do we provide match funding that's going to be inspired by those platforms, but how do we do it in a way that delivers an amazing user experience? And that's where Eric comes in, because we love what Gitcoin and Vitalik pioneered and all the co-authors behind quadratic funding, but we saw some limitations from a user experience perspective. And for us, our big mission is to scale public goods funding up. And to do that, I think we need to make this an amazing user experience. So to those ends, my best friend forever and ever, Eric, worked over the last 5 months on a new version of quadratic funding that we're calling fluid quadratic funding. So I'll hand it over to Eric now.
Great. Thanks, Renee. Hi, everybody. Again, I'm Eric. I'm an R&D mathematician at Artisan. And yeah, I'm going to speak a little bit about what we're calling fluid quadratic funding. So before we get into the fluid part, I'm just going to spend a moment reviewing quadratic funding. I know a lot of you already know a bit about quadratic funding, and that's amazing. I'm just going to go over some basic ideas to ground us for the rest of the talk. So as you may know, quadratic funding is a funding mechanism that takes a pile of money from a so-called matching pool and assigns some matching funds to deserving grants that have received some contributions from users, and the value of the grants is sort of measured by the number of contributions and the sizes of contributions to those grants. And one of the nice features of quadratic funding is that it provides these matching funds in such a way that gives a louder voice to large numbers of smaller donors as compared to smaller numbers of large donors with larger pockets. So now the fluid part of the fluid funding mechanism is overall powered by our Artisan Community Fund. And the Community Fund is fueled by revenue from things like NFT raffles. Renee mentioned a few of these just a moment ago. Donation drives, interest on funds in the system, and royalties from NFT sales. The way that I like to think about the fluid aspect of this model is in terms of just dollars per minute. So you can imagine our large matching pool, our community fund, as dripping cash continuously at a rate of some number of dollars per minute down through our fluid quadratic funding mechanism. And then the question is really, how do we split this continuous funding stream between the grants? So again, I'm going to dive into the details of basic vanilla QF just a little bit, again, to ground us for what's coming. We've come to call the result of the vanilla QF formula the match units for a grant G, and I'm just abbreviating it here, MUG. And the formula is you look at the donations that users, just indexed by I here, a little hard to see the I. The DI are the donations to grant G. You take the square roots of the donations, you add those square roots together, and you take the square of that sum, and this is the result of this vanilla QF formula, and it's what we're calling the match units for a grant G. And Vitalik Buterin, on his blog a few years ago, where he was elucidating the paper that he co-authored, he included this really nice geometric interpretation of this formula. And if you'll indulge me, I'm just going to spend a moment going through it. I think it's really worth going through at least once to understand. We use it within Artisan to communicate these ideas quite a bit. The square, the area of the big square, represents the result of the vanilla QF formula. The smaller green squares on the diagonal, the area of those small squares, like D4, for example, the area of each of the squares on the diagonal represents the amount of some donation made to the grant, like D4 here. And since the area of these smaller squares represents the amount of a donation, then the side length of the length of one of the sides is the square root of, let's say, D4, as noted there. And if you add up these side lengths of these donation squares, so the square roots, so square root of D1, square root of D2, and so forth, and you get the sum of the square roots, which is the length of the side of the big square. You multiply that by itself to get the area of the entire Vitalik QF square. Right, so that was probably more detail than you wanted to know about this QF square representation of the formula, but again, I think it's a really nice way to communicate the idea behind the formula itself. So we're going to be thinking of these match units of a grant G somewhat abstractly, and it might become somewhat clear why in a few minutes later in the talk. But if you like, whenever you see one of these MUG squares, you can think of the Vitalik squares on the diagonal and the subsidies on the off of the diagonal, if you like. And I should mention the rectangles that are off the diagonal here represent the subsidy or the matching amount that is going to be awarded to the grant in addition to the donations. So just to bring all those ideas together, the donations are on the diagonal, the subsidy or the matching amount is represented by the area off the diagonal here. And we summarize all of that together in this MUG, the match units of grant G square. So the best known example of quadratic funding in the wild is Gitcoin grants. As Renee mentioned, we're big fans of Gitcoin grants. We think what they're doing is really great. Yeah, really, really great stuff, and we love it. When we were designing the mechanism for artisan grants, we identified a couple of potential challenges with the implementation of quadratic funding, match funding, that Gitcoin grants is using in Gitcoin grant matching rounds. Namely, the first challenge for us with Renee's vision of artisan grants is that Gitcoin grant matching rounds are very discrete in nature. They're time boxed. They all roughly have the same start time for grants. There's a specific end time for the grant matching round. And then at some point after the end of the matching round, the quadratic funding formula is applied and the matching funds are distributed. And we see this as a challenge because, as Renee mentioned, in the previous version of the Artisan Grant platform, we've run over 150 grants, and it was clear that it was very important for the grant makers to be able to choose a specific start time and end time, or award time, for their grant that they created. So that was one challenge with the Gitcoin grants QF model for match funding. The other challenge is a bit of a UI or a UX challenge. Gitcoin Grants has this really great UI element that shows a user, when they're about to make a donation, the estimated match amount that's going to be provided to the grants in addition to their donation. And it's cool. You know, they've got a really great animation, and let's say I come in, I want to donate to a grant, I'm going to make a $10 donation, and I see that that's going to be matched by $50. Or if I donate $100, maybe that'll be matched by $200. And that's really exciting. The challenge is that it's a little bit of a fuzzy estimate because essentially you can't predict the future. You don't know if there are going to be many more donations to this grant or other grants during this matching round. Maybe there will be hours or weeks or days or weeks until the end of the round. So it's a little bit of a fuzzy match estimate. So these were the two primary challenges that we identified when we were investigating a model for artisan grants. Right. So let's come back to the question of how to split this continuous funding stream from the community fund, measured in dollars per minute, let's say, through this fluid match funding mechanism to grants. And what we're going to do is we're just going to look at the match units, which again, you can think of as being the result of the vanilla QF formula that we reviewed a few minutes ago. The result of this formula being the match unit, the area of the match unit squares that we're looking at here. So we have these match units for grants A, B, and C. And now I would just like to put those areas of the squares, if you like, into a pie chart so we can get more specific about the proportions of the match units for each grant compared to the total match units across all grants. And now we're going to flow these continuous funds from the community fund, measured in dollars per minute, through this sort of extruded pie chart cylinder thing to split the match funding between these three grants, according to the proportions determined by the match unit squares. Right, so to make that all a bit more concrete, I'm going to do a very basic example. So here I have the same three grants, A, B, and C. Let's say that based on the donations to these grants, Grant A has 20 match units. Again, 20 in this case is just the result of the QF formula that we were looking at. B has 30 match units, and Grant C has 50 match units. So the proportions of the match units compared to the total match units are 20%, 30%, and 50%. So if we start flowing continuous funds to provide matching funds to each of these grants in a fluid way, if we're flowing, let's say, $10 per minute from the community fund, then according to the proportions, Grant A would get $2 per minute, Grant B would get $3 per minute, and Grant C would get $5 per minute. And if a user comes in and makes a new donation to Grant C, increasing the match units for Grant C, let's say the increase in match units is from 50 to 150, so we were at 20, 30, and 50, so now we have 20, 30, and 150. So the new proportions in terms of match units are 10% for A, 15% for B, and 75% for C. So continuing this example, if we're still flowing the continuous funding from the community fund at $10 per minute, then the continuous matching fund flow rates change from 2, 3, and 5 to $1 a minute, $1.50 a minute, and $7.50 a minute. So in this case, where the user donated to Grant C and bumped up the match units from 50 to 150, that effectively increased the continuous match funding for that grant by $2.50 per minute. Right, so to return to our primary example, again, big fans of Gitcoin grants, drawing a lot of inspiration clearly from their model. The challenges were the discrete time-boxed nature of the matching rounds with a single QF calculation at the end and the inability for grant makers to choose specific start and end times. That's one. And the other was the estimated match that was a little fuzzy because there's just this one QF calculation and matching amount distribution at the end of the round. The fluid QF mechanism helps address these because since we're doing more frequent, smaller QF matching distributions, a grant can have an arbitrary start or end time. And like Renee was saying, it's important to the grant makers to have this flexibility. And secondly, as we saw in the example just a moment ago, since these small, frequent QF distributions are happening somewhat continuously, we have a really quite precise way of saying, right now, based on this donation, here is how your donation to this grant bumps up the match funding for this grant. And third, I'll mention as another consequence of this model for artisan grants is any active grant on the platform will receive some ongoing passive funding from this mechanism. So to put all of this into context, I'll just tell a brief, somewhat abstract story. The sponsor in our story, they want to donate money to good causes, art and science and open source technology and public goods in general. They want to donate money, but they might not have a specific interest or a specific community in mind to donate directly to. The grant maker is a passionate member of, let's say, an artistic community, and they recognize the need in their community for extra financial support for their members to go off and create great things. The donor is interested in providing financial support like the sponsor, but the donor has specific interests in art and science, and they want their donations to have the highest potential impact for projects that they see as valuable. And the creator is looking for funding. They need some art materials, they're an artist, they need some time and space to create their next artwork, right? And the way that the fluid quadratic funding mechanism works for all of these characters is like this. So the sponsor donates money to the community fund with the knowledge that, given the transparent aspect of the funding mechanism, their large donation will trickle down to projects and grants that the community see as valuable. The grant maker is able to spin up a grant within minutes, and they're able to choose a specific end time, maybe 2 weeks from now, on a Saturday night at 5 p.m. US Pacific time, because they have a kickoff event at their art gallery in LA. And the donor wants to donate to the grant maker's grant because they love this artistic community, they're a big fan of the gallery, and they're excited to see what creators in that community can create. And finally, 2 weeks from now, the creator is awarded, among with other creators who were also winners of the grant. The creator is awarded a portion of the donations and the matching funds, and they go off and make some excellent art. So just checking on time. Am I okay on time? Yes, okay. Thank you. So one of our stated goals for this fluid quadratic funding mechanism is that we want to do it transparently in the ways that we've come to expect from Web3 products. We're building in the open. We're recording transactions on chain. We will be implementing the graph through GraphQL to query the data from the blockchain to provide historical charts and current stats, things like the flow rate from the community fund to the QF, the fluid QF mechanism, the flow rates to each grant over time and how that has changed, and things like this. The Artisan DAO will also drive updates to the various formulas and options in the mechanism through governance. So in addition to being transparent, another aspect of this model is flexibility. So I won't necessarily go into all the details here, but if any of this fluid QF stuff interests you, please come grab me at some point after the session. I love whiteboarding. I would love to sketch things out at a whiteboard with you. You could use the vanilla QF formula like we've been focusing on and as we're planning to do for the initial rollout of the system for Artisan grants. You could also use a different flavor of quadratic funding, like pairwise bounded quadratic funding, which I believe Gitcoin uses some version of a pairwise bounded quadratic funding formula, where there's some coefficient in front of if you look at the formula in a different way, if you expand that square of the sum, then you get these pairs of donation terms, DI, DJ, and instead of having a constant coefficient in front of those square root of DI, DJs, you could change the coefficient to potentially bound the effect of pairs of donations for things like reducing the effect of potential collusion. You could look at changing the exponents of the donation and the sum. Rather than a half and 2, you could tweak those a little bit. Or you could explore the idea of like a linear match unit function, similar to like a 1x or a 2x corporate matching function that whoever, certain groups might be more familiar with or have more knowledge of than quadratic funding. Right, so the model is flexible. Again, you have some choice over the match unit function. You could use vanilla QF, you could use a different flavor, you could use something slightly different. We haven't talked about the effect that a donation could or should have over time. I think that's an important thing to highlight and talk about. So on the one hand, you could envision a donation made to a grant that has the same effect in terms of match units for all time. That's one potential thing you could look at. Another is that maybe it works a little bit like professional tennis ranking points, let's say, where the donation has an effect for 12 months. So in professional tennis, right, players play tournaments throughout the year. They collect ranking points based on how well they do at the tournaments, and they're ranked according to the total points that they've amassed over the last 12 months. So maybe we could do something similar. Maybe it's a little bit of a stretch, say, but you could just time limit the effect of a donation to just 12 months rather than indefinitely. Or maybe you want to explore ideas like a half-life, having some decay to the effect of the donation so that when the donation is first made, the effect on the match units that affects the matching funds flowing to the grant is larger, but over time it slowly decays. Or maybe you'd like the user who made the donation to have some power in some way to change that effect. So there are some implementation challenges here, and I won't go into those, but I am using that to set up our current idea for implementing a proof of concept prototype. And I'm excited to mention that we are partnering with Superfluid to build out our proof of concept using their technology, which is exactly the right thing to enable this at the scale that we're aiming for, in an inexpensive way built on Polygon. And their technology that we're going to be looking at is instant distribution agreements. So they have basically two flavors of super agreements. One is more fluid, more continuous, on the order of sending money in terms of like dollars per second. That's their CFA technology. Their IDA technology is a little more discrete. So this proof of concept is going to be not exactly super fluid, but a little more discrete than that. And using the IDA, you set up an index, and you issue units through the index to these receivers. And using the IDA, every 5 minutes, let's say, we can run a frequent but small QF distribution by assigning the match units using the vanilla QF formula that we were describing, and distributing the funds, let's say $50 in this case, according to the units that the grants have. So what's next for the R&D for this fluid quadratic funding project at Artisan? We're in the process of drafting a white paper on the wiki on our GitHub repo. We're going to be building some simulation experiments, building Jupyter notebooks, using Python, NumPy, and SciPy. I've done some of that for a previous version of the model that we were working on for Artisan Grants. So I'm excited to work on that. I'm also really excited if there are CAD/CAD folks around. I would love to connect with you. I would love to learn more about CAD/CAD because I think this could be a good candidate to model using CAD/CAD. And finally, yeah, we're going to be building the proof of concept prototype with Superfluid. So with that, I'll say thank you again. Thank you to Protocol Labs and the organizers, and it's really an honor to share the stage with so many great speakers. It's been an amazing event, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And if you want to pick Eric's brain, we're going to host a little private dinner. Come find us. We'd love to get to know you and battle test this with your best questions and critiques. Thank you.
Right.
Thanks to Renee and
Thank
Eric.
you so much.
And Eric, you should definitely meet Michael Zargam. He's around here somewhere and created CAD/CAD, so that seems very relevant.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Petar Maimunkov, who has an impact certificate related to the Edelweiss protocol compiler, which is an open source tool that is relatively non-trivial, but very impressive, and you should read more about it on the website. Apparently, we're running a little tight on time, and so I'm not going to get to go into it, but I'll turn it over to Petar now. Thank you. Oh, and I should also add, you may know, for those of you who are familiar with IPFS at all, you should know some of Petar's former work, co-authoring the Kademlia DHT, not specifically the IPFS one, but the original proposal for them, another great protocol work. So thanks.
Thank you.
Great to have you.
Okay. Thanks for the generous introduction. I'm delighted to be here. Let's see if the slides come up. Okay. So today I would like to talk about market mechanisms for supporting the operational needs of open source software in a way which is aligned with community values and is productive. And I say operational needs to refer to the whole life of an open source project, taking the perspective that there is no clear distinction between making and maintaining a software product. Okay, so there's many ways to motivate this problem. what I will do is take a comparison between open source projects and public companies. Now, on the one hand, these are very different things because public companies produce private goods, open source projects produce public goods. On the other hand, though, I think that they have a very strong similarity in the way they build their products. So in both cases, if a product is successful, it has a very long lifetime, which requires financing at various stages in its life, depending on circumstances and opportunities that arise. So this is one challenge that both of them share. The other one is that, and this is the one that I find quite compelling, is that long, complex products usually require tons of decisions made under uncertainty and sort of incomplete information. I think this is quite sort of notable similarity between both of them. Now, there is an obvious gap. The gap is that in the public sector, you have mechanisms that support companies to deal with both of these issues. So you have equities, which deal with financing products and companies, and you have financial derivatives like options and futures, which allow companies to hedge their risks. And you don't have any of these mechanisms in the open source world. So this is the problem that I want to address today with a proposal design that sort of hopefully starts a sort of a thinking process in this direction. Before I dive into this, I want to make a clear distinction between the problem space that I'm addressing and the problem space that is addressed by familiar mechanisms like quadratic funding, because I think that they're sort of quite non-overlapping. So operational needs are endogenous in the sense that they are driven from inside an open source project, basically based on the circumstances that arise in its internal life. For instance, an open source project might have an opportunity to hire a new developer, and they need funding for this. In contrast, grants like quadratic funding grants are usually driven from the outside community, so I call them exogenously driven. Next, operational needs are asynchronous, so they arise whenever the need for financing arises, and ideally they should be acted on in a timely fashion, whereas quadratic funding grants are synchronous. For instance, I think Gitcoin administers quadratic funding grants quarterly every year. Next, operational needs are fine-grained, so they often can have something to do with sort of sub-product technical aspects of a project, whereas in contrast, so grants are typically coarse-grained in the sense that they're some kind of a product-level description of what people want to have built. And finally, it's important for operational needs to be addressed in a streamlined fashion, meaning easy, frictionless, self-serve, ideally without having to wait on manual processes. And again, in contrast, grants are organized, and they typically require humans to get together and sort of refine a decision of what they want to have built. Okay, so in the interest of time, I'm going to describe one contract that addresses financing for open source projects, and I'll leave a few other designs for you to look up in the slides when they get uploaded. So this contract, which I called plural equity tokens, first of all, is called this way to suggest that it borrows ideas from two places, from conventional equities and from plural mechanisms. So let me first cover the basics of this. Just like equities, the entity that issues equity tokens is a GitHub organization. The idea is, much like with equities, that any GitHub organization can issue tokens, it can sell them, it can buy them back and manage its financing in the same way in which corporations use equities to manage financing. Of course, whenever you're dealing with issuing of any kind of equity, you want to make sure that investors are protected from dilution, which in this case would happen, of course, using a smart contract, which protects investors in sort of 3 ways. First of all issued tokens should be public, and all future sort of schedules of issuance should also be public. And in the event of unanticipated changes to the issuance schedule, you would have some kind of a vote between the shareholders in the open source project. And I'm going to sort of more specifically explain how this vote should work in the next slide. So up to here, these equity tokens look very much like conventional equity. Now, what is the value? Why would you buy these things, and how do they work? In conventional equities, the value is of a share in a company is really just the present discounted value of the expected future return of the products that the company makes. But there's no such equivalent in the open source world, because open source doesn't produce profit. So why would you buy one of those? First, I want to address the question, where is the value captured? The value is captured in 2 places. One is the team that runs the GitHub organization, because it's the team that adds value and makes the software, obviously. The second one is a little bit more technical. The value is also locked into the URL namespace of the GitHub organization. And the reason for this is because any other open source project which uses or depends on this one would refer to it by name. So a classical example is, if you're programming in Go, you refer to other open source projects using their GitHub URL. So this is where the value is captured. Now, what is the value of the equity tokens? So this is a design proposal that I'm sort of putting forth. It's a Strawman proposal. The value here I propose should be that holding equity tokens gives you influence over the open source project. So how does this influence work exactly? In sort of well-run and smooth open source projects, almost everything happens on GitHub through pull requests. And this is not just changing code. This includes discussions, feature prioritization, almost everything, especially if it's a community project, because there needs to be visibility into the thinking process, and also pull requests enable people to have a discussion before any changes are made. So pull requests look like a very convenient bottleneck for installing an influence mechanism that kind of works generically and comprehensively over an open source project. And the specific mechanism I'm proposing here is to approve a pull request if it gets a sufficient number of votes for its approval. And by sufficient, I mean it should exceed a certain threshold which the GitHub organization can specify. Now, the little kink here, sort of like the subtle detail which comes from plural mechanisms, is that the voting power that is bestowed to holders of the equity tokens should be the square root of the amount of tokens they hold, rather than equal to the amount of tokens they hold. And this is like a well known by now plural mechanism. Another note I'd like to make about this influence mechanism is that by requiring votes to exceed a certain threshold, we're kind of aiming to have a practical mechanism which doesn't need to involve all shareholders for every pull request that is being approved and merged. Typically, with this kind of condition, you can make it so that most day-to-day pull requests can be merged purely by members of the GitHub organization itself. But every once in a while, when a shareholder is interested in having influence on some specific pull requests, they can join in the discussion and sway the outcome one way or another. Okay. Now, to tie the whole story together, I'd like to add one more idea to the design of these equity tokens, and this is the idea of partial common ownership. So this idea is popularized by the economist Glenn Whale and his co-authors in the book Radical Markets. And there's also a nonprofit called Radical Exchange, which further popularizes and sort of develops these ideas. In its original form, I will recall this idea, so partial common ownership. It was originally a mechanism for efficient and equitable taxation of land. And the way it works is, and by the way, I should say, it has been implemented in some Latin American countries, so it's sort of it's a tested mechanism in some sense. The way it works is that if you own a piece of land, you get to self-assess the value of this property, and then you pay tax which is proportional to the self-assessed value of your property. But you also have to be willing to sell your land to anybody who comes along and is willing to pay the price that you have self-assessed for your property. So, and then there's a secondary kind of aspect to this mechanism, which is called universal basic income. This just says that the tax collected through this mechanism is distributed equally to the community, which is a mechanism that sort of creates a more equitable distribution of capital in the community. But so what's the key idea behind the tax mechanism? The key idea is that if you're a rational actor, you're compelled to basically self-assess truthfully the value of your property, because if you set a price that's too high, then you will benefit from the fact that nobody will probably take the property away from you because it's highly priced, but you'll be paying a very high tax for this privilege. On the other hand, if you assess your property too low, you won't be paying taxes, but you're running the risk that you can lose your property at any point in time. So I took this idea and I want to apply it to these equity tokens in open source projects. And it would work in the same way. So if you hold any equity tokens, you get to assess how much they're valuable to you. You get to pay tax, and you're obligated to sell them if anybody is willing to pay the price that you have declared for them. Now, what's the rationale behind this thing? The rationale is that when you hold an equity token, you have a marginal cost and a marginal value. The marginal cost is the tax that you pay for the tokens that you have, and the marginal value is whatever value you derive from having influence over the open source project. So you would be compelled to truthfully, effectively, so pick a price for the equity tokens that you have, such that the tax that you pay truthfully reflects how much value you derive from having ownership in this project. Okay, and so to wrap this up, I want to sort of give you a view of this marketplace in the familiar limit order market book way of looking at the market that most of you are probably familiar with. And the first interesting thing to say is that the partial common ownership rule essentially means that all supply of an equity token for an open source project has to always be on the supply side, so on the sell side of the market book. Because by definition, everybody is always ready to sell their tokens at the value that they have declared, which is the same thing as saying that everything you own is always on the sell side of the market book. This is a very cool feature because it means that there is 100% liquidity on this market at all times. And that's a good thing because it means that you don't have to have market makers, and you will probably end up with a marketplace that is not volatile and is sort of less prone to speculation. And I'm leaving here one open question for you, which is, in traditional marketplaces, the identities of the market players who are buying and selling are anonymous. But in a communal space, it's worth sort of debating whether they should be public. Okay, so this is the end for me. There are 3 more topics in this talk which you can look up on the slides, which will be uploaded, or you can just contact me. You can, you can contact me, and happy to talk about this. So the topics that I'm not mentioning here are, I have a second design for a contract based around binary options, which addresses how do you hedge a risk in open source projects, which I think is a very interesting question. And I address the lack of meaningful business metrics and indicators for the open source system and some reasons why this might be the case. And finally, I address governance of this marketplace by pointing out that governance, being a smart contract, is really just an open source project. So you can reuse all of the techniques that I mentioned so far to make modifications to the governance, basically using pull requests. That's it for me. Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you so much for the presentation, Petar. And next up, we're going to continue the great series of discussions with a focus on a different type of public good, on peer review. And presenting is going to be Darren Zhu from atoms.org. Potentially, yeah, there will be the impact certificate that's up, and on scholarship on the history of peer review by Melinda Baldwin, who wrote a great book on the history of peer review that is very relevant for some of the work that Darren is going to be presenting on. And Darren is one of the founders of atoms.org. He is a former Thiel Fellow and had a background in biomedical startups before jumping into Web3 and peer review. So with that, I'll pass it off to Darren.
Thanks, Eugene. Well, let's get started. Sorry. I forgot you were going to give me the slide swap around. I was getting excited, trying to get the energy in the room back up. I feel like the mid-afternoon slot on Saturday afternoon is, a little bit sleepy. I was feeling it just like an hour ago myself, so I understand. Oh, looks like we got jumped to Kerala, so maybe I could do like, what is that called, PowerPoint karaoke, where I'm giving your talk. Oh yeah, I can riff a little bit. Anyways, hope you guys have been having a great weekend overall. It's been really interesting just to see the wide range of public goods that people have been discussing, from things more sort of climate change related. Dan Goodwin's talk yesterday was a favorite of mine. Talking about sort of biotech solutions and grant making to solve sort of long range climate problems. I think a lot of the decentralized science stuff is near and dear to my heart, so it's been a really awesome time. So thanks again to Protocol Labs and the whole team here for getting together such a fantastic group. It looks like, I think the slides, at least over here, look like they're, yeah, those are correct and ready to roll. So for better or worse, I won't be doing any PowerPoint karaoke today, but Carol will be doing some awesome slides just after me. So let's get started. So I want to talk kind of about thinking about science as kind of the ultimate public good, and really the sort of mechanism designed for adjudicating science is one that is peer review, where we kind of use that as a primary mechanism today for both doing the sort of ex-ante review of determining which proposals are likely to be impactful, as well as the sort of ex-post review on manuscripts to determine which manuscripts are actually impactful. And so I think there is a lot of questions around whether this is the single most challenges and experiments around reforming it, and perhaps some ideas for how maybe impact certificates might be an interesting primitive for tracking reviews and reforming review. And so this slide is actually from a recent talk by Carl Bergstrom, who's a really great meta scientist. I actually encourage you guys to check out his talk from last month, and I've included a little link there below. But kind of going to the origins of peer review, there's sort of this canonical story about the first journal, the Royal Society of Philosophical Transactions, from 1665, with this editor Henry Oldenburg. And people often point to that being kind of the origin story of peer review, where he was sending out reports to his sort of scientific fellows to get opinions on some of the submissions they were getting, and this being kind of the origins of peer review. And actually, the historian that Eugene had mentioned, I sort of wanted to attribute sort of an impact certificate to, has done a good job questioning whether this is actually a true origin story of peer review, given the sort of very ad hoc nature of how they were doing it. And in fact, the term peer review is actually not one that didn't really emerge in the lexicon until the 1970s. It was a very niche thing, and so I kind of want to push back on the notion that science has relied on peer review as this like mechanism for adjudicating how projects worked for a long time. In fact, very famously, Einstein, when he was submitting to papers, generally did not go through peer review. He himself actually had a very upset letter when he was reviewed in the physical review on this paper on gravitational waves in 1936, where the reviewer had sent several comments back, and he had sent this letter back to the editor saying, you know, I see no reason to address this, you know, in any case, erroneous comments of your anonymous expert. On the basis of this incident, I prefer to publish the paper elsewhere. And he would never publish in physical review again. So, you know, in the 1930s, definitely peer review is not this sort of standardized mechanism that we see today. Another sort of case study that's kind of funny is the Watson-Crick Nature paper, which also was accepted without any sort of peer review. The editor, John Maddox at Nature at the time, said it was just self-evident that was correct. And if they had sent it out to any referees, they would have blabbed, and that would have sort of compromise the sort of sanctity and secrecy of the paper being submitted. And instead, he never even used real peer review at the time. He preferred to carry a bundle of manuscripts with him in the pocket of his greatcoat and pass them around among his chums taking coffee. So really this sort of like formalized, structured system of peer review is very much a modern one. And it begins to change really around the 1970s, where the government begins demanding more accountability, both on the grant review side, where the NSF had been funding various social science projects that various politicians had qualms about, and so there was a question around who was actually rubber stamping these projects. Were they politically motivated, or do we have unbiased expert reviewers providing a layer of sort of accountability? And then also trying to understand what were the outputs that were coming out of this funding. Were those outputs actually valid? And so this is sort of the inflection point where peer review starts becoming sort of established as the dominant mechanism for how we adjudicate science. And if you want to learn more, as I mentioned, Lyndon Baldwin has written both a fantastic book on sort of the history of nature, as well as the sort of rise of peer review kind of in Cold War America. So I encourage you guys to take a closer look at that. But sort of moving forward, I think the question is sort of, what are the challenges with peer review today? And in many ways, it's this a true public good where scientists kind of donate their time. There was a recent paper last year where it was estimated that there was sort of a $1 billion altruistic donation based on the sort of over 100 million hours that were donated by scientists as just sort of this duty to just journals on the manuscript review alone. And so there's a question of how do we actually reward and recognize the reviewers for doing that work. Part of the question is sort of what motivates these scientists to do all this unpaid labor for these journals. And this is a fantastic survey done just a few years ago by a company, Publons, that was working on sort of doing reviewer recognition for peer review, and they surveyed about 12,000 researchers. A large majority felt that there was just this sort of intrinsic duty as part of their job as a researcher to do it, even though there are sort of pretty weak incentives and recognition and rewards for doing it. And so there's sort of a question of how do we actually find ways, especially as editors and sort of grant committees struggle more and more to find qualified reviewers to do this labor of reviewing. How do we actually motivate them? And so I thought this survey was at least an interesting one to get a good sense of what motivates the reviewers today. There's also questions around how effective peer review actually works. There's some interesting sort of case studies, at least, showing that peer review has sort of been a gatekeeper of a lot of innovative research. This was a piece from almost 30 years ago, kind of going through lots of different case studies, whether it's the discovery of B lymphocytes or the Krebs cycle, or even the famous cave paintings of Altamira, where peer reviewers have been traditionally a very sort of adversarial process of rejecting sort of high risk, high reward, high impact research. And so how do we think about, again, mechanisms perhaps to align reviewers more with wanting to select projects that are actually sort of prescient in nature? There's also this fantastic tweet that came out, I think, about a year and a half ago from one of the top researchers that was studying spike protein design for the vaccines, and he had previously been working on the MERS spike protein and had a huge amount of trouble getting this published, these two particular proline substitutions in the spike protein, and sort of tweeted this kind of tongue-in-cheek remark that after over a year of trying to get this thing published in top journals, he was pleased at least that it came out in the form of the vaccines at the end. So there's this question of, again, how do we do this reviewer alignment? How do we actually recruit reviewers who are excited about and not necessarily just adversarial in terms of what sort of projects they're picking, either for publication or for funding? There's also a question of how much peer review works as a feedback mechanism for actually improving the kinds of papers that are being submitted. This was, I think, a really interesting study during the pandemic where the large majority of COVID researchers were using preprint submissions to submit and share their results directly without having to go through sort of this filter of peer review, and comparing the sort of publications after they had been reviewed and accepted into the journals with the original preprints. And again, large majority of them are not really changing their figures at all. Generally, the conclusions or other text is being pretty minimally changed. So if one of the major jobs of peer review traditionally has been to be a sort of feedback mechanism for scientists to help correct potentially flawed experiments or methodology, it does not seem really in this age of sort of peer-to-peer feedback that perhaps this formalized gatekeeping journal mechanism is necessary. There's also a question of how effective the reviewers are for grants, and this is a study a few years ago looking at the sort of NIH peer review percentile scores, and essentially the takeaway from the paper is that they're pretty good at picking out the very worst proposals. Usually the bottom 20th percentile correlates well with sort of various measures of researcher productivity and output, but beyond that it's essentially picking at random. And so that's led various folks to suggest either lottery-based mechanisms for picking proposals after a certain sort of quality threshold, or other things that are less burdensome given the sort of amount of time that researchers are spending on grant writing as well as on grant review today. There's also a question of whether reviewers actually agree on grants, which I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. People have talked a lot about whether high variance grant making might actually lead to superior outcomes, but it does mean that when we have a very small number of reviewers often on these standing sections, it may be highly contingent on who ends up being placed on your panel in terms of whether you get a grant accepted or not. And so in that case, sort of the low degree of inter-reviewer agreement is something that should give rise to concern. And so the question is, now that we have so many open feedback and curation mechanisms, how do we think about sort of informal peer review as perhaps a new venue for accomplishing some of the goals of the highly structured academic peer review system? This is a case study that I actually quite like, where after Thomas Piketty's Capital had come out, there was an interesting sort of blog post on Tyler Cowen's economics blog, Marginal Revolution, where this grad student at the time found that Piketty had kind of made an error in terms of how he had calculated depreciation, and that sort of comment on this random blog as sort of an open peer review blew up so much that the grad student was later invited to submit a paper to the Brookings Institution, and really got quite a bit of acclaim from the review that he made. And so in some ways, peer review, open peer review, can be a mechanism for building reputation, especially for younger scientists who have not established themselves yet. And so I think that points to a potential interesting case for one of the benefits of allowing open review that actually confers reputational benefits to the reviewer. And there's also been sort of a lot of interesting peer review of biomedical images on a platform called PubPeer, where there are various researchers, most notably Elizabeth Bick, who have spent a lot of time kind of going through, looking at images, picking out possible fraudulent data, which is again something that reviewers tend not to spend a lot of time, which shows that there is room for sort of not only just post-publication peer review, but also again the power of kind of openly letting people comment. And actually, in these cases, both of these figures were from papers that were kind of seminal to these biotech stocks that later, after kind of having this revelation of fraudulent data, had massive sort of swings. And so earlier there was sort of a workshop upstairs around market mechanisms for science, and there's a question around what does shorting bad science look like. And in some ways we have at least some interesting case studies in the small cap biotech public markets today to show how we might be able to incentivize different reviewers to go out and look for fraudulent data. And whether these sort of skin in the game financial mechanisms distort science is, I think, an interesting kind of experiment to run. But at the very least, it creates an open feedback loop for people to kind of, again, comment on research that might not be of sufficient quality or caliber. So now I'm going to just go quickly through some new review mechanisms. I think there's a lot of interesting experimentation, especially in sort of the AI community right now with open review. There's a fantastic researcher at Carnegie Mellon, Nihar Shah, who's done a good job sort of summarizing the different mechanism design experiments that these various AI research communities have done in terms of how papers get bidded on, in terms of how reviewers get selected, how you ensure that there aren't sort of collusion and conflicts of interest rings. So I won't dive too much into it, but would suggest anyone who's interested in exploring that literature to take a look at Nihar's work. There is also a lot of interest in using sort of replication and prediction markets to kind of estimate the reproducibility of scientific research a priori. And there's data that shows that at least some of the work that does not replicate well can be pretty quickly picked up by these generalist kind of prediction market participants, especially in the social sciences. DARPA has also put out some competitions and actually funded some fairly large markets to see if there's actually predictability in terms of identifying non-replicable studies. There's also a pretty interesting project early in the COVID-19 preprint sort of deluge of whether prediction markets would help adjudicate which preprints would actually end up being published. And so I think there's a kind of a wealth of possible sort of mechanism design space to explore around new ways to elicit more accurate reviews, whether that's on replicability or on sort of fraud, as I mentioned earlier. I think one of the other really interesting mechanisms that I'm pretty curious about is sort of peer-to-peer reviews. So this was actually a project that came out of, I believe, these astronomy communities where booking telescope time was something that was highly finite. And so how do you actually evaluate which proposals should be selected? And as they were getting more and more projects, they decided we should actually get the submitters of these projects, these researchers themselves, to come together and try to adjudicate which projects should get telescope time. And so kind of based on that pilot, the NSF actually ran this sort of distributed peer review project where each submitter of a grant would also take on the burden of reviewing things. And I think that's kind of an interesting mechanism of sort of peer-to-peer science that, again, might be an interesting mechanism to explore. There's also been a lot of interest recently in sort of using scouts and science angels, which David over here has also pioneered at Experiment Foundation, as well as some other organizations, of trying to empower scientists themselves to rather be sort of inbound reviewers, be outbound curators of projects, and that may reduce the burden both on the applicants for these different grants, but also reduce the burden on the reviewers themselves when they already have their sort of existing scientific networks. So I think there's again a lot of interesting design space, and I kind of want to highlight one last one, which is kind of this notion of certificates of impact, which a lot of folks have been talking about. Actually, in the science space, there have been attempts to do sort of reviewer certificates. Elsevier has been working on it for a few years. Publons, as another sort of review technology platform, has also been working on sort of this notion of reviewer certificates. But in this case, because most of these reviews are closed and blinded, it's mostly a way of letting the reviewers know, or letting reviewers signal that they've been completing these reviews. It's not really a sort of an incentive alignment mechanism. And so I think it's worth thinking about, what are ways to kind of improve upon those very rudimentary certificates of just sort of, I've completed review, to something where the reviewers actually have sort of hopefully long-term incentives to leave prescient reviews. And I think there are a few sort of considerations. I think one is around this trade-off between privacy and transparency. There's always been this argument that peer reviews should be this sort of blinded, closed process to elicit the most accurate reviews, such that there aren't sort of adversarial conflicts between the reviewer and the researcher. And I think there are crypto-economic primitives that are starting to give us interesting tools to play around with both reputation and identity, where perhaps we can still accrue reputation in a way that is privacy preserving, whether they're sort of time-bound pseudonyms or sort of pseudonyms that are locked away in some sort of zero-knowledge proof methodology. I think there's also a question of how do you actually trust which reviews in an open review system are reliable. And in terms of sort of short-term reliability, I think there's a lot of interesting experiments going on in sort of web of trust systems in terms of building a social graph on top of a knowledge graph in terms of what sort of reviewers you actually have existing trust in for curating and reviewing the research that you're evaluating. And then there's also been a lot of talk around verified credentials and soul-bound tokens as another sort of mechanism to quickly assess the short-term reliability of reviews. But I think really what we want to move to is this system where we're doing long-term evaluations of the prescience of reviews. And I think a lot of the sort of retroactive mechanisms that people have been discussing here, whether they're bounties or prizes, can also be applied to look at reviews where, in the sort of startup and venture capital ecosystem, they have these sort of portfolio reviews where they have looked at anti-portfolios of companies they have missed. And I think there should also be sort of retrospective analyses of false negative reviews that are happening in science. And we should also consider having sort of prizes and bounties for the best reviewers in science as a key stakeholder in terms of how attention and funding gets allocated in the overall research ecosystem. So I think to kind of piggyback on a lot of the discussion and ideation around impact certificates this weekend, I think there's perhaps some new primitives to introduce to the peer review space. And I think I've run out of time, and there's a lot of slides there, but hopefully there's some interesting content to kind of grapple with and think about peer review as a public good there. Thanks.
Thank you for that presentation on open peer review and Web3. Next up, we're going to have Carola Kirstenau presenting. But first up, we should have the impact certificate up, which she chose one on founding support for Discourse Graphs plugin. That was for work done by Joel Chan and David Vargas, and it's technically co-owned by Evan and Carola. So yeah, that's an interesting impact certificate, which perfectly segues into the actual talk that she'll be giving, which is going to be on road mapping with Discourse Graphs, mapping our investments in scientific public goods. And to give Carola a quick background, she is broadly interested in meta research, particularly those aspects related to accelerating the pace of scientific discovery and technological innovation. Her scientific background is in the field of human paleogenomics and stable isotope biogeochemistry. See, sometimes there are titles and I have to question while I'm reading them if I'm making words up or are these real things. But that just shows how wonderfully esteemed our speaker is. And so with that, I will go ahead and pass it off to Carola. Let's give her a round of applause as she starts.
Thanks for that great introduction, Eugene. That was really nice. And the words, they're interesting, but it basically means that I used to study old stuff. And now I get to study new stuff, which is just as exciting for me, approaching it from a different perspective. And today I would like to talk to you about research road mapping with Discourse Graphs. As Eugene said, my name is Carola Kirstenau. I'm the Network Research Team Lead at Protocol Labs. And at PL, we build tools to move science forward faster. And we think that these tools are important public goods. And today I'd like to talk about one of those tools, the Discourse Graph, which we see as a protocol for sharing and synthesizing knowledge, and how we use it in research road mapping, which we see as a process for aligning incentives and managing information flows between researchers and research funders. Oh, this works. This is awesome. Great. So Discourse Graphs, a protocol for scientific coordination. What we mean by that is there's been a lot of really interesting work being done in the road mapping space, a lot of it by, for instance, the Foresight Institute has done some really excellent work with their Tech Trees and Maps Map initiative. We had a really great talk about that a little bit earlier. And so I'd like to talk about a tool that we've been supporting at PL, which we think is a nice complement, a powerful support for road mapping efforts. We think that discourse graphs can be used to describe the present state of the knowledge frontier, find opportunities to move the frontier forward, to evaluate different research initiatives, and find leverage points in a research network. So we like to think of science as being a complex system with lots of moving parts. And we think the discourse graphs can give us a little bit of insight into those moving parts and allow us to see little points where we might be able to influence the system for maximum impact. And the work I'm talking about today is largely the creation of some of our grantees, some of the people that we've had the privilege of working with. So people like Joel Chan, who is a professor who studies creative knowledge work at the University of Maryland and the creator of this particular discourse graph protocol, and David Vargas, who's an independent developer who builds tools for thought, and Matt Akamatsu, who's a molecular biologist who expanded the discourse graph grammar, the discourse graph system, to meet the needs of modern experimental science. And then also, of course, the discourse graph community of practitioners who are researchers, scientists, thinkers, who get together and do cool things like meet up in Hawaii and talk about image annotation and genetically engineering novel fungi. So these are the kinds of cool people that you get to work with if you're interested in discourse graphs. And as was mentioned, Joel and David were kind enough or foresighted enough to offer us an impact certificate for supporting this work. So I want to mention that I'm talking my book here. I'm very incentive aligned here with this talk. And this was co-issued to me and Evan. So at some point, we will, of course, fight to the death over ownership of this impact certificate. I've been doing my push-ups, Evan. So let me describe the discourse graph grammar before I get into how we use it in road mapping. What's really cool about discourse graphs is it's a very simple, very naturalistic system, and it replicates the parts of natural living conversations. Really, there's some vibrancy and dynamism in the protocol. So you will recognize all of the parts of the graph. It has pieces like questions, asking questions, making claims about the world, adducing evidence to support those claims, and then referring to sources to provenance that evidence that you've adduced in support of a claim. So of course, the darling of the internet forum, the source, I made it up, is not good enough for a discourse graph. And those are, let me move back a second. So here we have the nodes of our discourse graph. Now let me talk about the edges of the graph. The relations between the nodes are the relationships between these different pieces of the discourse graph conversation. So evidence informs questions, and it can be used to, say, support or oppose a claim. So there's a charge there. Claims can support or oppose other claims. And new questions can be informed by existing claims. And this is interesting because it means that there's sort of a little bit of pre-adaptation for the generation of new questions. You may have a claim out there that's sort of in search of a question. And it hints at the modularity and composability of the system, that something that seems to be settled in one discourse graph system may invoke or stimulate new questions in a new or adjacent field in a new discourse graph system. A lot of interoperability. It's like playing with Legos, and it's really fun to build. A little bit more about the data model. If you think about a discourse graph system as a system of nodes, and indeed it could be expressed in a system of post-it notes, very simple. Question notes express an open research question. And claim notes synthesize observations. What that means is that they bring together a lot of different things you've noticed about the world, and you generalize them into a claim about the world. Evidence notes, on the other hand, a little bit lower in the hierarchy, they express a specific observation. So they carry with them a lot of context, a lot of specificity. And source notes contextualize those observation notes. So the build process, when you're creating a discourse graph, you start with a set of questions, and you collect observations to begin to address those questions. Now, I should mention that those two steps are often reversed, especially in empirical science. A lot of times we find that we make an observation about the world, we say, huh, and then that generates some questions. I think a lot of science is precipitated by, huh, more often than eureka. So then we synthesize, we've made a bunch of observations, we synthesize them into claims about the world, and then we compose those claims into arguments and theories, and then we go off and we find new questions or hypotheses to test. And I think you'll find this is a very familiar recapitulation of the process of scientific inquiry. This is what you do, and we're just kind of breaking it up into parts and making them explicit and sort of describing them with pretty little boxes on a slide. So discourse graphs are a client-agnostic protocol. They can be implemented in anything from like a corkboard murder board to a Miro board. I think some of the more popular implementations now are netbook notebooks like Athens, LogSeq, Obsidian. Rome, for instance, is probably the most mature ecosystem for working with discourse graphs, largely because that's where David Vargas, the open source developer that I mentioned earlier, has developed a powerful suite of extensions for implementing the discourse graph protocol, but it's spreading to a lot of different clients, and David has a project where he's going to make that spread even faster. So I mentioned there's some flexibility in the protocol. I spoke earlier about the biologist, Matt Akamatsu, who's sort of adapting the discourse graph grammar for experimental science. All that really means is that he's changing the terminology that we use to describe the different nodes in the graph to better reflect what goes on when you're working at the bench. So the original discourse graph protocol was developed from the needs of literature synthesis, sort of examining and dealing with the needs of the current knowledge frontier, assessing the state of the current state of the art, the current body of knowledge in a particular field. Results graphs, which is sort of Matt's twist on the subject, it's a little bit more geared toward experimental science. So the question, claim, and evidence backed up by the source of the discourse graph in the result graph is hypothesis, conclusion, result, and the source of truth there is the experiment or the model or the simulation. A slight difference, but it has particular implications. What it does is it emphasizes that the source of evidence in the results graph system is the experiment, model, or simulation, and it makes it very clear that a hypothesis is a request for experiments, and it's a system that makes it easier to formulate well-structured requests for experiments, and we'll see how that works when you incorporate this into the road mapping system. Okay, so I've said roadmap, I've invoked the term road mapping, but I haven't really defined my terms, and it's sort of like I'm burying the lead here. What I mean by our research roadmap, it's a goal-centered model, essentially centered on a breakthrough innovation. It describes significant milestones in a technological effort and the relationships between those milestones. It is meant to concentrate expert attention on a research problem. It identifies leverage points, as I mentioned, in the research system. It surfaces them, sometimes serendipitously, for expert attention. And it allows us to drive distributed coordination around a problem. It sort of makes everybody, it gives a shared context for attacking a problem, for examining a problem, evaluating it. I would say that a discourse graph is a user interface for distributed coordination. It works well within the road mapping system. It helps us to understand the current state of the knowledge frontier. That's the synthesis process. To identify dependencies and missing links between milestones, and to create requests for experiments to incentivize distributed pathfinding. So the process where different distributed decentralized researchers can follow their own local incentives while keeping in mind global incentives, global state, and the global optimum of the system. And so I'm going to describe how this works in the context of, as an example, an RFP. In fact, an RFP that was developed and funded by the CryptoNet Lab at Protocol Labs last cycle. Just using this as an example, this roadmap was derived from the RFP. The RFP was not developed explicitly as a roadmap, but I think it's a good illustration of how, because an RFP is a goal-centered research initiative, it can be represented as a roadmap. And so I'm using this example here. Any errors in the diagram are solely my own fault, and I apologize in advance to CryptoNet Lab. So the first step of building a research roadmap is to define the goal state and its properties. Ooh, I have a laser pointer. I think anytime you get a laser pointer, you should also have like a conference cat. You can just kind of, it's awesome. So you define what is your definition of success? How does the world look different or better when you're done? In this case, Kryptonite Lab wanted better vector commitments. And then they define the properties that constitute what is a better vector commitment. And those you can see in the purple sort of squares outside of the green triangle, goal state. Then you draft open problems for creating the necessary properties. And those can be kind of thought of as research projects that are necessary, that you've defined to address the properties that your future state needs to have. And then you might, if you're particularly kind, suggest potential directions for solving the open problems. So these are ways that you might address, or ways you might approach the open problems that your grantees may make some mention of in their grant applications. Here you can see each roadmap node in the RFP generation process can be seen as being supported by a discourse graph. And this is where that composability comes in. You can just sort of drop in a discourse graph at any one of these nodes to support your reasoning as you're building this graph. For instance, what is the desirable goal state? This is meant to represent an argument or a conversation that you may have internally as you're building out your roadmap. What are the essential properties of the goal state? Another argument. What research projects are necessary to enable those properties? And what are the highest impact directions to take within each research project? These are opinionated roadmaps. They express your beliefs about the path to progress here, and so they should be supported with some evidence. And then finally, these are all synthesized into a roadmap, and you make the crucial distinction of which properties or projects should be deprioritized. And I'll get into in a minute or two, actually just 1 minute, how we might do that with discourse graphs. Again, an open problem statement is a request for experiments. So while we're shifting now from the internal discourse graph-like project of creating the roadmap that you may do with a small circle of collaborators and externalizing the problem. You're inviting people to the conversation by asking them to contribute results graphs to solve the problems identified, in these nodes. Oh, the nodes are still here. And now I'm going to describe something. I'm going to pull out what's called the evidence store. It's not very easy to see in this slide, so I'm going to go to the next slide. It's been implemented in software, in a couple of different client softwares, but this is just for illustrative purposes in a little Miro board. What it does is it's a querying tool that David built, which allows you to attach attributes to any one of the nodes in your discourse graph. So for instance, when you're building a roadmap, those appropriate attributes might be the robustness of your confidence in a particular direction, the amount of support, the amount of evidence in support of going in that direction, the amount of evidence opposing going in that direction, and even whether there are, at a lower level, whether there are sources that support or oppose a particular, support or contradict a particular piece of evidence. Now, if you're doing this collaboratively, it may be appropriate to describe those bits of evidence, those attributes, as distributions, which essentially could represent crowdsourced credences about the true value of whatever attributes you decide to attach to your discourse graph. There's a lot of flexibility here in the different implementations. And essentially what you're doing is you're building an investment thesis. We're seeing here not only can roadmaps be used to drive what we call like an RFP project, but also there's meta road mapping, where you may roadmap the process to drive adoption of a research public good that's sort of at a different scale. So these discourse graphs are kind of scale independent, and essentially each one of these graphs represents an investment thesis for the direction that you want to support, incentivize, accelerate. And so we can see that there's a little bit of similarity and complementarity in the way that we build discourse graphs and the way we build research roadmaps. We start with a set of questions, we start working with the current knowledge frontier, synthesize claims about its position, locate gaps in the frontier, estimate how important it is to fill those gaps in a comparative way, request experiments to fill the gaps, collect conclusions, resynthesize all of our data, and push the frontier forward, and then start with new and better questions. And I think I'm contractually obligated to show this particular slide, Crossing the Innovation Chasm. We are missing effective coordination systems to make this part happen. Juan has mentioned this several times. I think I'm going to cheekily drop in the results graph protocol. It is a small but significant contribution to the types of coordination systems that we'd like to see built to move science forward and to coordinate activity around a research goal. If you're interested in these types of problems, in building research portfolios and talking about research road mapping, we have open positions in the network research team. That's my team, research program managers. That's my role, research scientists, research startup operators. We also have a Discord for network goods, public goods nerds. If you haven't joined it already, please do join us there and nerd out with us. And Joelle and Matt and the Discourse Graph community of practitioners, really awesome people. They're in our Discord. They have their own Discord. They're all over the place. If you want to read the docs and read more about Discourse Graphs at your leisure, there's a really nice wiki that Joelle has put together. And I should mention Matt Akamatsu. If you want to work with results graphs more closely, Matt Akamatsu is hiring a Cybrarian, which is an even cooler form of librarian to help work with the results graph syntax, results graph grammar, protocol, and community. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Eric.
Thank you so much for that fantastic presentation. I know there was a science funding workshop upstairs right before this ended, and one of the last notes was, oh, I need to go learn about discourse graphs, and how convenient to have that presentation perfectly follow it, so thank you again. Next up is going to be David Lang, which, let's see, perfect. There's the impact cert coming up. So David's impact cert is on deep sea ocean experimental data, and it's relating to work that David did along with Eric Stackpole. And David himself, he is the currently running the Experiment Foundation, which their mission is to embolden curiosity, accelerate scientific discovery, and they work with foundations, companies, and government agencies to fund more science via platform patronage and challenge grants. There's a lot of really cool work on their site. If you've never checked it out or heard of it, definitely do so. And David is also the creator and host of Science Better. He interviews researchers about researching, very meta and important and appropriate at this kind of event, and generally exploring how science is evolving and new tools and ideas that are changing how discovery can happen. Science Better is a collection of interviews with the vanguard. And with that, I will go ahead and invite David Lang up to stage and pass it off to him. So round of applause to David as he gets kicked off.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Okay, all right. I want to start by telling a story. I was in New York exactly 10 years ago for a similar gathering of techno-optimists, and it was called the Open Hardware Summit, and this group is still around, they still have meetings, but 2012 really stands out as an important moment for this community. There were lots of entrepreneurs. Aya Badir, who started Little Bits, was sharing her designs and raised a bunch of money for her company. She was actually at this conference yesterday. Chris Anderson, the editor-in-chief of Wired, was there and had started his 3D robotics drone company and was very excited about the possibilities of open hardware, taking the ideas of open source that the open source software community was developing and applying that to hardware in the real world. The highlight of the weekend was Brie Pettis, who got on stage and announced that their new MakerBot replicator was no longer going to be open source. They were going closed. And this kind of sent the community into kind of like a shock wave, and it started this kind of civil war. It wasn't so serious, but it was a real harbinger of things to come. We were there. My friend Eric and I had started a company, a project, sharing open source underwater robot designs. And we ran into a lot of the same problems that Brie did. It's trying to mix the ethos of open source with the realities of supply chains and venture capital and needing to capitalize a factory. It was a really tough, a tough balance. And for a lot of us, it didn't work out. We had some success, but it's kind of a long story. At that moment, what we were thinking was all we had to do was be transparent, share our designs, and add version control. That turned out to not be enough. And we know it wasn't right because we have the counterfactual. We have Raspberry Pi, which was this microcomputer that said, we just need to be small, we need to be cheap, and we need to have lots of GPIO. This needs to be a small modular tool. They really listened to their community and really focused on what they had to do, ignoring the kind of the larger dogma that we were creating in the open hardware community. And they had a lot of success. They still do. And I bring all of that up because I think we're in a similar moment here where a lot of the really exciting and interesting ideas that are happening in the Web3 space are trying to crawl out of the metaverse and into the real world, right? Like crypto cities, decentralized societies, DeSci. I saw that yesterday Solana announced that they're going to make a mobile phone. I think we're kind of at that same place we were 10 years ago, and I think there's a lot that we learned that would be applicable now. The reason we gathered 10 years ago is really the same reason that this group is gathering here. It's this kind of belief that the technology commons is at least as important as technology companies, that the things we build and design and share with the world are just as important as the products and services we provide. You know, the history of standards are really strong, right? We're talking about, it's not just open source software, it's not just the internet. We're talking about containers, we're talking about time, right? There's a really strong history of techno-cooperation being an important driver of progress. And I have this kind of working thesis that standards movements are actually the foundational driver of techno-scientific progress. But it's a story that not too many people know, the long story of standards making. Most people, when I bring up standards, this is what they think of, this XKCD comic. Has anyone seen this comic? Yeah, almost everybody. And everybody rolls their eyes and they think standards. Committees, like boring stuff. I want to change your mind about that, hopefully. So this book, I have to recommend it. It's called Engineering Rules. It was written by Joanne Yates and Craig Murphy, and it's the global history of standard setting for the past 150 years. Highly recommend it. They talk about standards as an entirely different realm, different than commerce, different logic than politics. I really like this framing. Standards is such a wide variety of things. You know, we've been talking with people about it this week, and you know, we're talking about the pasteurization levels in milk, and then we're talking about Unicode and emojis, right? It's a huge swath of things that exist. But I think they can be kind of divided into these kind of taxonomies. So Yates and Murphy write about steam boilers, where these river boats were blowing up in the 1800s far too often. So they got together to create these safety standards for steam boilers. You think about interoperability, you think about screw threads. Before the 1900s, they were all screws and nails and everything was different. The movement to standardize screw threads was wildly productive for just about everyone who was using them. There's also such things as performance standards. So they talk about the steel manufacturers getting together and creating some performance benchmarks that they all wanted to meet. And this is how they ended up winning the contracts over iron to lay all of the railroads. So this kind of performance standard can help facilitate commerce. And then of course there's contractual standards, which Yates and Murphy don't mention, but I think are really important ideas. They have been important in Web3, but they're also important, like the Common App or the Safe Note has really transformed early stage investment. Standards are things, they're rules, but they're also processes. And Yates and Murphy go through the kind of the three waves of standards. And each of those movements had different ways that standards actually came into the world. The first was kind of de facto, like the new screw thread. They just went out there and convinced everybody, and they made it happen. The second wave was really voluntary consensus-based, which saw the rise of these big international standards groups. And the most recent, rising with the rise of computers and networking, has been this kind of disruptive mode of standards making. So like the QWERTY keyboard is a de facto standard. They just made this for the first typewriters, and it has pretty much stuck. I know there's other people who have different hopes and dreams about this, but we don't need to go into that. The container was something that went through the International Organization of Standards, ISO. There was a lot of discussions about what size container would work. But intermodal transportation had proven to be more effective. Eventually, this big international group settled on the 20-foot TEU container and the 40-foot TEU container. ARPANET really changed things. This was the first, I would say, disruptive standard. ISO was working on a standard. ITU was working on a computer networking standard. But the group at ARPA just got something working. I mean, this is where we get the phrase rough consensus in running code. They just proved that it worked and then invited everyone else to be a part of it. And I think thinking about this, how you should go about making a new standard is you really should sit down and think about who the stakeholders are. What's holding all of them back? And then what's the goal? Do you need safety? Do you need performance? Do you need interoperability? Think about what is the right type of standard to help move that community forward. And then really think about what's the appropriate standards making process. Maybe it is de facto, maybe you can just do it. But maybe you really need to take a disruptive approach and have a strong, go-to-market isn't the right term because we don't even have terms for go-to-market for standards making. We're still in the very beginning of understanding this. And then the last thing is prototype, prototype, prototype. So what's becoming more and more true is the things that work end up working. And so I don't think this is a wait and spend a lot of time in committee thing. I think this is a build thing. A couple examples. So the CubeSat was developed by two professors, one at Stanford and Cal Poly, and they wanted to create a way for their students to be able to launch experiments into space. And so they grabbed a Beanie Baby box and said, okay, this is the right size, 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters. And they created the P-Pod launcher so they could piggyback off NASA launches and other launches. And they created this design. And this has been important for their students to launch their experiments into space, but it's also turned out to be a wonderful prototyping platform for companies like Planet, companies like Spire. This small, compact way for them to actually hitch a ride to space proved to be really important, and it continues to be a really important standard. But it was started by two people without much resources, so it shows you that idea of a disruptive thing starting on the periphery and changing an entire industry. We're trying to do this now for oceans. So having worked on it for 10 years, there's a strange bottleneck, which is the connectors between sensors and platforms. So we're trying to build the USB for the ocean, and we're trying to do it with interoperability and performance in mind. We're doing this with Experiment. So thinking about a contractual open standard. Experiment's been around for 10 years. They've honed this open grant proposal design through crowdfunding. But I've been taking that model and trying to figure out how that contractual standard could be a better bridge for science funders and scientists. And the thing that really seems to be working, and we were just talking about this in the session, is this idea of science angels, of just giving scientists budgets and letting them quickly bet on each other. And we've got quite a few of these, more than 10 science angels going on our site right now. You can check them out, experiment.com/grants. And to give you a better sense of how that works, a foundation writes a grant to the Experiment Foundation, and we hold a budget for a scientist to quickly, in a matter of weeks, bet on projects that they know, that they like, that they think are promising. So this, to me, is really decentralized science, moving the decision-making further out to the scientists at the periphery so they can make bets on each other. I think that's really important. I'm really impressed with the Molecule platform. It's come up a number of times here. I think they're doing standards making right, and that they're really sitting with this idea of how do we connect investors, in this case the DAOs like VitaDAO and SciDAO, how do we create a new contractual standard that connects those investors with scientists in a way that's productive for all of them. They're spending a lot of time trying to get this right, and I think that's absolutely the right way to build a new standard. And so I'm talking about this history and putting this all in context because I think this is important. We didn't do this 10 years ago at the Open Hardware Summit. We didn't think about how the work that we were doing fit into this long story of techno cooperation. And it's a rich history. And I'm actually quite convinced that tokenization and crypto economics actually do represent a kind of fourth wave of standards innovation. But to really be successful, to really move out of the metaverse and into the world, I think we have to be a part of a bigger story. And so I encourage you all to think of yourselves as standards entrepreneurs or standardizers, which I also think is a cute kind of name. And I think we need to celebrate them. You know, people like Bob Twiggs at Stanford who created the CubeSat, we need to celebrate those kinds of standards makers, even when they're in different corners of the world. And I think we need to build an ecosystem of support. For the ones that I've been involved in, it's very rare to get support to prototype and build and design new standards. I think this conference, this discussion that we're all having about building these tools is a wonderful first step. But just think about all the resources that are available to you if you're starting a company, all the accelerators, the books, the blogs, the investors. There's so much infrastructure for starting companies. I think we need a similar push to create infrastructure for standards entrepreneurs and new standards, including celebrating standards adopters, because I think the early adopters of standards are equally important as the people who start them. If you take nothing away from this talk, I hope that the next time that you see this comic, this XKCD comic about standards, that you don't roll your eyes, that you don't think, oh God, another standard, that you think, all right, we've got another person who's in the standards game. We've got another standards entrepreneur who's digging in and doing the great work of techno cooperation. So thank you very much.
That talk wrapped early, so we do have 3 minutes for Q&A. So I'm happy to if anyone does have a question, happy to kind of field that, run over to it. I have a question for David, if no one from the audience does, but I'd rather share the mic.
Is it a chicken or an egg question with standards and content? Like, can you try to make a standard to existing stuff to re-standardize it, or do you think it's better to make a standard and then make new content around it?
I think I think standards should only exist where they need to exist. I don't know if that answers the question directly, but I really like the idea. You know, I think about the Raspberry Pi folks. They really embedded themselves in the problem and the people that they wanted to serve, and I think that's a really good way to do it. Have a persona. I think that the same way we think about startups having minimum viable products and make something people want, I think we need to create a similar knowledge base for standards, and I think it's going to be quite similar. It's make something that people want. But yeah, anyways, I'll leave it there.
Well, yeah, thank you so much for that one, and thank you, David, for presenting. If anyone else does have questions, please try to catch David after, if anything. But yeah, thank you again so much for that presentation. Next up, we are going to have Henry Stern, and he did provide an impact cert in the context of the conference. So his is specifically for contribution to the letter to the EU regulators and lawmakers on MICA, and specifically crediting some of the work that Alexander Long did there. And so Henry is a co-founder and CEO at Privy. He used to work at Protocol Labs, where he was a research scientist. And one of the things that gets me, I know, really excited from the previous chat that with what David was mentioning and seeing some of the standards that are either coming up emergent from the industry or whether standards are forced top down. And that's also very interesting to see. I don't know how many folks are very actively tracking the DAO space specifically or have heard of DAO Star 1, but that is a specific initiative. If anyone heard Michael Zargam speak throughout this weekend or the last 2 days, and we have some other folks here from the MetaGov crew at Divya and some others who have all been part of kind of doing a lot of the great work that MetaGov is doing. One of those projects is DAO Star 1, which is actually creating standardization between DAOs to be able to intercommunicate between different ecosystems, right? Because we have this really exciting landscape of tooling emerging, but how this tooling actually communicates together to make sure that our final impact can be achieved is still a pretty open question and something that is unclear and something that we all have to collaborate on together. So I also get really excited excited with some of what David was mentioning and seeing, well, when the folks building things are realizing that they need standards to help them build and move forward, that also is just something very interesting about that time in that specific space and what it says about the evolution and maturity of it. And so, you know, for something like DAOs, there's so much money coming up in different types of contracts and the questions of how they interact. It's going to be interesting to see what that means for standardization around public goods or standardization around other areas of Web3. I guess the one that probably has the most, I guess maybe arguably cryptography, or at least the most understanding of expectation of certain primitives, and they need to hold up in certain consistent ways before they are trusted. But yeah, looks like I'll be up here for a moment. So in general, let's do an energy check. How are folks feeling at this point? We have, yeah, let's do a round of applause for the protocol folks. It's been a long 2 days, a lot of fun conversations. Yesterday we were on 2 floors, today we were on 3 floors. So just upping more and more conversation and energy around public goods and the great kind of change that we all hope to contribute to. And I think it's really exciting that we're going to have Henry talking about privacy as a public good in the Web3 space, which is a super important topic and one that comes up for a lot of folks. And we're going to have one more chat after that before we open up for a reception where we'll both be hanging out in this common area right outside, as well as hopefully actually using the back patio area, which we forgot to do yesterday. But yeah, at this point, how's it looking on the tech? Still go? All right, cool. So yeah, I mean, I think at least personally, one of the takeaways from these 2 days is just the energy and enthusiasm around common goods. And I know in attending the virtual conferences that Funding the Commons hosted, and attending the Shelling Points that happened throughout the year, right in the last 6 months, we kind of went from, at least in the Web3 space, from public goods maybe being a panel, or you know, some of the Gitcoin crew is talking about it somewhere, or Panvala and some others. But we are good now, so I will stop on that note, and I will pass it to Henry, who actually has some specific knowledge and wisdom to impart to the group. So let's give it up for Henry.
That was delightful. Thank you for holding the stage like that. Well, thank you all. I know you've all probably had a very long week, so I'm excited to talk about privacy in Web3, which I think is a super, super important topic, and one I'm glad we get to cover in Funding the Commons. So to start, I'm Henry Stern. I used to work at Protocol Labs, where I worked on the Filecoin consensus algorithm, and I recently started a company called Privy to work on data privacy in Web3. So if nothing else, I think my takeaway from this is hopefully to convince you that privacy is one of the big issues that we get to work on in the space, and one in which Web3 has a major impact to have. With that, in this talk, I'm going to try and get through a few things. So we'll start off talking about commons and coordination. Why am I talking about Web3 so much? We'll then jump to privacy and trying to see how is privacy a commons on the web? What can we do about it? I'm then going to shill for a little bit and talk about what I'm working on before talking about ways to look forward on how we can actually fund privacy on the web. So with that, I'll kick us off with a story. So I'm sure many of you have read this. It's a really, really great piece in Slate Star Codex called Meditations on Moloch. So what is Moloch? It's from a Allen Ginsberg poem. Moloch, the incomprehensible prison. Moloch, whose mind is pure machinery. Moloch, whose eyes are 1,000 blind windows. I underlined a few words here: incomprehensible, machinery, blind. I think because the definition of Moloch traps is that they make us feel like we have absolutely no agency over our place in society and over the systems in which we live. And to take a step back, a Moloch trap, explains Slate Star Codex, is a situation in which, for lack of coordination, as humans, we fall into a global minima, a place where no one's happy, no one knows how we got there, and no one knows how individually to do anything about it. So the implicit question is, if everyone hates the current system, who perpetuates it? And Ginsberg answers Moloch. It's powerful not because it's correct, but because thinking of the system as an agent shows you the extent to which it isn't an agent. And this is where coordination will come and save the day. I'm going to jump now to talking about Bitcoin, obviously, because there's a very clear transition from one to the other, and I'll try and explain it. If you look at Bitcoin, Bitcoin at a high level is a set of transactions which, along with proof of work, meaning a reward to fight double spent, leads to a verified ledger, an ordered set of transactions that you can agree on without any single party maintaining state. In English, that means you have shared state, you add incentives, and you get coordination. And to that end, I think it's a fair statement to say that Web3 as a socioeconomic project beyond the economics, or the, I guess, yeah, as a socioeconomic project is really about marshaling economic resources. It's about coordinating people who otherwise don't know each other, systems that otherwise have nothing to do with one another. And so, you know, you might say, why should I care about this? And for that, I'm going to take a step back and try and define commons. I was clearly excited about the prompt. I think commons can be defined as a shared resource managed privately. So there are things which we all have a say in or all depend on as humans, which we all have to manage together, but on whom we have individual impact. That is to say that the tragedy of the commons is that in these systems, we can sort of exploit them for privatized gains, even though the losses are socialized. The obvious really good example is the environment. And so you should care because, you know, doom and gloom is upon us. But beyond that, I think you should care because we fall into this state of, I think, despair when we are faced with commons or tragedy of commons, which is we feel completely powerless as individuals to do anything about it. And so what I'm hoping you'll come away with is that we have an opportunity through coordinated action to actually do something to topple a system that at first glance seems to be completely beyond repair. So with that, I'm going to try and talk about privacy as part of this system. And I actually think there's a good analogy here between global warming and privacy in that if you ask people, do you care about global warming? Most everyone is going to say yes. If you ask, and if you check what are they doing about it, most people don't do that much. I took a plane very recently and blew through my carbon for the air. And I think likewise in privacy, it ranks super, super high in stated preference, but it's something that we kind of feel powerless to do anything about. So before I'm kind of answering the question up front, but I'll ask, is privacy a commons? And in order to get into it, I'll try and define privacy. This is Wikipedia. Privacy is the ability of an individual or a group to seclude themselves or information about themselves and thereby express themselves selectively. In the words of my co-founder, whom I love to embarrass, and I think quoting her will do just that, privacy isn't about no data being shared, it's about control over data. It's about putting users in control over what they share and with whom. And so is privacy a commons? Let's take a simple example. Alice and Bob have a secret, or Alice has a secret in this case. We are operating in a state of privacy. Alice decides to share the secret with Bob. They now both know the secret. The system is still private. Unfortunately, Bob spills the beans. We have lost privacy in the system. And so what we can see is that, you know, privacy in a sense is shared state that requires multi-party coordination. In order for the information to only be given to the appropriate parties, all of the parties who know the information have to abide by a common set of permissions. And so, you know, the answer obviously is that yes, I think privacy is a very good example of a common good. And, you know, you can see it in a few other ways. First, an erosion of individual privacy, I think, leads to collective erosion of privacy. If you give up on your own privacy, in a sense, you're normalizing the fact that privacy doesn't matter all that much. You're making it easier to attack anyone else's privacy. And conversely, we've seen through history, and I'll go back to that in a second, that you know, privacy exploitation is a very good example of privatized gains for socialized losses. But I don't want to get too meta here, so I'm going to jump back into privacy for Web 2. I think you may have caught the joke. I will fix this slide right now. And yes, let's talk about privatized losses, or rather privatized gains and socialized losses. So at its core, privacy in Web 2 has two really fundamental issues, I think. First, the obvious one. There's a monetary incentive to subvert privacy in the data model of Web 2, which is to say, I provide infrastructure for you as a service provider. You don't pay me for it, but in exchange, I sell you for it. The second issue is a little bit more subtle, but it is basically a handoff of user data, of user state, to corporations in exchange for better UX. Put simply, I think, you know, no one wants to run their own servers. And so we've basically agreed to have someone else run it for them, to have someone else control our data in order to get a better experience online. So we need alternative business models. We need better permission standards. Now, thankfully, I hope I'm going to strike a positive note by saying the system will likely not make it. And with that, I jump to the next section, which is talking about my work and data sovereignty on the web. So we have the opportunity, I think, to completely change how user data is handled on the web, to coordinate, to create a system in which as individuals we can actually exercise a bit more freedom over who gets to see our data and when. I'll name the goal. I think the goal is data sovereignty. That's how most people talk about it. What does it mean? Well, it means users have ultimate control over who gets to see what about them when. It means expressive revocable permissions, and it means data portability. My data follows me across the web where I want it to go. If app A has my data and I log into app B, and I grant app B access to my data, app B can get it. Now, obviously, this is a key unlock for users, but this is also a key unlock for devs. It means you don't have to manage user data or the infrastructure related. It means regulatory compliance becomes easier. It means you can onboard people much more easily. You have access to a social graph that was, hitherto impossible for you to get. And you get to build magical new experiences through interoperability. How are we doing? Well, right now, I think this is the state of Web3 data sovereignty. As developers, I think we're stuck between Scylla and Charybdis. On the left, you have, the question is, what do I do with my user data? I have these systems that are split between a client, a browser, a mobile app, and the chain, shared state. What am I to do with user data, with personal information? Well, I can either put it on chain, which is a terrible idea because chains are very good ways of verifying data, but they're not particularly good at privacy. They're transparent by default. Or I can dump it in a siloed database of old, the way we've always done it. And it's a fair question to ask, what's a developer to do? I think building a great product's hard enough. And I want to focus on building the experience I want for my users. I don't want to reinvent the data stack as a developer building a product. And so this is sort of the urgent call to action is I think unless we make user data handling simple for developers, we'll go back to what we know, which is to say siloed exploitative data systems. So hopefully, I've conveyed that there's urgency to fix these systems now. I think we're running against the clock. So here, I'm going to shill for a second, but I promise there's a deeper point to this, so bear with me. I am working on a system called Privy. Privy builds simple APIs to manage user data off-chain. Now, what that actually means is Privy allows you to associate user data to wallets privately. We allow you to take on user PII, associate it to an on-chain address, so you can build richer UX without putting your users at risk. How does it work? Well, at its core, this is a cobbling together of 4 systems. There's a key management system, there's a permissions delegation system, there's a storage system, and there's a local client. The KMS manages all of the cryptography under which user data is encrypted from the client. The permissions, actually, let me pop back a step for a second. Using Privy, you basically integrate Privy into your front end, and your user inputs data into your app. Privy basically takes care of encrypting that data client side using keys that are unique to the data in question. It sends the ciphertext up to a data store where if you have write permissions over that data, the data store ciphertext is overwritten with the new ciphertext. And when you need the data back, it checks whether you have read access to that specific user data. And if you do, it pulls ciphertext from the data store, pulls the appropriate data keys, and decrypts the data again locally. Privy itself never sees any user data, and every piece of data is encrypted under its own unique set of keys. So walking this back, we have these 4 main systems, the KMS, which manages data keys for every piece of data, the permissions delegation engine, which enforces data permissions, the storage system, which holds the ciphertext, and everything's brought together inside of local clients that run on your users' browsers, on your users' apps, to put all this together. Now, I'm going to point at this little box here, hosted infrastructure. What does that mean? Well, it means that today the KMS are run on hardware security modules. The permissions delegation is run by Privy's own permission agent, and the storage is run on managed infra. So now I get the inclination of my Web3 sort of brothers and sisters, which is to clutch our pearls and say, but my God, this sounds so centralized. And it does. And I think there's a very good reason for it. And namely, it is that we are running against the clock. We need to build better DevX in order for people to adopt sovereign data systems before the clock runs out. So what that means is we have to build experiences that are really simple. The interfaces have to be super, super smooth. before we can go on to actually build the protocols that manage all of this. But this architecture is the foundation for an open data system, and I'll kind of walk you through how. So the thing I've talked about right now is basically fixing the developer issue. Privy allows you to associate user data to wallets privately so you can build better products. And what I'm describing here is the user issue. Privy allows you, as a user, to control your data throughout the web. How do we get from A to B? And I think that's through user choice. Ultimately, for me, decentralization is valuable insofar as it gives users the ability to control where they want their data hosted, how they want their permissions informed, less so because of the fact that, say, the data is split amongst however many nodes. But this means that the KMS, instead of being run on managed HSMs, can be run through your wallet. This means the permissions delegate can live on chain, and you can actually delegate to any party you choose. This means that storage can happen wherever you want, on IPFS, or Filecoin, in the cloud, on your local storage at home. The question then, and this is why I've been talking about Privy this entire time, other than sort of, playing my book, is who pays for sovereignty? Because in the first case, we've got a very simple business model. It's SaaS. You use infrastructure, you pay for it. We've been doing this for the last 15 years. But who pays for the shared data system? And this is the last part of my talk, which is how do we actually fund a sovereign data system? How do we build a sort of self-sustained common good in this way? I think, first, that path dependency has made a truth clear, which is we've had 30 years of Web 2, and there's no going back. Users will never pay for privacy at scale. The joke maybe is that we've been paying for it this entire time, but we certainly won't agree to be charged for it. So what then? How do we actually get sort of incentives to work properly in the system so it can be run in perpetuity under user control? So I squint at this picture here, and I see data. I see data flowing here. I see data flowing here. I see data flowing here. And I think to myself, man, granting access to this data, if a user signs up through my app, Uniswap, and I grant access to a sovereign global data network, I should be compensated for it because I'm basically contributing to that user's freedom online. I'm contributing to the public good. So granting access with informed consent should be incentivized, should be rewarded. And conversely, getting access to that data has value. Maybe you should pay for it. So I look back and I think about the now zombie, but once beautiful BitTorrent, and the really simple tit-for-tat economics of it. In BitTorrent, you have peers exchanging data. A peer can download data so long as it actually seeds data. You get data proportional to your contributions. So the straw man here might be, okay, so are we saying that apps should contribute user data to get user data back? I think that's not a very good solution. You have availability issues. As an app provider, when do I decide when to turn on my data faucet or not? The pricing's super unclear. A certain piece of data is not worth the same for app A and app B. Netflix doesn't value your SSN half as much as, say, JP Morgan does. And there's a synchronicity issue. If I contribute data in October, is it okay for me to get paid in December? Thankfully, there's a token for that. And namely, I think crypto economics can come to the rescue. I think we can use a utility token to intermediate this tit for tat and help price user data in a self-sovereign system. I'm running up on time, but I'm almost done, I promise. This is a three-party system. You have users who are contributing data to the system in exchange for getting basically better experiences throughout the web. You have apps who are the sort of means to which data is ingested and displayed to the users. And then you have data delegates. These are the infrastructure providers. This is the permissions provider. This is the storage layer. This is the KMS. You can use a token to basically intermediate all the economic interactions around this. The way it would work is users pick their infrastructure provider. I decide that I trust Alice, Bob, and Eve with my KMS, permission system, and storage system, respectively. Data that I put in through an app is then tagged with a set of refreshers. I call this the app, which is responsible for actually ingesting the data into the system. So, I log into Uniswap, I provide them with my email, say. Uniswap is then associated to my email as being the latest refresher, the party that has last sort of been responsible for me adding to the sovereign data network. I just said that. And then queries and downloads from data stores are actually priced by the requester. The app requesting data gets to set a price, and the fee is split between the refresher, meaning the app that contributed my data to the sovereign data store, and the infrastructure providers that are running the data store. Now, the token here is exceptionally useful in that it actually allows us to mediate a number of fairly complex economic curves. You probably have a cost floor for infrastructure providers. I think it should be clear that infrastructure providers should have to provide data if they're asked, but obviously they should be able to sustain this at least at cost, so you have a floor there. You probably want to unlock additional services like privacy-preserving compute as another set of infrastructure providers here. You want to price in the relative data value for a given request. Your data value changes over time. My phone number is far less valuable now than it was probably 40 years ago when the internet didn't exist. And finally, the refresher set probably values apps differently. Data that I provided through AOL 15 years ago is less valuable than data I provided through Uniswap yesterday, if only because one of them is stale. So in conclusion, I hope I've conveyed that privacy issues on the web require coordinated solutions. I think this is a commons that we can actually fund. Oh, my slides are messed up. Web3 gives us the opportunity to get out of the privacy commons trap. Time is of the essence, and the game's playing out now as the sort of stack that we're building on comes into shape. And we have to make doing right by users super, super easy for developers. And then I think there's a thank you slide. Here it is. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Henry. Appreciate the presentation. And right now we will be segueing into our final presentation of the day from Jesse Kate. And in case you generally thought some of these discussions that we've been having were maybe too small in scope, too narrow with focus, not dreaming big enough, we're going to have Jesse presenting from the Open Lunar Foundation on network futures for Earth-Moon systems. Jesse is the Director of Governance and Policy at Open Lunar Foundation, and she's a researcher in outer space governance and institution design. So with that, I will pass it off to Jesse. Please, let's give her a round of applause.
All right, can you guys hear me? Excellent. So today I'm going to talk about, actually, the monitors down here don't seem to be on. I'll get going anyway because I know we're on a time constraint. I was excited to be the last talk today because I know we always talk about moonshots in the Web3 community. So I'm actually going to be talking about the moon today. In particular, I'm going to talk about space as a commons. I'm going to talk about lunar internet, and I'm going to talk about the importance of time. So first, I just wanted to pause and say, what do we mean when we say that space is a commons? We've talked a lot here about the ways in which commons are not legally defined, but commons in space have many of the same qualities that we talk about. We talk about public goods on Earth, and we talk about common pool resources. So in 1967, something called the Outer Space Treaty was signed. The Outer Space Treaty was a Cold War artifact that came out of the United States and the USSR, who were both worried that each other would claim the moon as territory when they got there first. And so this treaty has a really important tenet in it. Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty says that there shall be no national appropriation in outer space by claim of sovereignty, by means of use or occupation, or by any other means. So I think this is really interesting because it basically means that the entire universe, minus the Earth, which is not covered by the Outer Space Treaty, is essentially an area that is called, in international law, an area beyond national jurisdiction. And this means that the normal rules and regulations and coordination mechanisms that we tend to use here on Earth don't apply. So we have this sort of like this vast expanse, literally, of a commons, and we need to figure out how we're going to govern that. And it's not just a general challenge. The moon and exploration in general is an area that is receiving a lot more attention recently. NASA has something called the Artemis program, and it has been putting billions of dollars into lunar exploration. The moon is the closest celestial body to us, and so it kind of makes sense that even, whether we go onto Mars or other planets, that we're going to be looking at the moon first. We also have, as David was also just talking about, we're seeing not just reducing launch costs, but we're seeing many aspects of technology miniaturization, standards and new approaches that are letting us accelerate and grow space activity. And that's happening not just with governments, but it's also happening with commercial companies. So not only do we have not just the big space players, but we have small countries getting involved in space exploration, but we also have the private sector as well. So this is just a slide from NASA showing a lot of the activities that are planned for the next 10 years or so, to give you a sense of the fact that it's not just sort of like one mission every once in a while, but we're really talking about roughly 10 missions a year that are planning to go to the moon over the next decade. So this is kind of a sea change. It's like a categorical change in the amount of activity that we're seeing in space exploration. Even though it doesn't seem like a lot, each of these missions, especially the commercial ones, are actually kind of like nested Russian dolls of activity, because when they're commercially run, what you often have is you've got a launch vehicle from one country, and then you've got a spacecraft built by another country, maybe a commercial company. Then you've got payloads on that spacecraft that are themselves from different operators and actors. And so you have this whole ecosystem within the spacecraft itself, and that raises all kinds of questions about governance. So for me, when I talk about space as a commons, and in the context of this conference, the reason why I think it's so interesting is kind of a double whammy, if you will. One is that I think there's this opportunity to ensure that space itself stays as a commons, because just because we have a treaty, treaties, as we know, treaties fall apart sometimes. People walk away from treaties, and so even though we have this lovely framing, we need to figure out how we're going to implement it if we want it to stay true. The second is that we can use space, and of course the moon in particular is what I'm talking about today. We can use space to prototype approaches to commons governance that we don't have an opportunity to, or we're not in a position to do right now here on Earth. So I work with an organization that's called the Open Lunar Foundation, and we are the only organization in the world that's dedicated to good governance and setting positive precedents in the lunar domain. We do this primarily through looking at public utilities for the lunar environment. We've been talking about public goods here. Public utilities tend to be a little bit more applied and operational, but I think it's the same basic motivation for why we're talking about public goods here and why we're also excited about it. Public utilities, they provide value and they help to level the playing field for all actors so that we can see a wider ecosystem of activity. It also helps to address the risk of monopoly and ease international cooperation. But it's also a chance to bootstrap governance in the lunar environment. Of course, since we don't have a government, we need to figure out how we're going to make decisions, who gets to participate in those decisions, how people get in, how people get out, what the break-in is, what the institutions are. And then finally, as I just mentioned, there's lessons for global commons here on Earth. We have, of course, big international commons governance challenges around the internet, around climate, around pandemics, that we haven't exactly figured out how to govern well. So one of the big areas that we have worked on, I'm going to go through this slide quickly because I don't have that much time, but is resource management and property rights. And this, as we all know, the state is typically the way that property rights regimes are managed here on Earth. And given that the moon and beyond are areas beyond national jurisdiction, we can't just rely on state-enforced property rights regimes. And so again, just like in Web3, we need to figure out how we're going to, what is the basis for property rights regimes? But the area that I am going to go into in more detail is lunar communications. And the backdrop is, as we've all been talking about, that we are seeing more and more the failure modes of the internet here on Earth today. We need innovation around protocols and around the architecture itself of the internet. Yesterday, Divya was talking about positive sum public goods. And the internet, of course, around the moon could also be an opportunity to set up a positive sum dynamic. That will be offering services for data relay, but also for something called positioning, navigation, and timing, or PNT. PNT is what will allow us to operationalize coordination, transparency, and something that's called situational awareness. So just to give a little bit more context for the sort of introduction of lunar communication services that are being discussed right now in the lunar community. Back in the day, we had big and expensive missions. They were on what's called the near side of the moon, so they had direct line of sight to the Earth and could just communicate directly back to ground stations here on Earth. They were, maybe going every few years. That's probably even generous. We haven't had missions to the moon in the last couple of decades, leading up to just a few years ago. There's like this sort of like chasm of lunar activity, if you will. But now what we're seeing is that NASA has something called the CLPS program, the Commercial Lunar Payload Services Program. And this is NASA funding for commercial missions that is giving like roughly $100 million to 2 missions a year to go to the moon and take commercial payloads with them. And so it has this nested Russian dolls effect that I was talking about before. And we're also seeing that missions are planning to go to the far side of the moon, which means that they won't have direct line of sight back to the Earth, and so they need to have communication relays to get their data back to us. So as you could expect, one-off communications infrastructure is quite expensive, and it's also going to provide limited coverage. You can only provide, you can only provide coverage to where your beam width is going to reach to from the orbit that you're in, and so you're not going to get the entire celestial body all at once. So obviously, with more users coming into play, you're starting to see the benefits of networking be discussed. Right now, there's a few different programs going on. NASA has a program called LunaNet that is looking at standards and architecture for lunar networking. ESA also has a similar one called Moonlight, and China is also starting to demonstrate relay capabilities in something called L2 Lagrange point near the moon. So governments are starting to work on this, and there's a question about how the kind of community is going to respond. So some of the considerations and the conditions for lunar internet, one is that we've got small n. It's not a big ecosystem right now. It's going to be a small and slowly growing number of nodes in this network. The second is that it's going to be dynamic coverage. All of your nodes are moving. You're going to have likely, especially at the beginning, coverage gaps. There's no equivalent of geostationary orbit around the moon. So there are what are called frozen orbits. There are stable orbits, but they're always going to be moving relative to the surface of the moon. And so this means that there are many considerations for constellation design and orbit selection and trade studies that need to be done. Some of the interesting, like more technical, excuse me, challenges that I just wanted to highlight. I mean, there's lots, but I wanted to pull out a couple. One is routing. In an environment that is inherently wireless, the routing protocols that we use, there's an opportunity for them to look very different. As I mentioned, nodes are mobile. So are we going to use distributed hash tables? Are we going to create mesh networks? Maybe we can use IPFS. I know that Filecoin has an experiment that they're going to be running with Lockheed Martin in the next few years. The other is something called delay-tolerant networking. This is a standard a set of standards that have been developed to support networks that have disconnections at various points, and so you need to sort of like you need to hold your data at intermediate nodes and be able to forward them opportunistically. The lunar environment is sort of a hybrid because it actually is. It's only about 1.5 seconds away, and so you're not going to break TCP to do if you wanted to use IP around the moon if you have continuous coverage. So there's just a bunch of design considerations that will influence how these things play out. That has implications for naming, identity, and trust, which I think is something that this community is very interested in. And again, it's just an opportunity for us to say, what are we learning in this environment, and how might we want to set up different ways of doing these things in the lunar case. So I just wanted to make the point that it's not that this is sort of like mysterious. This isn't unsolvable. It's just a lot of work. And the point is that those who show up are going to be the ones who draw on both the values and the technologies that they know, and they're going to be the ones that are setting the precedents. And this is all happening against the backdrop of geopolitics. We have major national rivalries right now between the United States and China, defense interests, and commercial competitors, which mean that the basic concept of relaying traffic for each other isn't sort of a foregone conclusion. And so the concern is that we see just sort of like a transformation of legacy systems into the lunar environment, and that we end up with a tragedy of the commons. So given this, what Open Lunar has been working on is a service that underpins all of these communication services and the missions that are operating, which is positioning, navigation, and timing. And this is important for what's called transparency and confidence building measures. So giving the international community a shared history, a shared version of truth of who did what, where, and when. And that has follow-on implications for liability, due regard, and who eventually will be entitled to certain claims as and if we create property rights systems. So as most of us probably know, position is inherently a function of time. When we use GPS here on Earth, we need at least 4 satellites that are in view. Those satellites need to know where they are. And the GPS satellites get their time from terrestrial standards, from terrestrial clocks that are very advanced atomic clocks that are averaged across many different sources. And in the lunar environment, there are no clocks. We don't have clocks yet. So we don't have a lunar time standard. We don't have a common reference for satellites in lunar orbit to get the time in order to be able to tell their clients, if you will, where they are. And telling time is a function of several different things. It's the hardware that you choose, and that has implications for the sort of like the tick rate and the drift of your clock. Your clock has to synchronize usually with another sort of more authoritative time reference. And then you have to figure out how you're going to distribute time. So what protocols you're going to use to give time to other spacecraft in that environment, and then how they're going to give it to their clients. And finally, you need a reference frame in order to make sure that when you say when your clients are calculating a position, that they're using the same reference frame that you are using to know what position you are in. And finally, I think one of the most exciting things about clocks is that it's an opportunity for an apolitical time standard. On Earth, I mentioned that GPS satellites get their time reference from assets on the ground. GPS is the American navigation and positioning system. There are what are called GNSS, Global Navigation and Satellite Services, from other countries. All of them use their own time reference. And those time references in all of the major systems are provided by the military, because the military needs to know what time it is in order to know where its weapons and major assets are in the event of conflict. And so on Earth, our time standards all go back to military systems. But on the moon, there's an opportunity that if we were to put a clock into orbit that is an independent time standard, that we could have the first apolitical time standard for the solar system. And I think that's really exciting.
Thank you so much, Jesse, for providing that presentation and ending this note of the 2 days of public goods discussions with so much great thought there, especially between Earth and Moon. And so last and not least, I'll be presenting Evan Miyazono, who started off the conference, and we'll be wrapping up with Evan. And he will just be kind of overviewing and thinking of some takeaways and providing some closing remarks. But how's everyone feeling at this point? Now we're actually at the end of the conference. Let's hear a round of applause. Are people happy, excited, full of energy? It's been so much fun public gooding, public good discussioning. I don't know what the right adjective version of what we're doing here is, but or verb version. But it really has been fun. I've personally been just so inspired and energized by so many folks. Really excited to see between now and the next in-person Funding the Commons, which supposedly I heard someone mention 3-ish months, no pressure PL team. But yeah, it's really exciting to think of where in the world it'll be, how they're gonna bring folks together and what the focus is. I know the Shelling Point crew is planning the next Shelling Point as part of DevCon in Bogota. So for anyone who is planning to be part of that, make sure to keep an eye out for what Shelling Point announces. And yeah, there's just a great stream of these events coming up. I think this summer in general is going to have a whole wide range of conferences, but none really focused on the public good space the way Protocol Labs and the Funding the Commons events and Gitcoin and all the Shelling Point activities have been putting it together. I'm going to keep talking until I see a thumbs up from that general direction, but yeah, I think that one of the things that I'm personally most excited about is actually getting to talk to more folks here about what are the specific outputs that we can start creating during these kinds of events, because I think it's such a wonderful mind meld that we all get to come here and collaborate and discuss and think about all these great lofty questions. And a lot of the time it feels like, oh, we almost got to the point where we're going to do something together, and then it was the end of the day and everyone went home. So it's kind of thinking, how do we actually add to these and evolve these to have kind of focused output series that can actually run from a Shelling Point to a Funding the Commons to all the other relevant events where we're bringing together all these folks thinking about funding the commons, improving the commons, and everything. So, are we good? Not yet?
We are in progress. We're moving a computer upstairs.
So how are you feeling after the 2 days, Evan?
I'm feeling really good. I think that there were a lot of good outcomes, good decisions, good outcomes, good discussions, and a lot of ideas for radical iteration changes on the event. Overall, I should note that my talk is going to be very brief, and then we will have a happy hour in the main lobby just outside, and we have the space until 7 p.m. So a last chance for all of you to get a few in-person conversations in before we're kicked out of the space. But mostly, I wanted to. I will be touching on a few thank yous and then a few potential future directions that we're going to be headed in, some potential follow-ups, etc. So
awesome.
Yeah. Feeling good. How are you, Eugene?
That's great. Doing great. Always fun to get to be on stage, get to meet a lot of folks. Try to keep the energy up. Hopefully that has been happening, right? All these conversations, so much great thought to inspire folks.
Any really difficult questions that anyone has? Any particularly insightful criticisms that anyone would like to shout out from the audience to kill some time? Come on, someone's got to have something. I actually found a definition set that was really robust that defines hot dogs as roughly isomorphic to tacos. And tacos are not sandwiches, it's how many sides the bread is on. And you can go from open-faced sandwich to taco to pig in a blanket to calzone. It's not topologically rigorous. I acknowledge this. You could, and maybe that's enough of a change. Anyway.
And with that, Evan Miyazono to provide closing remarks.
For anyone who wanted to know what kind of person I'm like off stage, that was a good sample. Yeah, this should be fairly brief, and just wanted to mostly express a lot of gratitude and try and tie things up in a nice bow. We had a ridiculous number of speakers for an event that was organized in, I think, a little less than 3 months. So thank you all for joining. Thanks to the speakers for being on board with the weird experimental impact certificates thing that we did and the flexibility around timing and late travel and adjustments. You were all great sport about all of these things and a pleasure to work with, and I look forward to watching all of the talks that I didn't catch after this event, after I go home and catch up on sleep a little bit. Everything is posted on YouTube. It was live streamed, but things we will in the coming days splice things and cut it into more clean playlists where you can index and hopefully link your talks or the talks of other people's that you were inspired by and share those more broadly, because I think we have a lot of great artifacts that we've captured. I also want to definitely thank the partners who helped organize these events, the side events,
side tracks. That includes Juan of Protocol Labs, who's provided unending support for this event and enthusiasm and ambition for what it could be. Kevin, Scott, and Simona from Gitcoin, Ella and Ale from 50 Years, Clara from the Filecoin Foundation, and Pooja of Tephra Labs. Really huge thanks for bringing in people and ideas and conversation topics and expanding what Funding the Commons is and turning into more closely into what it can be. I also really wanted to thank the events marketing and production team. Tons of gratitude to these people for whom, or without whom, this absolutely would not have happened. And Paige and Jamie found the space, made everything work. Emily made sure that people knew that this was actually happening and maintained clarity around helping what was going to happen and helped get all of you here. Matt, Corey, and Holka run the network funding teams within my network goods org within Protocol Labs, and theirs is the team that was tasked with making this event happen. Lots of speaker organization. All of the speakers probably heard from most of these people on emails. The production team, Sarah, Jonathan, and Stacy, were absolutely fantastic. They're the ones that kept the space full of fantastic things and empty of horrible things. So it's the kind of work that is usually not nearly thanked enough, and you only notice when it goes horribly wrong. So I hope that you can reflect on the things that went very well and maybe catch one of these people to express some gratitude to them. And also a huge thank you to Eugene, who randomly asked, can I help in any way? And we said, yes, you can MC the entire main stage. So thank you for that. And a round of applause for production team, marketing, events, and all the speakers and co-organizers. Thank you. As one thing that we can take from here that I hope to start here and propagate further. The impact certificates that you saw us talk about will be posted on the website. We're going to have little links from the speaker bios and images to show the impact certificates that they had us mint or minted with us. I would also love to see each of you help this movement of supporting unprofitable impact. And if you're an event organizer, ask people who are speaking to send you impact certificates and use them to introduce the speakers. If you're a speaker, maybe send one and say, this is a thing that some people are trying. You can, when it's up, link the talk that I gave that describes impact certificates or some of these other resources from Funding the Commons. If you're an MC, feel free to reach out to speakers. And if you do this, tell me how it goes. Please tweet at me and I will amplify this. The Protocol Labs Twitter will amplify this, and we are going to post all the impact certificates so that you can read more in depth about what each of them are and follow up with some of them if any of them seem particularly interesting. I also had a few quick notes. All of these sessions have been on the Protocol Labs YouTube channel. You probably are familiar with this or seen this. We will be, as I said, splitting it up nicely. We will be sending out a survey about this event so that we can make it better. Radical suggestions are welcome, including things as different as, instead of having talks on stage, we should have all of the talks uploaded 2 weeks in advance, and then you should have workshops and debates that are the main event. I'm willing to entertain and think about and try and evaluate with speakers and participants if ideas this extreme would be considered an improvement or a detriment. Obviously, there are always trade-offs, but please give me the most absurd feedback that you think I can handle and make use out of. And then, on the follow-ups for things, there's already a salon that was proposed to follow up with some of the mutualism ideas from Sarah Horowitz. I'm sure that there'll be other conversations. Please reach out to commons@protocol.ai if you would like to broadcast to a broader set, and we will have an opt-in mailing list for people who are interested in staying up to date. Additionally, I think the Proto Research Twitter handle will be a reasonable way of getting continued updates. And then we will be having another Funding the Commons. We're planning on having it sometime around the last week of September, somewhere in Europe, coupled to another Protocol Labs event. So we're waiting on the location for that to figure out where exactly this will be, but the expectation is somewhere in Europe, and we're looking to experiment and iterate on the structure of the event, so please stay tuned. And oh yeah, and if there are any comments or suggestions or things that you would like to propose or promote, please email comments@protocol.ai. That's a catch-all email for the relevant team, and you can send us whatever you like if you think it's if you think we would enjoy it. But especially if there are things fresh in your mind from this, action items, takeaways, follow-up conversations, things like that, please let us know. Use us as a router. And then other than that, there is a happy hour that is starting outside right now, and will continue until 7 p.m. And other than that, thank you all so much. And I would like to thank, I'm going to spotlight Jamie because she's actually here, and Matt Freelich, and thank them one last time. I would love to thank the other event staff who are here, but I think they might be out of the room. I'm happy to stand here and take any questions or comments from about the event generally, meta comments. But other than that, thank you all for joining, especially thank you to those joining online, and enjoy the happy hour. And I look forward to seeing you all in the world making positive impact. Thank you.
Also, just one big round of applause for Evan, this is his brainchild to some degree, so let's just make sure we credit Evan with coming up with all this in the first place.
The mic is dead.